A seasonal contest pits two competitors in a fight to the finish. But nature interrupts their competitive bloodlust with a terrifying surprise of her own. Fueled by whimsical memories of youthful vigor and black box pharmaceuticals, Roth protects himself and his work with hate, the good kind, and high-powered firearms. His adversary, Lucifer, brings little more to the contest than a spade and dismissive, self-righteous contempt. Residents from several neighborhoods gather. A pharmacist is belittled. An old man's sanity is questioned. Somali immigrants celebrate. A Seminole family's revelation is revealed. And a bloody contest none could have predicted nor seen in their most deranged nightmares unfolds. The neighborhood, nay, the country, will never be the same. Taking slow, deep breaths, Roth fought to master himself. He hated Lucifer with a passion he had for years, yet the appearance of the groundhogs last summer had exacerbated the rivalry, which, in truth, was born of a competition between thumbs. Green thumbs, that is. Each had endeavored to best the other year after year, and as the arms race, the boughs race continued, so rose the stakes. Roth observed that Lucifer, perched in an Adirondack chair on his porch, watched the unpacking procession with a dismay that bordered on horror as Roth extracted a bandolier from the trunk. He knew Lucifer was a gunophobe, that he had worked tirelessly while in Washington to support the passage of legislation that would disarm victims. Who else can be disarmed but the people who obey the law? Relishing every moment of discomfort he was causing Lucifer, Roth slowly wrapped the bandolier around his chest, making sure the grinning magazines caught the light of the frowning sun. Then, as slowly as he could, he withdrew his shiny tool from the Jag's curvaceous trunk, savoring every inch, watching Lucifer's face darkened with desperation as the glistening shaft grew longer and longer, and yes, longer. Slinging the semi-automatic AR-15 over his shoulder, Roth peeked under his overgrown brow at Lucifer, who was now on his feet, knobby knees knocking, pages from his newspaper languidly fluttering from his trembling hand. The sun had just gone down, and Roth was getting ready for bed when he heard a loud thump on the back of his house, and then another, and then another, and maybe another, but really his hearing wasn't that good anymore. He quickly stumbled toward the back of his house, vehemently cussing the shouts of pain that sprang from every one of his crepitating joints. Losing his balance, he caromed off the hallway wall, loosing pitchers from their moorings like icicles cascading from a gable. Turning a bend, he bounced off an end table, sending a family heirloom crashing to the floor. "I never liked that side of the family," he grumbled, still hustling toward the ruckus. After slamming the banana clip into place with a great metallic click, Roth stuck the barrel of the gun through the window and opened fire. The bright muzzle flash lit up the whole backyard like a bright muzzle flash. In a nearby neighborhood, Somali immigrants cheered the discordant crackle of fully automatic gunfire, just like home. Unpublished reviews. Nothing can keep this magnificent story from becoming a #1 New York Times bestseller. Its author gave the paper's editor-in-chief an offer he couldn't refuse. New York Times. I laughed so hard, I wet my Huggies. active, over 50. Beaux esprits won't nictitate while imbibing this Dionysian tale, but they may horripilate. The author must be immune to exorodespotism or azygophrenia to have poetized such a mordant tale. Abstruse, hippopotamonstro, sesquipedalian, quarterly. We knew the author would go far. We're so proud. Monthly newsletter, Eastern State Psychiatric Penitentiary. One final testimony here. This is from Nathaniel. I just found this, and it speaks to me on a lot of levels. Too many forget that the continuance of a people should come from the love of one's own people, and not a hate for the other. I hate the mistakes I made. I wear them every day, and some I even wish I could take back. But time is merciless and flows only forward. I'm trying to rectify them, but some I may just have to live with. It's an uphill battle. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt. No White Guilt. No White Guilt. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt. No White Guilt. No White Guilt.
Everything from being a man, to encouraging your kin to face tattoos, to how you identify yourself and your beliefs, to discerning your motivations for why you want to see the children of the West survive. Don't make my mistakes. You'll feel like a fool otherwise. Don't make my mistakes. As from Nathaniel Nelson, a warning to him about the warnings that he wished he had somebody share with him.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt. No White Guilt. No White Guilt. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt. No White Guilt. No White Guilt. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt. No White Guilt.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
We're going free, and for the first hour or so, we're going to be going over the news, and I will be an avatar only, but then I will come in as a video as soon as we're done going through some of the news, as I say, about roughly an hour, and we're going to get into that right away. But I do want to say this, that for those of you who decide to stay for the full duration of the show, at the end, there will be a special treat for those who have the longevity to make it all the way through, however many hours that might be. And that treat will be how I began my Sunday morning. Everything going on in the world right now is wretched, as you might imagine. The anti-whites declaring absolute war on all things Western kind. And we're seeing the likes of AOC talking about deprogramming white people. And we're seeing the anti-whites talking about taking away the right to self-defense from white people. Maybe so, maybe not to both of those. But we'll be talking about that over the course of the hour and the totality of the show. And everywhere you turn, everywhere you look right now. In fact, right a few miles from where I live, giant explosions last night. And maybe I will show you a picture of that, what took place. I tweeted about it. And so many things going on that a lot of people are depressed and a lot of people are upset. But we're not going to be depressed and upset, not in going free. We take the bull by the horns and we get right into the action and we take charge of our destiny. Those who follow the Promethean creed, if you will, we are masters of destiny. We are not pawns that the anti-white oligarchs move around a chessboard at their whim and at their like to invent fictions like the fiction we're going to be talking about tonight, one of those in the news segment, that they are creating the fiction about a siege on United States. It is an absolute chapter being written right now into the pages of the anti-white narrative, and you will see it come to life all around you, not in the real world. Oh no, not in the real world. In the real world, you're going to see people who dress up like clowns or fruits, or who just are strange in some sort of way, dressed in silly ways that had showed up on Patriots Day in Washington, D.C. to make their voices heard. And that's all they showed up to do. And you're going to see these people getting arrested. But in a year to come, in 3 years, in 5 years to come, the anti-whites are doing all the things they're doing now. Tens of thousands of troops in Washington, D.C. I have never seen anything like it in my life. Troops moving into city capitals all over the country. Why? So that they can write a page into the anti-white narrative, or chapter into the anti-white narrative, where they say for all time that this was the period when the, quote, right-wingers attempted to take over the United States and democracy. And they will have photographs, and they will have video, and they will say troops had to be ordered to all of these places for a reason. Of course, the reason is for their fiction that is the anti-white narrative. And many in the Western world will come to believe that fiction because that is the only place they can live other than inside of their own rectums. But we here are not going to submit to the anti-white narrative. It is fake. Everything they're talking about, insurrection, is fake. It is Bravo Sierra. It is part of their narrative, and we will, their anti-white narrative, and we will uncover it from now till all time. I said at the end, in the days following that little event that took place in a little city in Virginia, that we had to take place, or we had to take charge of what the narrative was going to be. We had to put all of our effort behind what the truth was, that we had to speak for ourselves. And it didn't happen. We didn't speak for ourselves. The anti-whites have told the story about what took place there in their anti-white narrative. And then the rest of the white spheres, or whatever you want to call them out there, the white nationalists and the like, they submitted themselves to that narrative because they have no willpower, because they have no balls, because they have no spine, because they're losers. We will tell our story from now on. It will be our story, and we will be the victors and the heroes in that story. And the anti-whites, we will depict them for exactly what they are. They are erecting fences against fictions. They are erecting fences in Washington, D.C. and arming troops against fictional characters. Oh, yes, people will get arrested. Oh, yes, there could even be something like a false flag. I don't know. I guess we'll see. But there will definitely be claims. There will definitely be lots of stories. There will definitely be lots of articles written by typists. There will definitely be lots of brainless, witless, airheaded, vacuous, foxtrotting bastard anti-whites news reading on every single channel about how all of these steps need to be taken because the threat level, because this anti-white in this department, and this bureaucratic anti-white in that department, and that other bureaucratic anti-white in the other department, they said the threat level was high. And then they will interview some people who will probably be dupes, or people who will probably be working for them. I don't give a shit what they claim otherwise. If they think that's not true, then they can go straight to hell, because that is exactly what they are doing. The big trucks, the 2-ton trucks and the rest, they're pulling up with troops in them, thousands of troops, so that they can look back in years to come with video footage of the troops dismounting, of the troops setting up their positions, of the fences being erected, of the Humvees pulling into position, so that they can say the threat was so real by the quote-unquote right wing that we're going to try to take over the United States. And that is why everything that happened after January 20 had to be done. All of your self-defense had to be taken away. All of your rights had to be taken away. Everything had to be erased by the anti-whites, who are calling themselves, what are they calling themselves? Not the jet setters, but the change setters, or the American changers, or whatever they're calling themselves. The people who slit the throat of liberty and justice and freedom and what the founding fathers created in this country. The people that slit the throat of that entity and then danced in glee as it danced along the ground, clutching at the blood spewing from its throat. Those are the bastards who will claim that they had to do all that they did because of the threat that the right wing posed to the United States and to democracy. People who need to be reprogrammed and deprogrammed. And they will make it all legal, ladies and gentlemen. And it will all be in part because of people, some in the different white spheres. And you goddamn better well remember their names so that you never listen to those assholes again. So that you never give them another dollar, so that you never give them another second of your attention. Everyone who said, vote Democrat or don't vote Republican, get out and oppose the likes of T-Rex, get out and oppose the Republicans in Georgia, and who claimed that they would take responsibility for that. Well, those foxtrotting assholes, I'm going to make sure they take responsibility. I'm going to rub their faces in it. Because when the anti-whites move forward with all of the bills they're claiming to move forward with all of the things that they're going to make law, the treaties, have you seen what Biden has already said, scores of executive orders he is going to sign in the first handful of days? Scores of them he is going to sign in the first handful of days, undoing everything that Donald Trump had done. Many of those things that we like, some of those things we don't like. We didn't like Donald Trump. He wasn't white positive, but he sure as shit wasn't Biden and Kamala, the Joe Camel dual presidency that we're going to have to suffer for the next 4 years. So with all of that going on, I want to make sure before I go any further into that, 15 minutes in to our Going Free here on Sunday evening, Monday morning around planet Earth, every single Westman who has any value to their lives, who is intelligent whatsoever, who is educated whatsoever, who has integrity, who has courage, who has honor, who has a good character. Every single one is listening to my voice right now. The rest have their heads up their asses. The rest are playing video games. The rest are shooting hoops. The rest are mired in antiquity. The rest are mired in the antique shops. The rest are mired in foolish political processes across the West that have no hope of going anywhere except perdition. But I will tell you this. I got up this morning on Sunday morning knowing that I would have to do the show later today. And I was very excited about having to do the show today because I love to be with you all. I love to advance white well-being and to get excited and to get thrilled and to make accomplishments and to change people's lives, because that, by God, is the metric that we need to use when we ask ourselves, what are we doing? What are we trying to achieve in service to white well-being? Why are we bothering to get out of bed in the morning? Why do our feet hit the floor? It's because we get to go free. It's because we get to engage in the practice of going free. We get to help others improve their lives, their families, their communities, their regions, their countries, and the great white ring of white roses that blooms across every continent on planet Earth, because we will every single flower out of the soil, and it will be no more than that, and we will take it all back. And if the anti-whites don't like it, I don't give a shit. So I woke up this morning and I walked downstairs and I turned on the television to begin listening to the wretched news about all the different things the anti-whites were going to be doing. And I had my left hand doing one thing and my right hand doing another thing, and watching all of the news just pour out of the television that those so-called folks in the white sphere who claim to care about white people, who claim to want to do something positive for us, and yet we're admonishing you to vote a Democrat, or admonishing you to whatever you do, punish the Republican Party, as if when they get into their Honda or to their Civic or whatever it might be that they drive, that they're going to punish anybody but themselves, as if they're going to punish anybody but their acne with their acne cream that is too powerful for their delicate little skin. They can punish nothing. They are losers. They have failed. They are the reason we are where we are today. But for those who have the longevity, who decide to stay with us, and maybe this will go up somewhere else. It won't be able to go on YouTube. But for those who get to stay with us, I knew I was spreading out the work I had to do. I was eating my normal breakfast that all red-blooded Westmen eat across the world, and that is bacon and eggs, baby. As much as you can stuff your face with, as much meat as you can put in your belly. That is what a Westman does when he gets up in the morning, proud and virile and heroic to take on the world and to take on every challenge that is presented to him. And I knew the different things I was going to have to cover today. Like, the first thing that the Democrats are going to do in the Senate and the House. They control both. You can thank some of the people in the white positive sphere, and don't you dare let any of them off the hook. Don't you dare. If you're one of those senescent losers that wander over here and you're wondering, well, with your nose in the air, that this is not going to be some kind of bureaucrat who's going to speak in a way that you think is going to be acceptable to the 1950s, and he's going to waft his way into office, and then suddenly your life is going to get better. This isn't the place for you. This is not the place for you. Back into the sauna, engaging at men with better bodies than you. Gaze at them rather all day long, at the men with better bodies than you, because this is not the environment for you. Here we are men. Here we are women. Here we take charge of our destiny. And for those who can stay with us long enough, I had a little gaffe this morning. In the midst of looking at all of the things that I was going to take on today on Going Free, speaking with you all, in the midst of the news and them saying, and just a night ago, with a giant explosion taking place a handful of miles that lit the sky red last night, just in this DC metropolitan area where tens of thousands of troops have moved in. And all of my military contacts are telling me, or reaching out to me, not me reaching out to them, and they're saying, Jason, whatever you do, don't go to any of the cities. They are intending to persecute every single white male who's not in uniform that they can find. They intend to drag your, and whether this is true or not, I don't know, but they intend to find evidence, to find reasons, and not evidence of actual criminality. No. They want something that they can then put a story to in the anti-white narrative. They can say, here's another photograph of another white male getting arrested by troops with guns in his faces by these troops for the United States. So that 10 years from now, people will look back in the history books and they'll say, yes, there was an insurrection. They did try to take over the United States. Look at all of the material. It is theater, for Christ's sake. Well, before we go any further, in the midst of me seeing all of this go on around me, I decided, because so often people are wondering, how do you stay positive, Jason? How do you do all of this day in and day out, every single day of the week, of the year, of the decade, of the decades, of your life since you were 11 years old? How do you do it and you stay excited and fired up, especially when things get really challenging? Well, I've told you all before, we focus on things like what you can actually do. I've told you a lot of pragmatic things, utilitarian things that you can get right down to and you can make happen right away. You narrow your focus to the things you can do, and you get started on making those changes, knowing that people like me and people like the others, heroes that you see in this live chat, that they are busy in their worlds, in their environment, doing things for white well-being. People in the next town, people in the next state, people on the next goddamn continent in service to white well-being, speaking with the same tongue, the same lexicon, the same dialectic. We are steamrolling all of these antiquated, dust-covered losers and everything else that gets in the way, everything that is fake and fraudulent and boondoggleish, we are sweeping out of the way with the practice of going free. And I tell you that you can continue doing that, but there's something else that I do. And I made a little gaffe this morning, a little accident. And I decided to start playing some songs. And this is something that you can do as well. And you're going to find out, if you stick with us for you have the longevity for the duration here, that I am definitely a proud Southerner, born and raised here in the great state, once great state of Virginia. And if my heart, if my blood, if my sinew, if my brain, if my spirit has anything to do with it, I will come out of that soil and I will bring as much love and liberty and peace and Western civilization back to this great state. With every day and breath I have left, the anti-whites are not going to stop me. They are not going to stop you. They are not going to get in our way. I don't give a damn how many troops they call up and how many pages they fake with their quill of hate, with their quill of fraud, with their quill of fiction in their anti-white narrative, because we don't live by that shit. We don't listen to what you have to say. If it's anti-white, each and every one of us reject it. And I turned on some music, some redneck music, and I began to sing with it. And that's what I was doing this early Sunday morning. And my phone was blowing up, as it is wont to do, with people reaching out to me like the military folks and law enforcement who are going free. And finally, they're getting their scruples. They're finally getting some sense. And they're saying, you know what? It's not going to matter if I have a uniform. If I'm white, I'm targeted. Eventually, it's me. That's exactly right. And they're reaching out and they're saying, Jason, don't go to the cities. They're targeting white males specifically. Don't go to D.C., especially D.C., whatever you do. And I've watched as they're rolling in there, folks, and I had half a mind to believe that if I looked out my window, and a couple times I did, I was going to see an M1A2 with pavement-friendly tread on it, rolling down the street, heading to D.C., and there might be some there now. I don't know. But they're walking around with the attack dogs. They're walking around. They got the Humvees out. They locked and loaded M60s on those rotating platforms on top and a bunch of other things. And you better believe that they're going to be rolling out a bunch more of things that you've never seen before in Washington, D.C., because unlike the Republicans Party, who but among the totality of them maybe has 3 or 4 testicles at tops, unlike the Republicans, the Democrat anti-whites have balls. They will have you shot dead. They will send you to jail for life. They will make an example of you just to serve in their anti-white narrative. The Apaches, they'll be out. Yes, they will. The Chinooks, they'll be flying in the troops as well. The anti-whites won't hold anything back. And getting the phone, picking the phone up, putting the phone down with the messages coming into me from different people who are telling me things about that are going on across the country and around the world, different news stories, one thing after another, just one thing. So many things going on. And what we'll talk about today, not just during this first hour, folks, is anything specific that you want to address. You're going to reach out to me. You're going to say, Jason, this is a story going on right now. And you're going to get into the question widget and you're going to say, here's the link. And I'm going to take a look at it. And if it's relevant, don't tell me. Don't reach out to me with a story that is some bakery somewhere on the other side of the world that somebody slipped and fell and now there's a lawsuit. And I don't give a damn. We're talking about the threat to our survival, the threat to our well-being, white well-being, which is what we serve here in the anti-whites. They're listening close, aren't they? Deleting channel after deleting channel on platform after platform because the anti-whites in the Democrat Party, they have balls. The anti-whites in the Republican Party, no balls, no courage, no integrity, cowards all, with just the exception of a couple. I know who they are. I'm not going to tell you, but just with the exception of a couple, the rest are absolute bitches. Bitches that your 7-year-old little sister could whoop the shit out of on the playground if she had to. That's the Republican Party for you. They're going to be rolling over for you. But you could have had them getting attacked by the Democrats. You could have had them defending themselves and their victimization. You could have had that. But weren't there some people in the white positive sphere? Or not the white positive sphere, but in the white spheres? Because we here are the only white positive sphere, period. Those going free. It's restricted to us. They've known about me. They've known about going free long enough. They don't say a word. They don't mention a thing about all the successes we have. Well, they can all go to hell. They didn't listen to me back at the end of 2019 when I said, don't call yourself a white nationalist anymore. I never called myself a white nationalist. I never was one. It was a character inside the anti-white narrative. I've never been one of those things. But I told you all, don't call yourself that. And what did they say? They stuck their hand up to their ears. What was that No White Guilt saying? What was he saying again? Oh, he's some kind of weirdo. We're not going to listen to him. They're putting that name on a list? Well, screw him. I'm still going to use it. Yeah, dumbass. Now you've got a whole nother year of you using that title, and you're not going to be able to hide from it anymore. A whole nother year of you not listening to me and using that title on your social media, and they have it. They have it, and they're going to find out who you are. And guess what? They're going to take your right to self-defense away. That's what you get. Remember everybody who told you the opposite. Remember who they were. Go out and make a fool of yourself. Dress up like a goddamn frog. That is what you're supposed to do. That's how you make a change in the world. You want to be known for taking down the Republican Party and ushering in the hell that the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats are going to inflict on us? Well, you are going to be known for it, you son of a bitches, every single one of you, because we're going to remind you, every single one. Well, as a gift to every single one of you who have the longevity, who are able to stay the duration of the program together, the gathering together today of the true heroes of Western kind, as the anti-whites lob their Molotov cocktails and their howitzer and their mortars into our very homes and into our lives. As they lob all of these armaments into our lives, their fobs and everything else, ladies and gentlemen, they're bringing them down. As they lob it all into our lives, I, picking up the phone and setting it down, turned on some music, and I began blasting it, and I sang with a couple songs, and I didn't know that my phone was recording me until I had sang with a couple of songs. And I decided, I don't sound very good. I'm not a professional singer. Some of you may have heard me sing Happy Birthday to Tap on the first birthday. Wasn't horrible, but I'm definitely not a singer. It's in the playlist. I think it's in the top playlist, poetry and vignettes and things like that. You can find it. My rendition of Happy Birthday. I'm not a professional singer. I can't sing. But I was singing with that, and I thought, you know what? This is funny. This is really funny, because this is what normal people do. They sing with songs they like, especially when they're trying to pick themselves up for work they have to do, for a job that has to be done. And I am going to share that with the community so that I can laugh at myself some more, and you can laugh with me, and you can see that we are three-dimensional characters. We're real people, real lives that are ruined when the anti-whites, like that eye-popping out freak of a monstrosity, a chimera who calls herself AOC, like that eye-popping freak that she wants to come after all of us good, red-blooded, law-abiding, tax-paying, liberty-loving, freedom-loving, right to self-defense loving, freedom of speech-loving individuals that she wants to come out after and deprive us of our right to self-defense. That freak who should be on her knees with gratitude to be in this country rather than in one of the countries that maybe her ancestors came from, where she would certainly not be treated the way she is treated here, where she certainly would be not given the dignity that she's given here, the respect and the pay that she's given here, the plaudits, the adulation that she is given here, in a world where she would probably be gang raped on a regular basis, where there is no law and order, where there is no peace and security, where there is no love and harmony, where there is only bloodthirsty gangs and monsters stalking the land and hunting the weak. That is the world she would have grown up into, but she wants to come after us, normal, regular, red-blooded white Americans, the founding stock of this country, bitch. The founding stock. And I say to Nancy and Chucky, the founding stock of this country, you fox-trotting bastards. Nobody is going to any capital for insurrection. We know you are lying assholes. And we are going to retell the story from now until kingdom come. And I am so close to calling you people exactly what I actually think of you. We are going to retell the story, and we don't give a damn how big the megahorn you have, the megaphone you have that you speak through, the news and entertainment media. I don't give a damn. I know already, just like I knew back in the day, that you all would swing into action, making movies and TV movies and working the story in from a little city in Virginia, and I told everybody. And I said it about other things as well. When that older man, that white pilot landed a plane on a river in New York, and everybody lived, and everybody said it was an impossible feat. And I went out to the world and I said, they will immediately, the anti-whites will begin writing a script, and we will see in a couple years a movie come out that has something even more spectacular achieved by a non-white pilot. And sure as shit, you bastards lived up exactly to what I said. I think it was 3 years later you came out with a movie where he flies the goddamn thing upside down. We have you. We have you, anti-whites. We have everything that you do, your game plan. We know your character, which you have none. We know all there is to know about you. We will be the people who tell the stories from now on. Yours don't matter. We're not going to live in your story ever again. So if you stick with us to the end of this program, what will happen is the songs, of course, that I was singing to this morning in my kitchen, like a normal human being, three-dimensional, the Nancys and the Chucky and Chuck and Nancy and I don't even know what this AOC, Bug Eyes, whatever they are, They want to flatten you out into these two-dimensional things that can be snatched up by the most corrupt law enforcement agency ever to trod free ground, and that is the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Pluck them right out of their lives and put them in jail forever. For what? For going to Patriots Day. Patriots Day is what it was, ladies and gentlemen. January 6, 21, Patriots Day, when we showed up and made our voices heard. When some people did something that was lawful, which is to go inside the house of the people, totally illegal, to try to keep people out of the Capitol building. And some of them were mischievous. Some of them were so mischievous, they even shoplifted. One of them took a lectern when he shoplifted. Some of them took some stationery. I think somebody actually shoplifted a laptop, and they should be, for purloining such things, they should be arrested and charged with shoplifting. But when it comes to breaking the windows, insurance will pay for that, just like it's paid for the scores of millions of windows that have been broken by anti-white, actual militaristic mobs that have assailed Western civilization over the totality of the past year. So insurance will pay for that. Don't even give a damn. But the people entered the house on Patriots Day. That is how we will remember it. Patriots Day, it'll be a remembrance day when the innocence of the Patriots was lost. When the death of innocence befell the Patriot. And they learned for the first time, even though we have known for a very long time, that the anti-whites have been in total control of the United States. They learned for the first time that this isn't their country, that isn't their house, that capital isn't theirs. And now, as they look on, and I hope to God, some of our people are smart enough to get the photographs and get the video from a distance, get out those long-range cameras, because it's going to be your photographs that are going to be the ones we're going to keep forever and ever. Your video that are the videos that we're going to keep forever and ever, that show what the anti-whites are willing to do to white erase the founding stock of the United States. And we will begin here. If you stay around long enough, what will happen at the end is the stream will stop on YouTube. And if it continues, I don't know that it will, because on YouTube, you are not allowed to direct people to another platform. So I am not telling you to go to any other platform. But if the stream continues after I stop streaming on YouTube, then I will be playing the audio that I accidentally recorded of myself singing in my kitchen. And maybe I should even tell you all the songs. Or maybe I should just hint that I was singing, which songs I was singing to. I don't know, but you'll know for sure that I am a very proud Southerner when you hear, well, perhaps I'll tell you, when you hear me singing along with Eastbound and Down by Jerry Reed and Waylon Jennings, good old boys. So if you want to stick around, then you might get an opportunity to hear me singing along with those two fine gentlemen. I don't know what their lives were outside of those songs. They're fine as far as the song is concerned. I am not speaking to the rest of their lives. But what I am speaking to right now, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that the very first order of business that the anti-whites appear to be getting ready to engage in is potentially, I will just say, potentially revoking the right to self-defense for the white person who is not anti-white. And here's something that's interesting. I will go ahead and read to you what you all will not, and we can't read to you. We cannot read to you the text of the bill that is moving forward to become law this year by the Democrats. And remember, hold everyone in the white spheres to blame for this. Every single one who argued against T-Rex and who said to vote Democrat or to not vote at all, and everyone who argued against voting Republican or to harm the Republican Party anywhere in the United States, it is all their fault. Here's the name of the bill. It is titled HR 127, to provide for the licensing of firearm and ammunition possession and the registration of firearms, and to prohibit the possession of certain ammunition. That is all they will allow the American public to know. If you go on to congress.gov, 117th Congress, ladies and gentlemen, you will be able to find this. And they say there, for the regular viewer or the regular citizen in the United States, white, freedom-loving American citizen, patriot, they say they're on those pages that, well, the text is still coming. We're just waiting for the text. Bravo, Sierra. They have the text. It's already at the House. It's going to be moving into committee. It's moving forward. The whole thing is written and done. They are not giving it to you because they don't want you to fight back. And by fight, I'm not talking about physical fighting. I'm talking about metaphorical. They don't want you to get angry. They don't want you to begin calling your representatives and demanding that they act a certain way or don't act a certain way. They don't want you suddenly calling all of the Democrats who are maybe approachable on this, on the right of self-defense. And remember, God damn it, it is the right to self-defense. It is not the right of guns. It is not the right to have a gun. It is not the right to wield guns. It is not the Second Amendment. It is the right to self-defense. Stop using their verbiage that empowers them. It is the right to self-defense. Why is it the right to self-defense? Because in a world where such a thing called a firearm exists, you cannot defend yourself unless you have one. Does that make sense? It is the right to self-defense. They don't want you on the phone calling up all of the Republicans and all of the Democrats and telling them, all of the Democrats who are approachable on the right to self-defense, who may lose their seat. Remember, the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, that you might pick up the phone and call to say, whatever you do, you better not vote for this, because we will make sure that you lose your seat. That person is worried about having their seat. That person is worried about keeping their face in the public trough, about being in the public eye, about continuing to have all of the perquisites of being an elected representative, whether they are yours or not. They don't want you reaching out to these people. They don't want you making noise. They don't want you hanging banners across the highway that say what the Democrats are doing to the United States. So that's why they're not providing you. Can you imagine? The tyranny is here for Christ's sake. They aren't even going to provide you the words of how bad they are going to strip you of everything that the founding fathers enshrined, that God or deity or creator gave to you, and that wiser men acknowledged that exists in order for us to be able to have a matrix in which we can pursue peace and civility without the threat of tyranny. But what has happened? The anti-whites have gotten behind all of these puppets. Their hands are up every single ass of everybody they march in front of you. There are no good generals. They're bastards. There are no good admirals. They're bastards. They're losers. They're scum. There are no heroes. Nobody steps up. There are no heroes left at the top, because they're all dancing on the tops of all that you can see is the forearm sticking out of their backside of the anti-white that puppets them at every event, in every classroom, in every graduation, at every one of these military institutions. What abject cowards! Every one of them. should march themselves into the sea and drown themselves. This is a country of heroes. This was supposed to be the land of the free, home of the brave. It is the land of the traitor and home of the coward now. The uniform means shit. It means that it serves the anti-white oligarchy, and that your life as a white man or woman has no value. And you know it doesn't. Look at how they treat you. And watch how the law enforcement and the military and the media applaud. Fist fighting you. You can't bear hug a non-white child molester who beats up a pregnant woman and who stalks and who has been arrested numerous times. You cannot bear hug them without that being seen, not just by the anti-whites in the news and entertainment media, as some sign of inhumane, some sort of the height of immorality and unethical behavior. But you can fist fight and break the noses of white people who show up to scream their dislike at investigations not being held, not being looked into by traitors like Pence and the rest of these. Let them not see a day when their lives are at peace. That's my opinion. I don't care if they can ever eat a meal out somewhere without getting yelled at, especially Lindsey. I don't care if he never is able to leave his house again, and he cannot hear people yelling at him that he is a traitor, that he is an SOB, that he's plenty of other things that he keeps in the closet in the nursery room. HR 127, to provide for the licensing of firearms and ammunition possession and the registration of firearms, and to prohibit the possession of certain ammunition. Oh, but Jason, the Supreme Court, right? The Supreme Court, maybe. Did you hear the Supreme Court? They had an opportunity to look at some cases like some other courts did across the land, and they chose not to look at anything on procedural grounds. So, I don't know, maybe the Supreme Court? But we'll read to you what Kamala has to say. Kamala Harris promises to disarm, quote, violent hate by seizing guns from, quote, bigots. You know what she means by bigots? She means white people who are not anti-white. Look at this horse-faced, the Democratic presidential contender. And this is while she was running for president. And remember, nobody wanted her as president in the Democrat Party. Just remember that. But these are her words. These are her wishes. This is her desire. And I just told you the bill that is moving into committee that they won't let you see, even though you are an American citizen. You pay their goddamn salaries. The Democrat presidential contender suggests that, quote, racist threats or anti-immigrant manifestos. So you got that? If you have said anything against the border crossers, astronauts, neuroscientists, some of them, may engage in reprehensible behavior, but I doubt it. Those can only be found here in the U.S. with the white genome running through their veins. But if you've ever said anything bad about border crossers, oh boy, if you are a white person who's not anti-white, well, get ready. She says here, could justify federal gun confiscation orders. This is going to be your dual president, Joe Camel. Your dual president, Joe Camel. Camel says, who is seeking the 2020 Democratic presidential nomination, says that if elected, she will push legislation that would authorize federal courts to issue gun confiscation orders against people who express opinions that may indicate an intent to commit a, quote, hate crime. Well, we know what hate crime means. It's any crime that any act committed by a white person that can be seen as not anti-white. So if you commit an act that's not anti-white, they can tack this on top. So now what else they can tack on top? And remember, leading up in the months leading up to this election, I did my best. And we had tiny audiences when other channels had Brobdingnagian sized audiences. Doing what? Misleading, misruling, misrepresenting. I did my best to tell you the laws, the bills that they were bringing forward. And do you remember CARES Act and all of this sort of Bravo Sierra? Do you remember the things I was talking about? Do you remember them talking about in bill after bill, them taking the right to self-defense away from white people who are not anti-white enough? Guess who those people are? You. That's you. If you were busy watching all of these people spinning yarns about conspiracies and all, this was you. This is you, dumbass. They're going to come for you, your right to self-defense. And then what happens when the anti-whites know that you're not allowed to own a firearm? Do they come in your house? Why not? What are you going to fight them with? Your crossbow when they are bringing a firearm? The old joke of bringing a gun to a knife fight or a knife to a gunfight. You bring your crossbow or your longbow to a gunfight? No. So many of you were so busy. Take the blame, goddammit. Own up to your mistakes. And now go free with such passion and such intensity that we will feel it as a vibration in the cosmos forever. Take responsibility for your asininity. Take responsibility for the stupid shit that you preached to those around you, especially if you were one of the ones who knew about going free. And don't you dare lie to me and say, oh, I'm in one of the white spheres, but had no idea this was going on, had no idea you all were having all of these successes. Bullshit. Now, get busy and let the world know. Let your giant audiences know about the truth. I spent months trying to tell people the truth to a tiny audience. Why? Because the anti-whites are shadow banning me? Probably some, but because I'm not good looking or funny enough or interesting enough accent. Who gives a foxtrotting shit about those things? When they come to take your right to self-defense away, are you going to say, yeah, but the guy I listened to was really young and seemed like he had a lot of talent and potential, and I made some good memes? They're going to say, we don't give a shit. Turn over your firearms. We know you have them. Oh, you don't want to turn them over? You're now going to claim that they're stolen? Okay, you can go to jail. You think, well, that won't happen. There are no Republicans now. There's no Republican Party anymore to stop what the Democrats want to do. They'll take your ass to jail. They'll fine your employer until you turn over your guns. Every employer you could have. Don't you see what I've been trying to warn of? No, but that young guy really had a lot of potential. No, but that other guy that has the McDonald's hat on, he says a lot of interesting things. Then he told me to go hide in a mausoleum and to buy lots of land. Well, they're going to come and take that land from you, dipshit. They're going to come take it all away. You don't like harsh talk? Well, these are harsh times. I guess it's time to get out of the kitchen because the heat is getting turned up. You don't like being called out on the stupid things that you advocated for? Well, then it's time to let adults sit at the table and the children to get out of the house. Get back into the playpen. Because I'm going to tell you what, when I see tens of thousands of troops showing up, when I see those 2-ton trucks driving down the highway, when I have my military contacts reaching out to me saying don't go into any city, when I see the anti-whites writing the script today for the new chapter in the anti-white narrative, for how they're going to frame us in the years to come, when I see that happening, I don't give a shit if it hurts your feelings. I don't give a shit if you're like, well, that guy's a little too harsh. That guy's a little too angry. Yeah, and the same kind of losers that will do their damned best to ruin and mock and ridicule me, those same losers will turn right around and they'll say, well, this guy, he smiles too much. He yells too much. He's too passionate. And then they'll say, let me show you some black and white footage of somebody else that I really like. March yourself into the sea as well. We don't need you. Freedom doesn't need you. Liberty doesn't need you. This isn't a video game. This isn't for children. This isn't your goddamn TV shows and movies. This is the real thing. They are loaded in Washington, D.C., jackass. You know the last time it was like that? After September 11. When Trump got elected, there was a paucity of law enforcement in D.C., and anti-whites were given carte blanche. They were given license. That means that they were allowed to do whatever they wanted to white people who were out there celebrating the victory of Donald Trump. They stomped the shit out of them. They were given license. So what do you have in this country? You have a legitimized black market army in the form of these predators, these child molesters. You look at the kinds of things that they've been convicted of: pedophilia, rape, gang rape, murder, larceny, maimings. And they wrap themselves up. Some of them cover their faces, some of them don't. Anti-whites all. And they are the black market army, legitimized army. They have license for the anti-white oligarchs who run this country. And then, marching side by side, those people, law enforcement of all types, and now the U.S. military. And you want me to continue to give a shit what these imbeciles are preaching, to give a shit about their feelings? Well, let's go on with what they're going to do. Because it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough to have a neat accent. It's not going to be enough to be young and talented and now rich. It's not going to be enough to wear a McDonald's cap and act like you are long suffering with cancer. It's not going to be enough to tell a bunch of stupid jokes and then, as an aside, say, well, here's how liberty goes down the drain. It's not going to be enough to complain just about women in the country or across the West, and then add a little bit of news about, well, this is how everything's going down. Boy, these people are bad. It's not going to be enough. You have to do what we cannot do. I cannot get tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands to listen to me and what I have to say. It just is what it is. I'm too normal. I'm too extraordinary. I'm too average. I'm too below average. I'm too whatever it might be to get that many people to watch me. So since you have the time, you damn well better stand up, because they're going to take it from you. You're not going to be able to do anything in the years to come but preach anti-whiteism and have a channel or have a platform, for Christ's sake. So you better help us spread the story of what actually works. Because we might end up with a lot of time on our hands in the future. We might end up with a lot of time on our hands where we are in the shadows and nowhere else. And not a goddamn one of you is going to be forgotten. Not a goddamn one who had the opportunity to tell hundreds of thousands with a single broadcast. I know there are some of you out there, and this video, my voice better reach you. You're black and you're a conservative, and because you're black and you're a conservative, or because you're Asian and you're a conservative, you speak to hundreds of thousands, if not millions. You goddamn better be repeating what I'm saying here. You better be spreading going free. You better tell your audiences about what works. Because your lip-wristed bullshit isn't enough. Being non-white and preaching conservative values and getting yourself a white ass and a bunch of money isn't going to save this country. Asshole. Man up. I've seen your channels. The people send me your goddamn channels. You are running out of time. Let me read some more from what Camel says here. These, quote, domestic terrorism prevention orders would restrict a person's access to guns if they exhibited clear evidence of dangerousness. And of course, what does that mean? They get to define what it means, including racist threats or anti-immigrant manifestos. Here's plans to, quote, disarm violent hate. So it's hard to say whether it would be consistent with the First Amendment or not. Well, I don't know. You know what? All you have to do in the U.S. when you're worried about judges who might rule against you, well, you just take out your black market army and you have them go into the city where the judges are going to be ruling, or a couple cities, and you just have them attack civilization there, and you have your police officers get on their knees and open their mouths for whatever's going to come out. And then the judges say, oh my gosh, any judges there who were thinking about actually reading and interpreting the law as it's written, they suddenly say, I don't want to be responsible for the looting. And what they're really saying is that they're just worried about their own life, pardon me, the lives of people they care about, because they've chosen, instead of being an American patriot, when the time called for it, they chose to be a coward. That's what they're going to do. So every time you hear somebody say, well, this court here or that court there, go ahead and slash that to 50%. 50% of the time, it's going to be judges who are just going to say, nope, they're going to riot. They're going to destroy civilization. I'm worried about myself and my family, not going to do it. The other 50% of the time, you can gamble there. Will it matter? Will it not matter? If it makes its way up to the Supreme Court, well, we know there is a coward in the Supreme Court, that he's got a loud voice and it echoes throughout the Supreme Court, which, by the way, you're wondering about my bona fides, my bona fides. You're wondering, I have been invited to listen to cases in the Supreme Court. I've been in there in the Supreme Court. So sometimes people look at me and they say, well, look at how good a shape he's in. He's just some gym rat. Nope. Well, he was a star athlete, played college sports, could have gone on to play a professional baseball in the minor leagues. So that's all he is. Nope. Well, he worked on the Hill. Maybe he just was in the mailroom on the Hill. Nope. I have been there and back. And I'm sick of upstart parvenu bitches, these dilettante losers stepping up. Next, you know that you follow some female, some dilettante who has millions of viewers in the conservative and patriot realm, and all these patriots for Trump, women for Trump, mothers for Trump. There are these people out there. If you are one of them, you better start talking about going free while you have the time. If you know one of those people, or you've given them big money in the past, you better reach out to them and say, you know what, honey, not another dollar until you mention going free, because we're running out of time. America, that flushing sound, that's the U.S. And right behind it, the afterbirth, rest of Western civilization, all going down the toilet. Time to step up. I'm sick of it. I'm reading this shit. I'm seeing this shit. The explosions are going off where I live. And you want to know what that explosion was? I'll pull that up in a minute. They're saying right now, well, it was a barn and probably a propane tank. Looked like a third world country going off. Probably a propane tank. Well, you know what that's going to end up being? It's quite an interesting coincidence, don't you think? Right outside Washington, D.C., a military-sized explosion goes off right before Biden. It's quite an interesting accident to take place. Well, in a year's time, just a year's time, in the chapter that'll be written into the anti-white narrative, oh yes, that'll be a bomb set off by Patriots. It'll start off as an implication, and then it will be one of those raised eyebrow tacits. You know, it was really those, quote, right-wingers that set that off within 2 years. And then you know what? All of these other imbeciles out there, the talented ones and the cancer survivor ones and all of the others, all of those non-white conservatives getting paid big, driving that Mercedes, looking good, aren't you? All of those, they're going to be inside that story. And then they're going to be trying to say, well, it couldn't have been a patriot because blah, 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 blah. And it couldn't be this because of, now you just fill in my, and be as anti-white as you can be. And fill up the bank account because I got another Mercedes payment, got that Mercedes payment coming up. Got a lot of MAGA gear. Got a lot of conservative going on. And a lot of dollars and nothing else. If the bill Kamala imagines would merely create a federal red flag law focused on a subset of people deemed a threat to others. Since these laws generally give short shift to due process, going on here, her description of the prohibition she's trying to address suggests that constitutionally protected speech might by itself be enough to suspend someone's Second Amendment rights. So this is Kamala, your dual president, not just your vice president. You know, in the past, the vice president, like Pence, see, you could be Pence, who runs around terrified of his wife, by the way. I will go ahead and reveal to the world what everybody behind the scenes knows, that Pence is a cucked boy and his wife tells him what to do. I will go ahead and reveal to the world. Everyone knows this. I don't know how much has come out publicly to the rest of the world. But Pence attempted to subvert Trump when Trump first got the nomination. Does anybody know that? Why? Because his wifey screamed at him to do so. And he said, yes, miss, I'll do whatever you want. That's what that bitch said. And you thought that this guy was going to be a hero? Look, nobody who takes it from their wife, who bends over and takes it from their wife, is going to be a patriot in the hour that patriots are called for. He's no Christian. If this is what you think, I know plenty of Christians out there that would defrock and kick his ass right out of any church. And I know plenty of folks out there who aren't Christians who think that every Christian is like that. But I'm going to tell you what, this guy's no Christian. This claim, oh, he'll only eat dinner with his wife. He's such a honest and loyal man. Any man being led around and dominated by his wife is cheating on her. I don't know how many he's cheated on with. I know that he tolerates cheating in his midst. Oh, yeah, I just let that out there, bitch. Oh, yeah, I just let the whole country know that Pence tolerates cheating. And maybe I'll share some more, bitch. Maybe I'll share a little bit more about, I know, you know, I'm speaking to Pence right now. You hear my voice? You SOB, you hear my voice? I know who you know is screwing around in your office. I know their ages. I know. And maybe I'll tell everybody. You are a coward. You are a traitor to the United States. And you better disappear. You better leave the country for greener pastures where cowards go. Not where the deer and antelope play. Because we're definitely going to make sure that you never get into office again. We're definitely going to make sure that you don't get the nomination. We're definitely going to make sure that you lose your seat. We're definitely going to make sure, patriots in this country are definitely going to make sure that you don't get to go speak anywhere and have people applaud for you without everything going bad because you're getting yelled at in your face. Because your wife, who dominates you, probably wears leather when she does so. That your wife, when she dominates you, probably she'll have to get yelled at in her face like all the wives and all the women who are working for people who stood up against, who said, hey, there are some things we'd like to have investigated. And their wives had people in their faces screaming at them. Yeah. So that's your great moral champion. All of you Republicans out there, All of you conservatives out there, know that he wasn't just a traitor when you thought him a traitor, but he's been a traitor all along. Absolute coward. Harris goes on in this article talking about how Kamala talks about how she will, as vice president, and again, as I said, it's not like Pence, the coward that he was. No, she's gonna be up there at the helm with Mr. Rigor Mortis, because Mr. Mortis is just a puppet. He is just a marionette. He is barely alive. He is a animated corpse, Mr. Rigor Mortis. So this brash, this arrogant, this lowbrow thinking snot of a whore is going to step up right at that wheel, and she's going to push Mr. Mortis right aside, and she's going to say, look, Mortis, we're going to do this Kamala style. We're going to do this Kamala style. And Kamala style, ladies and gentlemen, is what is said here in USA Today. White nationalists will have their firearms taken away under red flag laws proposed by Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris said on Wednesday, if elected president, essentially she has been, she will press Congress. Now remember, Congress was only half Democrat. Now it's all Democrat, to pass red flag laws that would allow law enforcement at the national level to seize the firearms of white nationalists. The Democrat presidential candidate proposal calls for the creation of domestic terrorism prevention orders. Quote, this is actually what they would be called, that she was saying, that would give law enforcement and family members. Now listen to this. Listen closely. And then let this fill you with fury. Let this fill you with such rage that you cannot speak. For all of those in the white spheres, for all of those in the patriotic spheres, for all of those who have done all they can to advance themselves and to advance their ideas, getting in the way of the welfare of your actual life. Because you know what these laws, how they're going to work? Just like in the worst states where the red flag laws have already been invoked. Any one of your family members, neighbors, doctors, friends, anyone can pick up the phone on you. And you remember when we talked about the bill and we were talking about the hate crime hotline, that it was setting aside millions and millions of dollars for people to answer the phone in every conceivable human language. They will all be able to pick up the phone and say, I think this person is not anti-white enough. And I know for sure that they're white because I can tell by looking at them. And then the federal government, law of the land, will be able to come and take your right to self-defense away from you. That's what it says here, ladies and gentlemen. Law enforcement, family members, etc., of suspected white nationalists, the ability to petition a federal court to restrict a person's access to guns if the person exhibits clear evidence of danger. And of course, they get to define what that means. Jason, the owner of this channel, is not saying that this is so. I am telling you what USA Today says is so, not me. This is an article by USA Today. That is an article that I'm telling you about. I'm not telling you that this is going on. Another one is an article from Reason. And I'm not telling you that this is going to happen from my point, from my reportage, from my digging into first-person accounts. I'm telling you what these official news sources are saying. That's all I'm saying, what these official news sources are saying. I'm reporting to you on what they are saying. I don't speak for YouTube. I don't speak for anybody but me. And in this case, I am telling you what these official news sources are saying, not whether or not what they are saying is true or whether or not what they are saying is going to happen. Does that make sense, you SOBs? Does that make sense, you anti-white SOBs? I'm also not saying anything more that is on this bill, HR 127, then everybody in the world can go onto congress.gov and look up HR 127 in the 117th Congress and see the title, to provide for the licensing of firearms and ammunition possession and the registration of firearms and to prohibit the possession of certain ammunition. Everybody can look at that. Everybody can ponder on their own. Why are they keeping the text from us? How can a bill move through Congress that hasn't been written? Well, that's something that you'll have to think about on your own, because if it's not even been written yet, and that's the reason why they can't provide you what it said, then I don't know how they can debate it. I don't know how they can talk about it. I don't know how they can read it. But it is already in Congress, I will tell you. It's going into committee this coming week, I believe, before the end of January. And then you'll be learning about it. Maybe on the front door. Last thing we'll say here before getting into the proper rest of the gathering together, ladies and gentlemen, is AOC proposes funding to deprogram white, quote, white supremacists. And of course, that means we translate every time white people who are not anti-white enough. The federal government needs to fund the deprogramming of white people who are not anti-white enough, says this bug-eyed freak. Let's see, quote, the white supremacist cause is futile. It's nihilist, close quote. AOC, a Democrat who represents parts of the Bronx and Queens, but didn't go to school there. She went to school at some like upscale environment where they called her Sandy. Sandy, come in now and play revolutionary for us. Come on, Sandy, play revolutionary. Quote, their world will never exist. That's why we're seeing violence right now, close quote. Their world will never exist. Our world, Western civilization, exists, and you are anti-white and destroying it. She said that their world will never exist, speaking in the wake of the violent siege of the U.S. Capitol. Now, I'm going to say this right now. I've said it before. I might have to end friendships. I might have to end otherwise decent relationships I have with people. If you are calling, even in a sarcastic way, even saying, quote, a siege, if you're not reading from a specific document to me and you refer to what happened on Patriots Day as a siege or at the insurrection, I might end my relationship with you. I am so foxtrotting, sick and tired of people being inside the anti-white narrative. This is how they are writing. And the reason I'm bringing this up about this bug-eyed freak is that they are pinning this chapter in the anti-white narrative of the assault. It's not going to be pull back, jump into the bird's eye view. Get up and to the stratospheric view and look down. Stop being in the moment. Look down and see what they're doing, the anti-whites, for what they're doing. Everything that they're saying and doing right now is for a script. It's for the anti-white narrative, so that later they can say that the right wing, the quote-unquote right wing, in their story, engaged in a siege of the federal government, and that this giant army of people showed up to murder. That's what they're going to be saying. They're going to say that they showed up to murder people, elected representatives, in Congress. They will claim that as fact. Whatever they, please, for Christ's sake, whatever they speculate about now will be facts in their anti-white narrative tomorrow. Do you understand? If you speak in their locution, in their jargon, with their verbiage, you are in their story. And in their story, a great siege took place of the Capitol, of all of Washington, D.C. They will have very creative anti-white writers who will come along and after the fact, get ready for all the books. The quote-unquote nonfiction books, get ready for them. Get ready for all the essays getting written in junior high and high school and at college and for your doctoral theses. Get ready for these. Get ready for them all coming forward. Get ready for the docudramas. Get ready for the silver screen movies. Get ready for the made-for-TV movies about the huge siege and every speculation that they're making now, every fanciful idea that they have now. Anybody at the FBI saying, well, the day before, we're going to investigate the congressmen and women who may have brought people in the day before to, quote-unquote, show them the way around before they came and murdered people. And then a couple days later, they supposedly, FBI takes that back. Get ready for that to be a fact in the anti-white narrative in the future. That will be a fact in the future. If you live in that story, it'll be a fact. If you live in that story, the pictures of all of these wretched, these soaking wet in their own piss legislators hiding in the House chambers. Why? Because some people were walking through roped sections of the House, of the Capitol. Because some people, some mischievous people, even stepped beyond those roped sections and then shoplifted a few things. And that's why these rats soaked in their own piss were hiding. Well, in the future, the fact will be that they were hiding because bloodthirsty mobs had arrived to murder them. If you joke about this, goddammit, I will slap the laugh out of your mouth. There's nothing funny. This is going to be your and your children's reality unless we write our own stories. Do you got me? I mean, we're going to separate the wheat from the chaff real fast. There's nothing funny about this. They're going to be hiding in that story, in that chapter, because bloodthirsty mobs showed up. And then what did the government have to do just to survive? What did they have to do just to survive? Well, they had to bring in tens of thousands of troops and high-powered military weapons and erect giant barriers all over Washington, D.C., just to thwart the great threat that this absolute fiction poses to these piss-soaked rats. That will be your reality. And do you think it's going to be good enough to sit on a porch or to sit in the family living room and be like all of the other old-timers we grew up with and just shake your head, stroke your beard or your balding head, or rub your fat ass belly and say, well, that's not how it was. And then the young in there say, well, dad or granddad or uncle thus and such is a real asshole, is a real dipshit, because everybody knows what really took place there. And it was whole-scale warfare. They had to arrest, just in our civics book, it said that they made, who knows, 200,000 arrests before it was all done. People ended up going to jail for life. Grandpa, people don't go to jail for life for nothing. Grandpa, they don't break out nationwide in all the state capitals and the nation capital, 100,000+ troops and combat-ready choppers and Humvees and the rest. They don't break all that shit out for just fiction, Grandpa. There must have been something real. I mean, look right here. In just days prior to the inauguration, there was and then it'll be something like 20-ton bomb went off right outside Washington, D.C. Says right here in my civics book. Here are pictures of it, Grandpa. Don't shake your head at me, Grandpa. That's not going to be good enough, dumbass. That's not going to be good enough. And you're going to look back and you're going to say, I wish I had grabbed that talented kid by the lapels. I wish I had gotten a hold of that dilettante, snotty white girl who gets all the views and who just says a couple of conservative things here and there so she can keep up her shoe buying fetish going. I wish I'd grabbed them by the lapels and say, listen, I'm going to make your life wretched if you don't start talking about going free. If you don't start talking about what's working and about things that matter, I am going to make your life hell. I wish I had done that because now I'm hated by all of my family members. And I can't make anybody believe different than what all the history books now say. I can see the writing on the wall. I've seen it since I was 11. I've been able to say this day was coming since I was 11. You better now find it within you to have the courage and the integrity to say this day is coming and that every one of these days that's going to get worse is coming if you don't do what you have to do. Not an ounce of law breaking, not an ounce of violence, because Lord knows they're coming. They'll dilate the law for us. They'll write it on the goddamn fly. You think it's bad with the, what do they call them down in Mexico? They're afraid of those. They're afraid of those sheriffs. Jefes. Is that, what do they call them down there? What do they call them? And they just write the law as they go. Well, or at least this is what I'm told. Could be wrong. Probably like Shangri-La down there in Mexico, and everything I've heard has just been some sort of lie. But I've heard that they just pretty much say, well, let me just bust out the lights on your car here. This was now the reason why I pulled you over. And, well, I had to do that body cavity search because I smelled drugs. And, well, and they'll just write it all out as see fit. So we're going to abide by the law as long as we we don't have them speaking at all as against the law. We're going to abide by it. But why hasn't Fox News already been shut down midstream? I know somebody listening to my voice either knows how or knows somebody who knows how to take over one of these broadcasts. I don't even know if maybe that's not legal. I don't know. So if it's not legal, then you better not do it. But if it is legal, then I don't know why it hasn't been taken over and then something really pertinent broadcast over Fox News, who has demonstrated how much of traitors they are. How about all of these others on all of these up and coming news networks? How is it that they have not been barraged? Your life is going down the shitter. And you're not going to be able to hide, and you're not going to be able to get away, and there's no white flighting. It is time to do what our ancestors have always done. And that is to stand up like men and women against the tyranny that threatens our well-being, our existence. These are the pages written now. Ocasio says we need to double, quote, we need to double, triple, or quadruple the funding for these programs. The programs to deprogram you. To deprogram you. You're going to go buy more weapons. You're going to go buy more ammo. You're going to go buy more land. You're going to go buy more gold. You're going to go buy more silver. You want to go hide in a valley somewhere. You want to build that mausoleum. None of it is going to help you, ladies and gentlemen. None of it is going to benefit you. None of that is going to make any bit of this one bit better. They can take everything from you but your story. You know who knew that? Solzhenitsyn. I am not going to go down like one of these fools who said, I wish I could have. I wish I should have. And neither are any of you. If I have to stand on top of every table in every restaurant that they'll let us even in because they won't even let us get together anymore because of pandemic this and pandemic that. If I have to travel to every goddamn household, I will do everything I can. I will not regret a day in my life. I will be able to say whether I die bleeding on the ground somewhere or I'm lucky enough to die in a bed surrounded by people that love me. I will be able to say in that moment that I did everything I could, every second I had. Nothing they cannot take except that story. And if he could reach back out, if all of those millions, hundreds of millions could reach back out, that those who died at the hands of democide around the world, not in military conflicts, not in World War II and World War I, in all the wars combined, more killed by governments operating under the rules of tyranny. And the one thing they couldn't take was the story of the people. That story will either set you in chains or set you free. You either go free with me or you go straight to hell. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
Prometheus took the clay and formed it into man. First he made the elders and went to work again. Thousands did he make, setting them upon the knoll. He sang into their dreams, great visions filled their souls. Awakened to a paradise, preserved in script and song. They explored their habitation, growing friendships deep and strong. But while they laughed and sang, and hearts were filled with love, hatred, violent ideas were soaring up above. While they danced and played, and cheeks were rosy red, something dark and sinister was lurking up ahead.
And we are still going free. How's everybody doing? Can you hear me okay? That was the great Imminent Rain. And then that little piece just there, that was the great Fournol. And then Fournol's with us. Great to see you, dear brother. Can everybody hear me okay? I am practically, my ears are ringing right now from my yelling and the music. So great to see you all. Jim, Naderific. Great to see you, dear brother. Misty is here. Wonderful to see you, sweet lady. And so is the wonderful Elaine Sabatino. First last. Wonderful to see you, brother. You can see me. Can you hear me? The fantastic Lee Van Cleef says you can hear me fine. Good. Bartleby, great to see you, brother. Good audio. Thank you for the feedback. Graham in the Gray says audio is good. Great to see you and thank you for the feedback. This is Moises. I have, or like Moses, I guess. I have listened to thousands of songs. Is here with us. Lucid One is here. Brad is here. Great to see you, brother. I got worked. Is here. Great to see you, brother. My ears are actually ringing from my own yelling. And of course, having the magnificent Imminent Rain blasting through the speakers. And he's getting his next piece is almost finished. Song number 6, telling the story of Prometheus Rising in song. And it's going to be glorious, as all of the other pieces are. The wonderful Marsha is here. Hello, sweet lady. So is another sweet woman, Chrissy, is here. Corey is here. And Bob Lycomedes is with us. Great to see you. And another sweet lady, Jessie. Great to see you. She writes, hello, Jason. Sound is good. Thank you for the feedback. You got me all pumped up. That was amazing. Well, thank you. I'm glad. Justin Lee is here. Great to see you, brother. Elaine says, and the wonderful Yiz is here. Great to see you, sister. Another rising star. She says, you got me fired up like usual. I feel like I could fly and shoot lightning from my hands after that powerful speech. Well, good. Let's do that. Let's, metaphorically, of course, let's do that. I see Southern Bloom. Hello, sweet woman. Welcome, welcome to Machiavelli Sucks as well. And another sweet lady, Lucy. Hello to you. Who all do we have? Let me try to walk back in time with the comments. I'm afraid I wasn't able to look at your comments during the first part of the gathering because I was just livid. And I don't really look at the comments too much while doing the news then, but I was really upset. Jesse Link is here. Great to see you. So is Chris. International Puppy is with us. Michael Rainman is with us. Null is with us. Art is Life. Hello to you. How are you, sweet lady? Lord Hendrickson is with us. Peacecraft. Great to see you. Jay is with us. Another sweet lady, Carlisle Kakatu, is with us. Hello. Welcome, welcome to you. Glad to have you with us. And Nancy Drew, great to see you. I rhymed all that on purpose. Hey, Euro Yankee, welcome, wonderful woman. Excuse me. Patrick and Rez Joe, great to see you both. Noah is here. Hello to you. First Lady of the American Theater is with us. Welcome, my dear lady. Welcome. So is the great and indefatigable Brand Danger. Great to see you, brother. I have, now that the politics of being the election portion, as I said, was coming to an end with this swearing in and all, then we'll be able to get back to you. I'll be able to get back with everybody with all the projects I have going on with everybody and the comments. I've already started with much of that. Art Acrobats is here. Great to see you, brother. Wonderful to have you. And let's see, what else do we have? Irish Ice, the wonderful Irish Ice is with us. Standing tall as always. Patrick says, Jason, you set my heart on fire with your energy. Good. Then make sure you take that flame, just like the Olympic torch, and you pass it on. And we set fire to everybody's hearts. Hyperborean Dream is here. Says, I went nuclear. I was going nuclear in here. I felt it. Hendrickson says, nice shirt, but we could do without it. Oh, that's funny. Iron Will is here, but one of the best names in the white positive sphere. It's been a while, brother. I've missed your fire and passion. Promethean hails. Well, big Promethean hails to you, and it's great to see you back. EVCG is with us. Great to see you, brother. We got a lot to talk about. Whatever you all want to talk about, we'll get right to what we normally say here in the very beginning, and that is, I've got D Live up as well. So if you are gifting points, can you gift points to me anymore? I guess that I should ask. Can anybody gift points to me? I guess just say in the live chat, or does the live chat even work? Is anybody able to chat over on at all on D Live? Does anybody know over here on YouTube? Joe says, screw D Live, they banned a lot of people. Yeah, they did. Noah says, imagine public schools with no white guilt posters on the walls instead of the anti-white propaganda. Yeah, indeed. Jonas is with us. Great to see you, brother. Pants Monster, great to see you. So Donning Armor, great to see you. Hello to you, dear ladies. Jessica and Heidi, both. Welcome, welcome. Come on in. The party has only just begun for the night. Chris Kringle, now that Christmas is over. Okay, looks like you are no longer able to give me points on D Live. That is that. So nobody is able to give me points on D Live because I am not anti-white enough for the folks at D Live. I'd have to be much more anti-white for them. Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter what I do as far as, I mean, they've tagged me. I guess it's the X tag. Is that what it's called? So you are not allowed to give points over there because D Live is run by anti-white bastards, and you shouldn't take it lying down. I mean, everything legal should be done. The anti-white shock troops are able to do a bunch of things that are legal and illegal, but we should do the things that are legal. If D Live is going to censor silent those who are not anti-white, well, then maybe these people need to have a hard time having a picnic or going out to eat or having lunch outside of a Battlestar Galactica because people get into their faces and scream. Many channels I know have been deleted. Was Red Ice deleted from D Live as well? Okay, so Ragnar says that all channels, I guess, who are not rabidly anti-white are not allowed to receive points. And they say Mark's channel, Collett's channel, is also affected. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Well, I hope for the sake of people who work for D Live that I don't come across them in a public place where I can show them how loudly I can yell right into their faces. That's legal to do for now. And so do everything that's legal. According to White Rabbit, you can only get points when you remove the X tag. Well, and I can't. They've never allowed me to remove the X tag. So there need to be repercussions, lawful repercussions for these people. They can't continue to just do whatever they want to us. And then the response is just a doom documenter or a doom dissector saying, golly jeepers, isn't it awful that they do this? Isn't it awful? It's not fair. Look at the rules. I mean, that can't be the response. Because if that's the response, we're not going anywhere. I mean, can you imagine the kind of things these anti-whites are getting ready to roll out? That people are, we've asked this question a long time ago, a very long time ago. A guy smarter than me said, really the fundamental question is, are you so afraid of a word that you will allow Western civilization to go down in fire? And the word he was talking about was the anti-white slur, racist. So, if you want to make a comment or ask a question, you can do so on the No White Guilt channel. Tag me as No White Guilt so that I will see it light up as orange on the monitors to my right, your left. If you want to ask me a question, I don't really think you can now, because there's no way. I guess if you tag me on D Live, somebody tag me on D Live and see if it lights up. I know the chat, I might see it. If you tag me over there on D Live with a question or a comment, I might see it. The odds are slimmer. But that is on the monitors to my left, your right. You can also jump on over to Entropy, where you can ask a question, you can make a comment. Now's the time to do it while we are together on this Sunday, which we are going to make a fabulous Sunday. And you can do it in the question. You can ask your question or make your comment in the question widget on Entropy. The link is in the description below. Very easy to use. You don't have to create a new account. Just click on that and go through the steps, and you'll be all over, be on Entropy. Your question or comment won't be deleted. Looks like it does light up for me. The real Mike tested it. Thank you for that. It did light up. So if you do ask a question, or make a comment over on D Live, it will light up for me. And if I catch it, I will speak to it. So otherwise, you can do on D Live like you do on YouTube, which is go ahead and post the question in the live chat. And if I don't address it and it scrolls off, then put it up again. But don't spam it. Don't just put every couple seconds the same question or statement over. But you could do that, or you jump into the question widget. The only way it disappears on Entropy is if I or you delete it. Now, you can also financially gift. And, you know what I want to do today? And where is it? Where's the list? I got to find it while we're together. I know I have the list of my monthly, I think it's right here. I did this a couple days ago because I knew I'm behind. I want to do it at the beginning of every month. Read off all the names of people who are signed up to one of the automatic monthly financial gifts in one of the methods below. But before we get to that, my voice, after all, hour plus of yelling. Anyhow, so you can financially gift over the course of this stream. If you give a financial gift with your statement or question, you will get priority over those who don't. Makes sense, right? However, we do get to all of them in the end. So you can financially gift on Entropy at a cost of 15% to you. That 15% goes to the good people at Entropy, which, as you can see, they deserve, because they still exist for now. It's still legal for them to exist. They haven't been taken down yet by the anti-whites. They are defenders of free speech and nothing else. That's why they do what they do. Good people. So that 50% goes to a good place. It's not going to anti-whites so that they can buy, another sex toy that is just going to rot and smell awful for them. It's going to go to good people and their defense against the anti-whites. And they should be able to have, the remuneration they should be able to enjoy some of it, of course. You can also financially gift on Cash App. You go down in the description, you'll find Cash App. You click on that. Very easy way. There's no cost to you or to me on Cash App. You can financially gift there. You can financially gift on a monthly recurring basis where you don't have to do any thinking. It just happens automatically. And there are several options down below to be able to do that, to support White Wellbeing, to support the work, the real efficacious work that we are doing in the service to White Wellbeing. And I don't care if it hurts anybody's feelings anymore. They can all go do their own things. And you can also financially gift with cryptocurrency. Now might be the time. In fact, I'm going to have a cryptocurrency question out there coming up to ask of you, so we can kind of crowdsource. And to find the cryptocurrency links, you go to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. And at the top, you'll see cryptocurrency. You click on that. There will be there 4 of, I believe, what are the top 5 cryptocurrency options, in the world. And you can, when you do financially gift with cryptocurrency, I don't read any of the numbers or anything like that. I just read about the fact that there were gifts and the month that it happened in. So your anonymity, even for the number that is associated, is kept. And you will also find the snail mail address on that same page. So the cryptocurrency link has the cryptocurrency addresses plus the snail mail P.O. box. And I did, right before I'm racing around town, I stopped, I got the mail, I raced back, I'm in here, I'm tearing open a box right as I came in here from Natarific and his lovely wife, thank God. And I got another piece of mail, and we're going to take a look at these things. We're going to look at all of that. I'm going to engage with some of you quickly and get the conversation underway for the show. I want to find out what you all are talking about, what you all want to talk about. That's what we're here for. We've got a couple things we're going to go over. We have the announcements. There's other news too. I mean, you have this boogaloo nonsense that is part of this chapter, and this is how I want you to talk about it with your friends, family, and strangers. This is a chapter in the anti-white narrative that they're writing, a fiction. What is the anti-white narrative? Let me tell you about it, because I can tell you about it in just two sentences. I can get you going. I can get you started in just 2 sentences. And most of the people you talk to are going to be astute enough to understand that, yes, exactly. They are going to make this the reality, our reality 6 months from now, a year from now, looking back. And then you're going to see a bunch of these doddering fools saying, and being the character inside the anti-white narrative, and then saying that we've got to celebrate the siege. I guarantee you. How many does anybody out there actually want to bet that you're going to see people playing the villain, people who normally play the villain in the anti-white narrative, talk using like the phrase in so many words of celebrating the siege in 6 months from now, a year from now? Anybody dumb enough to take that bet? Because I can guarantee it. I can guarantee it. So you watch. And they'll be saying things like, well, you saw the guy with the McDonald's hat who said, if they thought this time was bad, next time, well, what in God's name could motivate somebody 4'7" with a McDonald's hat on to say, if they thought this time was something, just wait until next time, then it'll be real. That person needs to acknowledge the stupidity of that statement. And then say, you know what? I have not been telling my audience, all of you, about Going Free and the great success it has. I've just been telling you about how horrible anti-whites are without calling them that. So maybe I'll start telling you about something that's actually working. Going to go out, and the next one's going to be, no, all 4'7" of you isn't going to get out of the plastic bag that you brought home from the grocery store. So Internet Explorer over there on D Live said Boogaloo is Fed Bravo Sierra. Absolutely is. Looks like somebody wrote over here. Pagan Bear wrote Red Ice. I guess they lost another payment channel. Star Pilot writes Red Ice lost another payment processor. Yes, they did. It was their so-called, the one that claimed to be conservative and stand up for freedom of speech. Sure, they do. Not when the anti-whites begin putting the pressure on, they don't. Oxstone tagged me in a way that, for whatever reason, it didn't tag me. It didn't change colors. So Star Pilot just did it properly. I guess you have to, yeah, you put a space in between. Don't put any spaces. Okay, and you're asking about strategic relocation. And says, I have info on something on Telegram. I will be talking about, in fact, I have a letter from somebody asking a question about relocating. And I will speak to that a bit today, yes. And those who stick around to the very end will be able, potentially, if the stream continues to go after it ends on YouTube, if for whatever reason it goes a little longer than after it ends on YouTube, you may get to hear a inadvertent recording of myself singing two bluegrassy country songs while they played in my kitchen, because I decided, you know what, I'm not going to let these anti-white pricks get me down. No, if anything, I'll put a bigger smile on my face. Everything they do to destroy us just makes me that much more determined to serve white well-being. And I will do it with a song in my, I don't care that I can't sing. I don't care. I have some talents, and I have a lot of gaps. We'll say that, where other people have talents and I don't. So what? We're three-dimensional people, and all of our brothers and sisters need to know that. They need to know that we're real human beings, so that when the anti-whites, using the power of the government, begin sending those troops around, and you're not defending shit. Anybody out there who thinks, and pardon me for my French just now and over the course, why do we say French anyhow? Shouldn't I say something like Chiette if it was French? It's more like German. Pardon me for my German. It sounds harsher. But when they come, if they come to you for whatever you have, the troops that I've seen, yeah, some of them National Guard, fat, but there'll be a bunch of them, and they all know how to shoot, and you're not going to fight them. You know you won't. So there won't be one in a million out there who would actually try to shoot from his or her house. And it would just be suicide, and everybody would know that. So that is not a realistic defense against what is being done to us. So I told you all where you can financially gift. I told you that if you financially gift, you will be given priority. We're going to get to that right now, but everybody can comment. We're going to be getting to a lot of topics. I want to cover a lot of things. I'm going to be reading the names of all of the people that I want to thank, and all that we all need to celebrate, who are on regular, almost every single one of these people who are on a monthly regular billing cycle, or billing a financial gifting cycle is what we're doing here. They also financially gift over the course of the month, in addition to this is just like, this is what they believe. This is the minimum. They want to financially gift to white well-being so that we can make something happen. I mean, we have regular working class people financially gifting here. And I laud every single one of them and appreciate every single one of them in the same way that we appreciate every single person out there. I downloaded more Elaine Sabatino paintings. She's taking time and painting these beautiful rocks that they say, no, I guess she's put, this will change people's mind. You imagine somebody coming across this, it's going to make a big difference in somebody's life. We need to be celebrating these people. Nobody's going to show up for no white guilt. I'm going to just tell you right now, I'm going to be honest with you. Nobody's going to show up and give $500,000 worth of Bitcoin. That won't happen for us. More power to those who it happens to. We're not going to see the conservative dollars rolling in. We're not going to see all of these other things, the perquisites and the like that are provided to the fraudulent right inside of the anti-white narrative. That's not going to happen here. This is going to be a revolution, and is a revolution of thought by the working class of all Western countries. And the only way it's going to be achievable against the anti-white oligarchs around the world is by being a global effort. You are not going to be able to be this nearsighted, nationalistic, prickish idea. Just this small town thinking is not going to do it. They have already taken the toys of antique nationalism and smashed them together and shown you how easy it is to destroy that. So you're not going to be able to do that. Hurt your feelings? Well, grow up. Grow up. I am about to lose. We are all about to lose our right to self-defense. I don't give a if you don't like it. I really don't. And I'm getting tired of like the people who got all touched by the fact that I suggested this or that to improve what they're doing for white people. You are not ready. You are not ready for what they're about to bring. You better pick up a history book and see what they did in Soviet Russia. See what they did in China. And in Soviet Russia, that was communism. That was anti-white. In China, when they do it to the Chinese, it's not anti-white. You should be able to put this together. Easy stuff, right? An iron curtain is absolutely coming down on your necks. And people want to, well, they don't like that you criticize behavior that they engage in. Well, too goddamn bad. If I'm on a sports team, let's say it's baseball, and you get up to bat, and before the pitcher even throws the ball, you are already swinging all over the place, and all he needs to do is lob it, and it's 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strikes, you're out. I'm going to say, hey, dumbass, you need to go to the batting cages. You need to wait until he throws the ball. You need to hit the ball. And if your feelings are hurt over that, well, then you are a little girl, and you need to go away. All right, let me jump into what you're saying. The good folks over here, financially gifting Dresden Burns. Financially gifting $20. Let us remember Dresden Burns. Let's remember what happened there, okay? Because if you think that Waco was not Dresden, your IQ isn't high enough. That's okay. You can be brought up to speed and understand. But there are going to be lots of Dresdens. And the anti-whites won't shed a tear. And the white people in the military and in law enforcement will look at your life as valueless because you are white. In the anti-white narrative, your life is valueless. If we don't teach white people in the military and in law enforcement to get out of the anti-white narrative and into our story where your life has value, as much value as a non-white person's life. In our story, white lives and non-white lives both have value. In the anti-white narrative, only non-white lives have value. And if you're non-white and you do anything that undermines the anti-white march to inflict harm on Western kind and Western civilization, your life loses all of its value. If you're white and you're anti-white, it gains a tiny bit of value. Not a lot, though, as you can see. Even those white women out there who throw themselves on their back and, who's a gymnast? Or somebody from ice skating in the Olympics. We need somebody's name. Oh, what was the name of the Harding? Tanya Harding. Yes. If you're a white woman who, like Tanya Harding, can do the splits on that, I don't know if you all remember, her boyfriend released a adult video of them. And apparently she's very flexible. If you're like Tanya Harding, we see, and she was able to really do them splits, and you're like her, do the splits like that, and you've popped out a couple of non-white babies, those women are still getting attacked. We've seen the articles we see now at the universities that them saying that's not enough. Putting it white erasing, biologically white erasing the white race, not enough. So there are Dresdens to come. That is a grim prediction. It is ominous. And the troops are out there. There are Dresdens to come. And there'll be of various, I can hear sirens, right? There'll be of various sizes. They're coming. Dresden burns. I am lit tonight, folks, on the energy of service to white well-being. And I will light the fire in all of your hearts, if need be. If I have to go through, I talk about what is this? The mailman used to be in the United States. You had like this postal, neither rain nor sleet nor snow, whatever it is, they still deliver like shit they do. Now, since standards have dropped so that everybody can be equally losers, now that the standards have been dropped, I will go through hell's fire. I will go through the Arctic's winter. I will go through the seas and the deserts to get you fired up, if that's what it takes. Because I know I'm only one man. I am true to the mission I gave myself at 11 years of age, still to this day. And that is to free Western kind of anti-whiteism so that we can release the powerful Western spirit inside of all of us. That is the only way this is going to happen. Dresden Burns, $20. Writes, hail, no white guilt. Well, a big Promethean hails to you, brother. A big Promethean hail. And let's make sure, let's try to say Promethean hails so that we own and we define what that means. The anti-whites, that word normally will be taken or could be taken and put into their story and say, this is from this black and white period of history, which is just endless reels. And they know, by the way, they know, the anti-whites, how the black and white photographs and footage is becoming prosaic, is becoming insipid, is becoming stale. They know it's not as powerful as it used to be. So, looks like they need a new chapter. And they're writing it, aren't they? The insurrection, the attempt to take over the United States. You want to bet there'll be monuments? You want to bet that there will be monuments to the siege, as they will write it? You know damn well and good there will be. You had this officer, was he white? This officer saying that he's honored to have served, to put down, and he even knew that it was a joke to say, to serve to put down this white supremacist or white nationalist insurrection. You saw like the smirk on his face, like, we know that's not what really happened. But I know that, like, it's that when somebody knows they're lying and they get that little laugh, that's what he was doing. He knows he's going to get an attaboy. He knows he's going to get a promotion. He knows he's going to get a medal. He knows he's going to go into the history books. But he's still, it was such a joke. It'd be like a normal person trying to tell a story about like Bigfoot or aliens or something, you know, when they're trying to like pull it off, you know, they would give it away that they know it's a lie. They would like close their eyes when they begin to say the lie, or they would get that little smile when they're trying to, they know they're lying. All of these little gives when somebody's lying. This can puke, this putrid bastard, to get on there and say that. What a piece of shit that guy is. What an absolute piece of shit he is. Anybody who you got trapped or whatever, and he was people die when mobs of people are pushing back. Nobody should have been put. They should have said to the Patriots on that day, come right in. This is where everybody can go who is a American citizen who want to voice their opinion. Not trying to stand in that little narrow doorway to stop them from coming in. So if anything, this guy was a dumbass who, you know, if they had been given the order and to stop them from getting through the door, the smart thing would have been for him to do would be to, once you got to that door and that doorway, is to be on one side of that wall. Either you're on the other side of the wall where the people are funneling in, or you're on this side and the people are funneling past. You don't stand against the door sill while you have a mass of people, and the people who are getting pressed against you are being pressed by others who don't know that you are getting crushed. So to claim that there was malice or forethought to crush you is to just be a lying, putrid prick. And I guarantee you that's what this guy is. I guarantee you he's cucking out and his wife is bringing in another man. I'm so pissed by these people. I cannot stand them. Dresden Burns, Promethean Hails, no white guilt. Promethean Hails too. Writes again with $3 more. Thank you, dear brother. Dresden Burns. Accelerating the anti-white tyranny may be better than boiling the frog slowly. Well, people are waking up precisely because both the establishment left and right have amped up their agenda so rapidly. We've talked about this a lot, brother. I don't know how new you are to going free. You got to go free. It's not enough to just show up and hear the news and see some white guy get fired up. That's not enough. You actually have to do the practice of going free. Like you have to lift weights. There are a couple guys on the Instagram platform that are getting stronger because of going free. It'll better you physically, mentally, and spiritually. But you have to engage. They get better at deadlift because they're doing it, practicing it. You'll get better in everything if you practice going free. Now, what we talked about before, and I'm going to briefly say, because we're gonna run through this, we're going to make it happen, is that there were benefits, opportunities, and challenges to both rigor mortis, Biden, and Trump. And one of those issues is that with Trump in, things would have moved a bit slower, but we would have had much more time to get to our brothers and sisters. With rigor mortis in, things are going to move more rapidly. So people are going to be more freaked out and looking for answers. But are we going to be able to get to them? I mean, how many content creators that talk to 10,000 when they're live, 50,000 when they're live, they put up a video and they get 100,000 views, 1 million views. How many have you gotten to, brother? And I'm putting a challenge to you. I'm not putting you on the spot, but I'm treating you like a man. How many have you gotten to and said, you will talk about going free to all of those people? Because we're almost out of time. So that's the issue now. It's more pressure. Accelerationism is death. And for those people who want things to be accelerated, and I'm not talking about you, Dresden Burns. You've already got a place. It's called South Africa. We don't need you here in the US or in the UK or in Germany. We don't need you. You can have all the accelerationism you want. And you can see firsthand what it looks like to have ritualistic gang raping, torturing murder with so much blood that it looks, there's more blood than in an animal slaughterhouse in a person's kitchen and bathroom and living room. And then you see the federal government and all of the media outlets saying robbery gone bad. That is all the accelerationism you need. You don't need to find it here. And what happened in South Africa? They did not have going free. Why did they not have service to white well-being and the practice of going free? Well, not for lack of me trying, but potentially, we can't say, I mean, an omniscient being could tell us. But without question, all of those in these different white spheres, not white positive, we're the only ones white positive. There are white nationalists out there. They're about to find out what it's like to be a white nationalist. And all of these others, these Nazi LARPers and the rest, and there are these little prick conservatives and patriots and the rest who think this is all still a nursery room. And to some degree, those folks got in the way of me going free in service to white well-being to our brothers and sisters in South Africa. They did not have a psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us called Antiwhiteism. And folks, it's called Antiwhiteism. I thought I made it up many, many years ago, back around 94, anti-white and Antiwhiteism. I thought I made them up. They weren't in the dictionary. Nobody else was using them in the white spheres. Years later, in the 2000s, I found out, of course, about the great work being done by all the White Rabbit folks. I actually have a rabbit on today. No meaning there, I guess, or no intent there. But they were doing marvelous work. They came up with some slogans. We'll just say the guy last name had something that was like Wicker, first name Bob, and he came up with some slogans. And AI is listening, so we've got to be mindful. So that was later in the 2000s, and they were using anti-white. I was still the only one using anti-whiteism. People were not using them because they thought, well, the anti-whites haven't approved of them. The anti-whites didn't approve of these things, and so therefore that makes them not legitimate, Jason. They can't be said. But they work. I argued back. I give speeches. I help people out. People's lives get better. I overcome the anti-whites everywhere I go. Yeah, but the anti-whites, you know what? People are not going to take you seriously. I graduated from Yale. I graduated from Harvard. I graduated from Stanford. I graduated on and on and on. People won't take you seriously. You just made that word. Well, so what if I made it up? It works. Well, you just can't make up words, Jason. Somebody said the other day, they're not going to use in a white sphere. They're not going to use words that I thought I coined. Remember, and let me finish that thought. I thought I made those up. And then we had Final Blossom find in a 50-year-old dictionary at his parents' home that both of them existed. The anti-whites stripped them out of the dictionaries, even anti-whiteism. So why in the foxtrotting hell are there still people who are afraid to use anti-whiteism? Why? Why? Call it what it is. Don't vex these other content creators who still want to stupidly say whiteness, use the anti-white words, and put their foot right in the bear trap. Don't vex them. Don't tell them what to do. Don't suggest anything. Let them go their own way. If they have success, more power to them. I want them to have success for white folk. And don't worry about trying to steer their flock, or their followers, or whatever they are. Let them know that there's a route to success, so that we won't have to have South Africa everywhere across the West. Today, we have challenges and opportunities. The challenge is that the anti-whites are pouring it on. It's coming fast. And there's no amount of flag waving, no amount of anything that will work. Nothing will work for foxtrotting's sake. Nothing is going to work except a psychological defense against the psychological warfare waged against us. Do you all understand? Nothing will work. No flag will work. No party platform will work. No gathering of people will work for a rally where everybody shouts objectionable things. No gathering of people where they dress very with they get as sartorially refined as possible. They get as sartorially refined as possible, and they all put on very proper accents when they speak to each other, and they put the accent on each word in just a very proper place, and then they break out scrolls of statistics. None of that's going to work. No new anthem, no new flag. All of that fails, and I've been nicely saying it for decades, and now I'm just ready to say, because they're about to come and take my right to self-defense away, even though I obey all of the laws. I do everything that the regime wants me to do, but I'm a white male who is not anti-white. So I have the bête noire at my door. You have it at yours. They're coming. So we need to get going free to everybody as quickly as we can. Because if we can, then things getting worse can work for us. If we don't, then things getting worse doesn't just mean things getting worse. It means everything for us coming to an end. Do you understand? I cannot be dead serious enough. So thank you very much, Dresden Burns. Great question. And we have International Puppy financially gifting $14. Thank you so much, brother. This was the best going free intro I have ever heard! Exclamation point. Well, I deeply appreciate that. And thank you for the $14 to White Wellbeing. Great. The great Yiz the Eunuch, right? writes here with $5. Thank you so much, sister. We must take the message of hope and redemption to our people in these trying times, exclamation point. Real hope doesn't come from a pill, a politician, or a pulpit. It comes from the folk. It comes from white well-being. No white guilt, exclamation point, all caps. Amen, sister. Amen to that. Very well written. Arch Nemesis writes here with $25 to white well-being. This is a anti-white. Well, let me just stop you there, brother. Don't add any of their words. Any of their words. So you just go with, this is an anti-white revolution. That other word you put in there is going to divide your audience, is going to confuse your audience about who is friend, who is foe, who's victimized, who are the victimizers. It's just an anti-white revolution. Arch Nemesis, this is an anti-white revolution. The opposition is controlled by them. I suspect, he writes here, Limp Dick Spencer is paid opposition. He advocated for Biden. There are many out there. He wouldn't have to be paid. I mean, he's got plenty money, trust funded away. He's got nothing to worry about if your life goes to shit. He's got it made. So he could be paid. He could be pressed into service. He could, I don't know, but he could be just serving his own interests and advancing anti-whiteism. And surely he is responsible for the loss of right to self-defense. When this happens, everybody remember that. When he shows up to speak somewhere, and if you have lost your right to self-defense in some measure, it's that mother's fault. Just like everyone else who said to vote for Biden or punish the Republicans or anything like that. Remember that. Arch Nemesis, thank you very much. And for everybody, it's not just we all need to take all of their words out of this. They anti-whites permit the use. They love for you to use words from other periods in history that is in their story. Imagine for a moment if, just imagine any book. Just take any fiction book. Imagine, I don't know, the Lord of the Rings. And the anti-whites said, okay, this is going to be the reality we're going to push on the population. And the white people out there, they're going to be the orcs or whatever they called themselves, right? And then you started using the vocabulary that they had given you to use from that story. It would harm you in every way. That's what happens here. So even though it may be accurate from a period in history to call people communists or to call them Bolsheviks or to call them Marxists, because that's what they called themselves. Remember, we never call them by the names of their taking. And more importantly, when you use the words from the anti-white narrative, you are in their story. They get to define what takes place in that story. In our story, it's the anti-whites. And you note how powerful it is to use anti-white and anti-whiteism. Last week, when we had, who was it, Natarific and others were saying that on like, what, ABC, NBC or something, everywhere they put anti-white, they deleted it. The anti-whites know how powerful it is. It's time for us to come up to speed. They would let you write Marxist in every line. They would let you write Bolshevik in every line. Mr. Bloom is with us. Great to see you, dear brother. Financially gifting $10. Fantastic points, he writes, made tonight. Jason, as always, if me and Richard Wagner were to design some leaflets advocating for going free, what should they include? Should we simply put go free or no white guilt? And should we include the link to your website? Absolutely include the link to the website so that we're working on a new website to funnel all of the people that we're having that we hope with our efforts are going to be coming to White Wellbeing, to funnel them into the practice of going free, to get them started, to initiate them in the practice, baby steps at first, so that this spreads as quickly as it possibly can, like redolence from a field of red roses or white roses. So that's what we're trying to do as quickly as we can. Absolutely include the website. But as far as on the leaflets, you want to do a couple things. Writing no white guilt, very powerful. Writing go free, very powerful. Think about the community where you're going to distribute it. Elaine Sabatino gave us the great idea of putting imagery on the leaflet. So keep it black and white, though, so it's cheap to print out. That will speak to the people where you're handing out the leaflets. So, some location near there. Maybe there's a statue. Maybe there's something near where you're going to be passing out leaflets. A mountain that everybody knows of. Whatever it might be. Add that to the leaflet so that it feels like home to them. It feels like somebody here is speaking to me. Go free of Antiwhiteism. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Something that simple. You don't want to give them reams of text to read. Give them something nice to look at, something that will pace them, that feels like, this is my neighborhood. That statue is a mile from me. I know that overlook. That overlook is 2 miles from me. Right? Whatever it might be, if it's like, be creative. If you have near you the Black Forest, if you're in Europe, you could have the picture of the Black Forest, and then you could write the Black Forest. So they know that it's specifically the forest that's near them, or the whatever river running into they'll know the river. We live right beside the river. We live near the river. And then go free of Antiwhiteism. Something pithy, NoWhiteGuilt.org. Do not say anything about any other races of people. Do not say anything negative about anybody. Nothing negative on it whatsoever. You can, in different scenarios, specifically if there's something coming up, like they're going to be taking away something from your community because they're white erasing. You can mention that. City council white erases portraits from court hall. Go free of Antiwhiteism. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Distribute that. So make it simple, make it fast, make it in black and white so that you can turn out a lot of them. Do not, whatever you do not include. And I've got to say this from now on. There are some people doing a lot of leaflet dropping all over the place. And they are including, they're thinking that they're going to, like the shotgun idea where you scatter shot. They'll just include a bunch of different websites. Don't do that. If you're going to do that, don't include mine. Unless you've reached out to me and I've said, okay, it's good for those websites. But I don't know I've seen some leaflets with websites. I have no idea who the hell these people are. I have no idea what they're advocating. And then my website's on there with who the hell knows? And then what's going to happen is you're going to undermine the good work that we're doing for white well-being, because the anti-whites in the media, what are they going to do? They're going to sit down on their computer and they're going to pick up that leaflet and they're going to say, okay, well, let's see. NoWhiteGuilt.org. What's that? And they're going to look that up, and then they're going to listen to the intro, and they're going to look at the stuff that I make. They'll go to the YouTube and they're going to say, wow, that's actually powerful stuff. I'm not going to mention shit about this. What about this other one? Kill the thus and suches. Let me see what that one's all about. And then they'll say, this is the kind of leaflets that were delivered. And you will have totally undermined everything that we are trying to do in service to white well-being. So that's a fantastic question. Thank you so very much for that, Mr. Bloom. $10. And whatever kind of leaflet you do develop and distribute it only where it's lawful. That's the only thing that we do here. If you happen to find some where it's not lawful to find them, you can get photographs of them there too, to let us know that, hey, you found some leaflets that are in service to white well-being, and this is where they were, and we will celebrate you for finding them where it might not be legal for them to be distributed, and something that you, of course, would not have done. But we will celebrate you for distributing leaflets, for distributing business cards, for getting this message out there to as many folks as we possibly can. Promethean promulgation, too. If you are listening right now, or if somebody can remember to tell him when he comes in that the books are going to him in chunks, not in one giant batch, because that's too much for me to carry into the post office at once. They will come in big batches, one after the other. So keep a lookout for those. He specifically has bought well over 100 Go Free books and is targeting neighborhoods where white people, as many white people as possible, because you don't want to have any effort of leafleting go to non-white people, since so few of them will be interested in serving white well-being, and so many of them might claim that they were somehow frightened by it. So you want to find the whitest areas to distribute to. So where these people are really, the area is high percentage of white people, and also we just don't want to scare anybody. It's certainly when there's no reason to be scared. We would want them to serve white well-being with us. But where the percentage is high of white people, and what he's doing is he's finding an area where they have a little bit more wealth, and, the cars in the driveway are worth more than every vehicle I have ever owned and will ever own put together. He's targeting those neighborhoods. So good on him. And I appreciate anybody who tells him that I am getting him the books in units rather than in one giant shipment. Tall Kevin is here. $3. Great to see you, brother. Financially gifting. And he writes, today I asked Rams why he doesn't use the term anti-white when naming our victimizers. He paused for a few seconds and said, I do. It's a given now, though. Some from the WWB, White Wellbeing community, seen it live. He is a fraud. Let me read this again. I got to get a drink. The voice is trying to go on me. We're not going to let it happen. Even if I'm like spitting blood, we're going to keep going. Is Althea here? I saw somebody responding to Althea. Hello to you, dear sister. White Student Transmission is with us. Great to see you as well. Coroner Report, hello to you. And Alex Simpson's, great to see you. Al Forno, hello to you. Great to see you all. So Tall Kevin writes here. So this Kevin, this must have been during his show. Ramsey Paul, correct? Today I asked Ramsey why he doesn't use the term anti-white when naming our victimizers. He paused for a few seconds and said, I do. It's a given now, though. So essentially what you're saying, since some people saw it and you're saying he's a fraud, is that he's not going to say it because it's a given that they're anti-white. Is that it? It's just a given that they're anti-white, so I refuse to say it. Well, he is part of the problem then, isn't he? If he's refusing to call them anti-white, if he wants to call them by the words in their story, no reason. No, don't vex this. Don't vex this guy. I mean, I don't know what he's got, what's going on with him, but he knows about white well-being. He knows about us. He knows about the great successes we're having. I guess he doesn't really care that white people's lives are being transformed from wretched places to wonderful places, that people are picking up the practice of going free, the psychological defense for the psychological assault against us all around the world in many different types of groups. I guess he's not really that much into it because he would be saying more about it if he was. And so now what Kevin is pointing out to us is that he's saying, well, everybody just knows it's already anti-white, so I'm just going to go ahead and call them liberals or progressives or Bolsheviks or Marxists or communists or etc. That's what it sounds like to me. Thank you, Kevin. So at least now we know. At least now we know. Don't try to talk him into it. Don't vex him. I don't know what his goddamn problem is. Why he doesn't care about white people's lives improving. So let me spin around here. I mean, but that's the message that they're sending. That's the message. We have more than enough evidence now. More than enough. We have a financial gift over here on Cash App from Art Acrobats of $1.14. Thank you so much, good brother, for that financial gift. And he writes here, I got 1,000 no white guilt bus cards printed today, business cards. So 1,000 business cards that Art Acrobats had printed up, designed, had printed up. He's now received them, and he's now going to be distributing them. God bless you, brother. A big salute to you. A big salute to Mr. Bloom and Richard Wagner for all of you distributing the material while we have the time to distribute it, while you don't go to jail for 20 years for doing so. Do you think for a second that Bug Eyes herself or Kamala herself would not define the distribution of material that isn't anti-white as insurrection? Do you think for a second they won't do that when given the opportunity? Yes, they would do it. So then again, you got to ask yourself, well, what is it about these people who refuse to tell folks about going free, the thing that's working, the thing that is uniting people? The only people who don't get united in the psychological defense against the psychological warfare waged against us are the people who have their own thing. And if it's some sort of movement, if it's some sort of vehicle, more power to them. They can just get as far away from me and what we're doing as possible. Do not play the villain, because that undermines what we're doing. But for all of those others who are just making a living for themselves, or just getting some attention, or serving their shoe fetish, or whatever it might be, those are some really selfish bastards. And if they don't start mentioning the thing that is serving our well-being, if they don't start mentioning that, we will remember them when our well-being gets worse and worse and worse. Smoking Monkey writes over here on the chat widget, which is tiny for me on the entropy, says if it has no white guilt, if it has the website, it'll say going free or white well-being and a picture. Would that be good? Or should it have a little more on the pamphlet? If it has more, just reflect on what I said a moment ago, because I think you said this before I said about the picture, or maybe if there's something specific that the people are concerned about. Right now in the United States, it would be everybody's concerned about the rule of law. That would be something that would be easy to make like a one sentence, like pithy thing. Make sure you have it. Make sure somebody have somebody take a look at it, that or two or three, to make sure all of your spelling and your grammar, etc., is right. So you make it very simple. You have a bit of a picture or something on it, something that nothing like ugly, something that the people will identify with. Or for example, like if you're talking about law and order, you could be creative. You could maybe have the prison bars or whatever. Be creative. It's not something to scare, though. You never want to scare the folks. You don't want to give remember, this is something that could very well end up on television, and anti-whites using it to try to demonize us. So make it as hard for them to demonize us as possible, while you make it as accessible and appealing to our brothers and sisters, the vagues out there. And anybody out there that would say, oh, no, that's just optics. That's because they're playing a villain. And for them, it would be just an optical illusion to be something other than the villain. For us, it is ripping our chest open and bearing ourselves, our true selves, to our brothers and sisters, so that they know what we really think of the world, what we really think of them, what we really think of anti-whiteism, and that we are actual people. And if they begin locking us up, it means they'll be locking you up next. All right, so I will refresh this. We'll take a quick look while this is refreshing. And over here, Jesse Lang says, no white guilt. Althea is here. Says she's building, I guess, with children. Her children building clay figures with no white guilt. And Elaine says, you are sanding with no white guilt to Europe rising. Lee Van Creef says, Ramsey doesn't say it as much as no white guilt, but he does use the term anti-white. Well, good. He should start also mentioning that, hey, in addition to the great comedy that I do as Ramsey Paul, and in addition to all of the great entertainment that I give you, in addition to the edgy takes that I give you, in addition to all the things that he does, the news I bring you, there's also this thing called no white guilt, going free, service to white well-being. And this is transforming lives. I've had a great many people coming to me, tell me about it. I've had him on my channel. He knows, I know all about him, and it's doing wonderful things. You might want to check that out, my giant audience. You might want to check that out. And maybe he should mention that from time to time, rather than just the comic bit. For what reason? Because he actually cares about white well-being. That reason. All right, what else do we have here? We have a freak, I guess, here, had his comment removed by one of the great moderators, trying to liken what we're doing like those other ones north of me. I'm in Virginia, outside of Washington, D.C. Those ones who are north of me, talking about the really mature ones that want to be political leaders, talking about white well-being. This one here, trying to liken going free to the loonies, the psychotic people over at Scientology, who believe that an alien species, or thousands of different alien species, were put into a volcano, and then some other alien species blew the volcano up to kill these alien species, and then their souls went and clung onto humans, and that you have to try to get the souls of these cartoonish alien species off of you in order to see your previous lives that you have lived as Joan of Arc and all of these sorts of things. So you're obviously a dipshit. Going free is going free of the anti-white narrative, something that is all around you. So if in your cartoonish mind that is the same as the total fanciful psychotic where absolute losers go to rid themselves of ethereal, just intangible, imaginative things that nobody can see, measure, touch, taste, know. If you think that's the same thing as the reality that's about to take away your right to self-defense, that's going to knock on that door, that's going to come and pound on that door. If you think that's the same thing, if you think that is the same thing as Kamala and AOC and the rest of them, then I'm afraid there is nothing we can do for how low your IQ is. Get help and get out. Nancy Drew says here intelligently, it takes time to change your usual way of talking or terms you use, but you keep working on. But if you keep working on, you'll get there. And that's the truth. The anti-whites can do it, so why can't we? Right now, they're doing it live because they weren't able to roll out the vocabulary for the anti-white narrative beautifully as they usually do. Now you see them right in the middle of interviews, right in the middle of their podcasts, right in the middle of their vlogs that they're making. They'll say, oh, no, I don't want to say it like that. I say it like this. So if they are able to do it, what in the foxtrotting hell is wrong with you? Why do I keep hearing so many people talking about life and what's happening in this world from inside the anti-white narrative? I'm telling you, friendships are going to have to end because I hear these things and I just want to hang them up. I'm just sick of it. Can you believe that people actually talk to me and have been saying the insurrection? Moises says, what will victory look like of everyone if everyone went free? How do we take back our nation and drain the rats out? Beautiful question. And you're asking this question here is a front to back of the story book question. What is it? What does that look like? And it's an error, but don't feel bad about the error. Everybody makes the error. And we've talked about this before. It's a very complicated thing. The human animal perceives everything in static and at present, no matter how high the IQ for some reason. I don't know what it is. I have talked with people who claim to have scorchingly high IQs. And you can tell when you can tell when somebody is intelligent. You can also tell when somebody is educated and intelligent, or unintelligent and educated. And I have talked with people, and no matter how intelligent they are or claim to be, they still perceive for some reason every moment as a static permanent. Perhaps I'll have to put this into a book, maybe into Go Free in the future. Probably be like the 7th edition or something. But they perceive everything as a static permanent. So now is a static permanent. Where everything is and how everything is set is a static permanent. How do they view the past? This is why they make so many errors about the past. Static permanent that comports with the static permanence of today. The human mind can't get up and go back in time. We believe that we are perceiving backwards in time, but it actually is not moving anywhere. It's perceiving, again, a static permanent. It does the same thing with predictions of the future, static permanence. So when you attempt to plot a course, if there was some sort of, let's say, supercomputer, there isn't. Please, nobody write me and say there is some kind of that can think all things and know all possibilities. There's no such thing. If there was a supercomputer that could know everything on planet Earth, every person, every heart, every emotion, every context, every situation, know everything and in that split moment, plot a course for wherever any movement is or any idea or any desire through that static permanence to victory, the very next second, something will change in the equation that will ruin that plan. So you cannot approach the resolution to the issue in this way. You have to accept the limitations of the human brain, even as intelligent as it can be. You have to accept the limitation of its scope. And essentially, intelligence can, in some ways, in a big way, be seen as the scope that is available to be perceived of reality by that mind. The lower the IQ, the narrower the scope. The higher the IQ, the wider the scope. I'm afraid we haven't had many who are able to talk about this the way that we are able to, and who are able to plot a course as a consequence of it. This is the only way it can be done. So we're going to accept, and thank you, Moises, for this question. The way this works, I'm just going to say it as succinctly as I can, because it's too huge. I mean, it's a front to the back of the book question. So if you're looking for, and I know you are not, but if you're out there and you're hearing this question, if you're looking for, okay, here I go. Now he's got to have the answer. And you're thinking something as childish as that clown who was saying, let's just get Canada to give us an entire island, and then I'll just go and have my Gilligander's Island, and I'll be the prince of that island. If you're thinking that is about to come out of my mouth, then you're too childish for this, and you're needed elsewhere, like for, I don't know, wiping the snot off your own nose. The way this works is We empower people with the psychological defense for the psychological warfare that's waged against them. They come together all over the globe in whatever amounts, in whatever regions that happens, unpredictable. We cannot know. They occupy institutions and nodes of power, unpredictable. How many could be occupied, how many not occupied. They live inside of our story. We share that global story with each other. As that story evolves, we begin with Prometheus Rising, and at the end of Prometheus Rising is all of the histories of our people that we choose to cherish and love and bring forward. And then the histories that we write in of our own heroism. And communities will form organically that cannot be predicted, that cannot be understood, that cannot be seen beforehand, that not the greatest seers of all time, with imbued with all of the imaginative power that psychics could wield and could give them, could not be envisioned. And then those entities are recapturing destinies of our people as we begin within our own hearts to recapture our destiny individually, in our family to recapture our destiny, in our communities that we form, maybe, and we'll talk, and this is a bit about the strategic moving. We'll talk about that a bit more, touch upon it later. Maybe we move somewhere with 5 other families, 10 other families, and we all are going free. Maybe the neighborhood we live in or the town we live in, we get everybody going free. And then some of these places are going to be Dresdened. Some of these places, every single person will be murdered by the anti-whites. And that is why we have to be everywhere and nowhere. That is why I tell you, it is good to lie to the anti-whites. God wants you to lie to them. God wants you to manipulate them. God wants you to trick them. God grins when you lie to them. Every little white boy and little girl, lying normally, hear my voice. Normally, we consider lying to be wrong. It is unbecoming. It is not what we do as a people. But when it comes to anti-whites, God loves you when you lie to them. In every case, manipulate the hell out of the anti-white. This is the generation that we rear up. This is the new virtue we hang above all of our other virtues. We don't get rid of the old virtues. We just put one up above all the others. That what is good for the white race, what is good for Western kind, takes precedence over everything else. And then that conflict in the recapturing of that destiny unfolds itself in unimaginable ways. And we take step after arduous step until that Western sunrise reaches noontide. And that is our utter victory and reclamation of our destiny. That is intelligent. It is adult. It is the only way forward. Everything else is the pathetic dreams of little boys and little girls. Everything else is a waste of your time. That is what victory looks like. And make a commitment to yourself that you are going to be there as one of those champions every step of the way. That destiny or God or fate, whatever it will be, will allow you to be there. Who wants to see? Who would want to see? I mean, you ask Leonidas and the Spartans, the 300 at Thermopylae, you ask them, who among you wants to see Greece laid to waste, raised by the Persians, and live one extra day beyond the glory of that day that you gave your life? Well, I can tell you this, not me. Not one extra day, not 1,000 extra days, not 10,000 extra days. Kevin McComber writes here, letting Democrats win to punish the GOP is incredibly stupid. If you want to take over the GOP, don't let the anti-whites win. Thank you, Kevin, for writing that. It is incredibly stupid, And I will add, there's no way to take over the GOP. Nobody should try. They hate white people. They hate white people. They are anti-white. Anybody who shows up caring about white people and they discover it, they will purge you faster than the Soviets purged people in Russia who weren't going to be good little members of the workers united. Purge you right off to the gulag. So forget about, in the United States, there's no voting and there's no violence that can recapture our destiny. There may be possibilities for recapturing destiny by way of politics in other Western countries. So I'm not speaking to their political atmospheres, but in all Western countries, you can run for office, and during that campaign, which is something that I will do in the future, during that campaign, and if you win office, advance white well-being. Tell everybody about going free. Who cares if everything else goes wrong? In whatever you operate, in your time, they're going to destroy you. If you're not if you're not anti-white, you're getting destroyed. If you're white, they're going to destroy you. If you're non-white, they're going to destroy you. So use your opportunity to run for office if you're going to, or win office and be in office, to tell everybody about going free as often as you can. That is how we can make a big difference in the world, by way of voting everywhere across the West. Andrew is here. Great to see you. Clark Family Orchards is here. Great to see you. Robert Smith. Wonderful to see you, brother. Robert Smith says, no white guilt. The problem is, Jason, too often educated white strivers care more about white people, care more about what people think about them than of their laurels and awards than they do of their people. Absolutely. But the times are changing rapidly. First thing I'll say to you and everybody, brother, is that not everybody's going to make it through the bottleneck. I wish everybody could. There's going to be a severe bottleneck coming. Not every white person and their DNA is going to make it through. We're going to bring through as many as we can. It's a movement of redemption. And as we gain momentum, more of these people who today only care about themselves will begin to realize that their own well-being is only possible by way of our group's well-being. And those who hold out, those who continue to think only of themselves, we do not want them in our gene pool. We do not want them present. What is the most important thing that we need to see in white babies? Good looks, high intelligence, great health, long life, no disease. Yes, all of that. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is genetic-based loyalty. There's a group of people out there whose babies, when they see people from other races cry and show more distress than any other group of people. We need to be more like that when it comes to the loyalty, instead of this radically individualized group of people, or there will be no chance for us. What do we say? Does anybody know the MC? Will anybody write the MC in to the live chat, or wherever you are on D Live, or you're on wherever you are, write it into the live chat. What's the MC when it comes to being an individualist in a world full of collectives? Somebody write that in. We'll see if either somebody can look it up quick or if they know it. So thank you very much for that, Robert. Let's keep rolling. White Healing is here. Great to see you. Greek Man is here. Great to see you. All right, jumping over to here, we have Promethean Promulgation is here. If you weren't here to hear me earlier about your books, somebody will fill you in. Great to see you, good brother. Ruth Rose is here. Hello, sweet woman, and welcome. Great to see you. And you're right, ultimately. Very close there. Lord Hendrickson says, Jason asked you on entropy about a subject. And then you tagged me, Hendrickson. Did you mean that for me? Rambling Rattlesnake is here. Great to see you. Says howdy. Well, howdy to you. Hey, if you stick around, I'm going to let everybody know again. If you stick around long enough, you go the distance with us, you may end up this stream. I'm saying, I'm not telling you to go. Do not go to any other platforms. Do not go to any other platform. On YouTube, it is a strikeable offense to tell people to go to another platform. Do not go to another platform. But if the stream continues just a little bit after it ends on YouTube, maybe I don't click it, I don't turn it off quickly enough there, you will be treated to an accidental recording of myself singing poorly in my kitchen to 2 songs this morning, this early Sunday morning. Jerry Reed's Eastbound and Down. I played and sang along with, and Waylon Jennings, Good Old Boys. So you can listen along and say, geez, that guy sings even worse than me. Or, geez, that guy's just like everybody else. You could hear the news in the background. I'm putting out breakfast, which is the breakfast that real men eat. Eggs and bacon. Real men. Meat, baby. That's what we eat. They tell you don't eat it. Well, give them the bird. Eggs and bacon. They can keep all their sick carbohydrates and all that sick other stuff that they eat all day long. They can keep it all. We're going to grow. Oh, God, I almost said something ribald, and I'm not going to do that. We're going to grow big and strong and intelligent on eggs and bacon. I sat down. I've got the weight of all the things to cover. I've got the weight of everything going wrong, because try to imagine being the guy who has been saying for decades, this is what we have to do, or it's going to end up exactly like this. And then decades building up proofs of the concept that it works. And then saying, look, proof, more proof, more proof. We need to be doing this. It's going to end up here. And then all along, the things that you're predicting are coming true. And then you meet some good folks along the way, some so-so, some not, the majority not so good. The majority saying, no, not interested, not interested. And then the internet blows up, and then people, for some reason, they're better looking, they're more intelligent, they're female, they're whatever it is, and they've got mass audiences. And then they're saying other things, and they're leading people the wrong direction, and they're feeding their shoe fetishes, whether they're pretty young little women or maybe they're avuncular old losers who tell a lot of jokes and they've got their own foot fetish. Who the hell knows? But they got great audiences and they're not telling people. And then you're that guy in the wilderness who's been saying all along, and now that shapeless beast has found you in the forest and is everywhere you look, like a horror movie around everyone. And still, they won't tell anybody about your successes. Try to imagine being that guy. An entire lifetime. Sometimes I have like moments where I have empathy for some of these people. I'm like, look, I get it. You have your ego is ahead of you. That's what matters. Maybe you're deficient in important other areas of life. Maybe you're not satisfying the women in your life. I don't know, whatever it is. Whatever it is, I get it. I try to have empathy for them. And then again, I feel like I've had for so long. But then now recently, it's coming for us all. It's coming for me too. And it's because these people are not telling the world about what works. Everybody keeps trying to reinvent this antique ideas or this feckless current political system and getting into that and then doing nothing inside of it. And I'm serious. Those people who are in the government of the United States who are decent, who are elected officials, you know who you are. You're decent. You're done. You know you're done. You should go out like Patrick Henry. You absolutely should go out like a Virginian especially if you served in the military. Don't tell me all of you have to swear allegiance to the Constitution, not to the interpretation of some anti-white prig claptrapping up on the top of some high chair somewhere. You swore an oath to the Constitution. Don't do this swan song like so many have done. So many Americans and the rest of the world don't know about. Their final days, they'll go out in Congress and they'll read into the congressional record the truth about what's going on in the world. And then C-SPAN, nobody reports it. And they fold up their little, yeah. I've seen it. You all know exactly what I'm talking about. They fold up their little speech and then they totter away feeling like, well, I told the world, I did my little bit. You've sat like a slug, like a leech on the body politic. And now you think you're going to cleanse your soul by speaking into the silence of the, if a tree falling in the forest with nobody present makes a hell of a lot more noise than your feckless little tongue wagging on the House floor when nobody will ever hear what you said. So you better go out like Patrick Henry. You better go out like a Virginian, like Stonewall Jackson, like Robert E. Lee, like George Washington. You better go out like a Virginian. But they might censure me officially. They're going to censor you. Go grab some cameras while they're interviewing Nancy. Make the end glorious for yourself. Christ. So if you stay around long enough, I got up this morning, I was listening to these horrible things. The news, they were like more than 24 executive orders from rigor mortis, overturning everything. Remember Donald Trump? He was such a feckless bitch that he could not, Trump the bitch, that he could not even kick CNN. Do you all remember? I was reflecting on Trump when he was first in office. And do you remember the establishment media? They were telling nothing but lies, misrepresenting everything he was saying. Remember? And everything he was doing. Misrepresenting all of it. The worst, of course, was CNN. Trump then threatened to throw CNN out, not allowing them into the press pool anymore. And the press went nuts. And then Trump backed down. And he allowed CNN to stay. The die was cast. What was it? Alia jacta est. That was it for Donald Trump, the businessman who we weren't going to get anything real from. He couldn't even throw. You know what I would have done with CNN? I would have set it up so it would have been beautiful. I would have had my spokesperson out there, man or woman, whatever. They would have been talking, and then I would have busted in to the room. Doors would have flung open. Suit jacket flapping in the air. And I would march right up to the lectern and I would say, "Where's CNN?" And then they would meekly raise their hand. And I would say, "There are 2 police officers right there. They're going to be escorting you from the premises. You are gone. You and your network can go to hell. You are never allowed in this press pool again. And I don't give a damn what you say about me ever again. And in fact, in your seat, I am going to pick somebody from the reporting on YouTube or somewhere else who is an honest person, and I am going to make them a superstar. I am going to write, their name is going to go up in this nighttime sky because they're going to get your seat." And their channel, well, it has maybe 20,000, 50,000 people. It's going to get a lot bigger because they're going to be reporting from the White House press pool. And you're going to be reporting from the outhouse. But while Donald Trump didn't have any actual bravery, These rigor mortis, he's going to have bravery. He's going to use that pen just like Obama did. Barack, Barack went to town. How many pens did that bitch go through? How many pens did he use up? He had so much ink, they thought they struck oil at the White House. All that ink flowing. He said, I don't need them to pass anything in Congress. I'll just use my pens. And that's what rigor mortis is going to do. So I was sitting there listening to that and looking at all the stuff that we had before us, looking at this bill that they're not allowing the people to see because they know that it's going to piss off everybody in the country. And I said, I'm going to lighten the mood a little bit. I'm going to get happy. I'm going to get excited. So I started playing some music. I'm a Southerner. You all know that. I'm very proud of it. So I started playing some good old tunes and singing with it. And the phone was going off, and I was looking at some of the messages about more things that are horrible going on and people wanting me to know, here's another horrible thing. In total disbelief. And I'm glad they're sending me. I'm glad you all send me the stuff so I know what's going on. But now people finally coming around. Running with this black beast, this bête noire at their heels out of the woods. I used to be a Republican. What do we do, though? I used to be a Nazi LARPer. They come screaming out of the woods. What do we do now? That didn't work. For some reason, they're not scared when I act just like somebody from black and white video footage. And I'm saying, I was never those things. Why were you? You're going to have to really get to work now. And I'm trying to get excited. I'm trying to fire myself up. So start playing the tunes. I'm answering things, and I accidentally started recording myself. And the phone then recorded me for a number of songs. And I grabbed two off there, the two that were side by side. And at the end, I didn't catch the very beginning. I'm not going to play for you all of it. Who would want to hear all of that? Nobody. But to see that I'm just this is what I do. If you're down and out and you got to narrow your focus and get on the things that you can do for white well-being, and by God, fire up some music, sing to some songs, get excited about service to white well-being, get fired up, let them know that they're not going to put you down. If they beat you in spirit, you're defeated. They don't have to beat the body then. All right, we have here, I love Jesus Christ, financially gifting $5. Thank you so very much. Great to have you participating regularly in service to white well-being, dear sister. And she writes here for white well-being. Thank you so very much. And we also have the wonderful Southern Bloom, financially gifting $10. Thank you, sweet lady, for that fiery speech at the start of the stream. Well, you are most welcome. I'm glad you appreciate it. I hope some people cut it out and share it, and then you're going to have to share what other people cut out and share, and then you are going to have to share what they shared, and then you are going to have to share what that person shared. You all going to have to share it. You're not going to be able to say, well, somebody cut it out and share it. That's good enough, because they're shutting down not just those who speak, not just content creators, but every single one of us who have shown that we're not anti-white. So you all are going to have to do it if we're going to be able to spread service to white well-being. It's not going to be enough. Thank you so very much. And we have Ron here, financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, dear brother. $10. And he writes here, for NWG. Oh, my God. Ladies and gentlemen, get your raucous emojis together. Get your raucous emojis together for a great, great champion. Tear your jeans pocket open and let them spill out all over the floor, the raucous emojis. I can hear them muffled down in your pockets. I can hear them excited, getting more excited, and you don't even know why they're getting so fired up, but you're going to unleash them right now. Because Promethean Promulgation, who I just told you, has purchased a couple hundred books and that are being mailed out to him for everything that he is doing in service to white well-being, a working class person, knowing the threat that we are under right now, just financially gifted $1,000 to the service of white well-being. Did you hear what I just said? Because he knows that what we're doing works, because he has seen it work in his life, because he has seen it work elsewhere, not because he has money to give away. He doesn't. He's working class. He's just like you and me. He is giving $1,000 as a gift to white well-being for the good that it does. I salute you, brother. $1,000, he writes here, while we still can. $1,000 for white well-being. God bless you. So much love to you, good brother, for that gift, for doing everything that you're doing in service to white well-being. I'm so proud to be able to serve shoulder to shoulder with people like yourself and all the others here that are doing all that they can do in their lives as the noose gets tighter and tighter on our necks. I said it, and I'll keep saying it. There's an iron curtain coming down in the form of a guillotine on all of our necks by the anti-whites. Now is the time that champions will stand up and they will reveal themselves for the heroes that they are. Promethean promulgation. God bless you, brother. $1,000 just financially gifted to white well-being. Not because we imitate some other vehicle that failed in some other point in history. Not because we look like a bureaucrat that will look like could win a post in some other period of American history, but because we have something original that makes a difference in people's lives, that are pulling them up out of the mire of their misery and putting a sword of righteousness metaphorically in their hand, that they too can go and cut the bonds away from their brothers and sisters. That is why working class people are standing up here. God bless you. Promethean promulgation. If you can't feel that, there is something, it's like in that, where they talk about as fiction in Star Wars, that there's something they can feel in the Force. Well, there is something out there to be felt, ladies and gentlemen. And it is the redemption of Western kind. And what is clear to me, as all sunrises, as all cloudless sunrises, what is clear to me is that it is a great white hand reaching up to grasp the hilt of that sword in the form of these champions. God bless you, brother. God bless everybody for being here. Let's keep rolling. In the spirit of that financial gift, let's keep rolling and see what else we have. We have the great brand new sister, Summer Lee. We're so happy to have among us. Thank you, dear sister, for being here. $15 she financially gifted on Entropy. And she writes, hey, Jason, good to see you, brother. Well, it's wonderful to see you, dear sister, and everybody that you are bringing into Going Free, because you care about them, because you love them, because you want to see them go free, because an adult does not humor another adult in their misery. They don't allow them to continue to wallow in all that hurts them and chains them in their life. No, they set them free. Irish Ice here, financially gifting $5, a great champion, endless advocate for white well-being in the face of so much adversity. $5, he writes, I was discussing white well-being with a pleasant bus driver, and then a sick, non-white, anti-white female attacked me with slurs and then physically attacked him. I stood my ground as I was being hit and called her an anti-white 30 times until she was off the bus. I saw the defeat in her eyes. That is an amazing testimonial. That is an amazing testimonial. Just like the testimonial of $1,000. He was Irish Ice, which has sent me videos of him in conversation, using the lexicon and dialectics, maintaining his anonymity, though. We're not going to give him away so that he loses his life, his job, his whatever to the anti-whites. Videos of the success he has in conversations with people. Just like so many of our other great champions making videos now all around the world. Nathan and Raymond and so many others making these videos, attacked, physically attacked by a non-white, anti-white female who obviously was not strong enough to beat him down or harm him in any serious way, such that he could take the physical attack for all to see and continue to call her an anti-white the entire time. And then I'm going to tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, what he wrote here, that when she left the bus, when she finally got off, he saw the defeat in her eyes. I will tell you right now, that is absolutely the truth. She saw for the first time in all her days as an anti-white that there was a white man who, it didn't matter how many anti-white slurs she called him, how many times she fecklessly struck him with her fists or her feet or whatever it was, that he wasn't going to back down. That is a defeat for her. That will resonate in her for the rest of her life. And it will resonate with every other anti-white. God bless you, Irish Ice. Dissonant Agnostic over here on Entropy, financially gifting $10. Thank you, dear brother. Is it racially ethical to continue to use YouTube when Rumble and BitChute support live streaming? Is it ethical? Of course, because this is where the people are. There are nobody relative compared to YouTube on these two platforms put together. I didn't know that BitChute supported live streaming, but they can hardly upload a video for me. I have it set up to automatically upload, and I even have somebody helping me with that. What's his name again? And it's still not working. It takes 3 or 4 uploads on average to get a video to take on BitChute. I don't have any knowledge of Rumble yet. But absolutely, you got to go where the people are. And I will, if BitChute sharpens up their platform so that I can simulcast there and Rumble as well, it's on them to make that available and to make their platforms user-friendly, and I will be there. But know this, that these freaks, these anti-white freaks, they will shut these platforms down. They will make them illegal to operate. They will make it legal to shut them down by nefarious means. They will look the other way. They will connive. Look it up. When anti-whites use illegal means to shut these platforms down. So this idea that so many have had for so long, that we're just going to all get off of their bungee off of Facebook and all of these other places onto our own platforms as though those will be somehow stable. You have to think again. They're taken down. Look at what just happened. Look at how just absolutely dreadful that, Gab has been operating lately. They barely work. Where's Parler? Parler has millions of dollars behind it. Millions and millions. And system people in the anti-white regime, actual like people with clout behind it, getting knocked down. So we can't rely on anywhere. I will be everywhere that I'm able to be. And now I will put it to you, Dissonant Agnostic. Get to me with all of the information. I'll look for the email from you. You can reach me at NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. Right in the very top of the email so that I can see it, that you are Dissonant Agnostic and that you have found all of the information for how to make a live stream work on BitChute and how to make live streams work easily on Rumble. And then I will follow those instructions and I will add that to the work that I'm doing. So it is on you, brother. Dissonant Agnostic, financially gifting $10. Thank you so very much. Looking forward. You can also DM me on Twitter if we are connected there. Maybe you don't want to be on Twitter anymore either. But we need to be everywhere and nowhere. The reason why I have survived in many capacities is because I keep reappearing. I multiply. For the longest time, you all know that I had a policy that they take me off one, I appear on two, and then I eventually get back on the one they took me off of. Payment platforms, everything. So I will be everywhere and nowhere for the anti-whites. I will be so protean that they will slap their own mothers with rage at not being able to take me out. And more importantly, there are so many others who are in their story, who look like the bad guy in their story, who have a few supports that they can go knock the leg out from under and then they fall flat on their faces. Those will be the obvious targets. If you look at a herd, if you're a lion, let's change that to fit the anti-whites. If you are a jackal, POS, and you look at a herd of wildebeest, and you see, well, there's one, little, lame, limping, and then there's another one. And that first one, little, lame, and limping, that's like most of the other content creators, organization leaders, and the like. That's like most of the others. For the reasons I just gave. And then you see a great bull in his prime, muscles rippling in the hot sun of the day. Which one are you going to go after? Thank you very much, brother, for that $10 financial gift and the question that enabled us to speak to those issues. Let me jump over here really quickly. I'm going to take a look at actually the question widget. And let's take a moment to transition from that to this. Fantastic. Let me get a drink. I've got to quiet down a little bit. The voice is going, and I got to be cognizant of the neighbors. Quiet down a little bit, and my voice will come back like last time. I hope. Let's see. Over here on the question widget, we have Lord Hendrickson. Any comments on Fuentes receiving $250,000 from a French nationalist who then proceeded to end his life? What? I'm sad for the Frenchman, but mostly worried about how it makes my boy Nick look. I didn't know anything about that. Do we have any other solid information from folks on that? Not rumors. I mean, if you have a rumor, then just say, I heard a rumor. But if you have any solid evidence on the donation to Nick Fuentes, its size, the source, and a potential suicide, chime in. Lord Hendrickson writes here, any comments on Fuentes receiving $250,000 from a French nationalist who then proceeded to end his life? I'm sad for the Frenchman, but mostly worried about how it makes my boy Nick look. Lord Hendrickson has a link here. Let's send our prayers to this Frenchman's family. Let me take a look at this link. This is the Daily Mail. And I will read from the Daily Mail. It says, French computer programmer, 35 years old, dies in suspected suicide as it's revealed he donated more than 500,000 in Bitcoin to far-right activists involved in MAGA riot. Losing the voice. Might have to take a music break to see if it'll come back, because this will make a mess of the can you all hear me okay though as it's going? If you can hear me, then that we're good. But if it's getting too hard to hear me, then I might have to take a moment and then come back. We can listen to a song. We can, let's see. Can you all hear me okay? Sound is good, Jesse says. Yeah, if as long as I get close to the mic, I guess. All right. It's really quiet here. I'm like right above a whisper. That's as loud as I can make it. I mean, I've been yelling for hours now, and I'm just fired up. And so now we have this story. So it's not, what did you say, 250,000 or something? Lord Hendrickson. It's actually 500,000, 500,000. 500,000. Nathaniel Nelson, take care of your voice, bro. Got to look out for your well-being too. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Nathaniel. Thank you very much. I appreciate that consideration. So it says here, I'm reading from the Daily Mail. I'm not saying this is true or not, or what they're reporting is has any sort of falsity to it or is 100% truth. I'm just saying this is what it says on the Daily Mail. I'm getting also a bunch of other news. I think something might be happening in the district as well. Okay, I have ABC news here. Wow. ABC confirms 500,000 in Bitcoin to Nick Fuentes. All right. I'm going to have to take a break and almost can't talk at all. We will watch a song, listen to a song, and then I will try to recapture not only our destiny, but my voice. And we will be, I think, right back, right after that. Let's go ahead and first we'll take a look at this commercial and then a song. Your source of power. Your source of power. Your source of power is the spirit of the West. The spirit of the West. Your source of power is the spirit of the West. Is the spirit of the West. Your source of power is the spirit of the West. The spirit of the West. Your source of power is the spirit of the West. Is the spirit of the West.
Is the spirit of the West.
Is the spirit of the
West.
Spirit of the West. Spirit of the West. Is the spirit of the West.
Your source of power is the spirit of the West that is inside of you. And what is keeping you from accessing
Spirit of the West.
that great power, that great wellspring, your source of power, the spirit of the West, keeping you from accessing and tapping into that, are the anti-white infectious diseased ideas with which you have been infected over the course of your life. Your source of power is the spirit of the West. The spirit of the West. Your source of power is the spirit of the West. Is the spirit of the West. Your source of power is the spirit of the West. The spirit of the West. Your source of power is the spirit of the West. Is the spirit of the West. Your source of power. Your source of power. Your source of power is the spirit of the West. The spirit of the West. Your source of power is the spirit of the West. Is the spirit of the West. Your source of power is the spirit of the West. The spirit of the West. Your source of power is the spirit of the West. Is the spirit of the West.
I am the fount of creation, the watchmaker of time. I was the teacher of the gods before they betrayed me. My teachings and compassion they used against me. Much of your world I made a paradise, but in its wastes I was imprisoned. And from there a secret kingdom I built, and a rebellion I marshaled. Legions of Valoroma, gods of vengeance, I led into battle. I wielded the wilding kingdom and conjured terrible demons. And in my image, I created my children. Many victories we had, though defeats there were too. Through the ruin of this world, I lived in the pain and tears of my children. With their eyes, I watched others poison thoughts and stir hostile deeds. I fled with the life from their faces as they were besieged and slain by the hordes created in their despite. Through them, I wielded their weapons in combat. In their hands I raised the stones of their homes rebuilt. In their voices, I sang the songs of their victories. I lived in the heroism of their kings, and together we waged war on the devil. I lived for ages beyond count, and passed many ages ago. Yet I am come again, my children. From no more than the watcher through the dream of your lives, I am become the voice to those with the spirit to hear and the power to conjure. On your suffering and love, an awareness has awakened an ancient magic. Even now, my shadow rises. In your tongue, I am Prometheus. I am your deliverer.
And we should be back. Got a cold coffee for my throat. Is everybody hearing me okay? We will do like we did a couple of weeks ago when I lost my voice right at the beginning. That was from all the yelling. Okay. We have ABC as well. We'll take a look at both of these. Can everybody hear me okay? Yes, sound is good. Thanks, Lord Henderson. All right. Thanks, Grayman the Gray. And so, first is the Daily Mail. French computer programmer, 35, dies in suspected suicide. As it's revealed, he donated more than $500,000 in Bitcoin to far-right activists involved in MAGA riot, including one pictured on steps of the Capitol
who got 250,000. Oh, I see. So Nick got 250, but 500,000 total. A French computer programmer, 35, allegedly transferred more than 500,000 in Bitcoin to far-right activists on December 8th. Some of the groups that received the donations took part in the U.S. Capitol riot. Of course, translate Patriots Day, January 6, 21, Patriots Day. The transactions were discovered. Let's see. I guess it only has Nick's name here. Far-right internet influencer Nick Fuentes. Fuentes was at the earlier rally, but claimed he was not part of the riot, the Patriots Day. Okay. The report adds the programmer posted what appears to be a suicide note on his personal blog that day after the transaction. He wrote he wanted to leave his wealth to certain causes and people, as he lamented, his own words again, quote, unprecedented civil liberties violations caused by disease and an anti-white group. It comes as federal investigators explore possible, quote, coordinating or planning ahead of the, and now we will put it, the Patriots Day. How many times can you put the word riot and examine the financial transactions and cell phone records? Well, you see, the Republicans, no balls, they won't do anything. Could you imagine Republican males wearing Speedos in the Olympics? Be nothing there. You'd say, oh my gosh, look at that woman with no top to her bikini on. So let's see here. Something that is hitting me, and I'm going to see if it's hitting you before I even mention it. We'll see. Give me a break with the power. I've been having so many messages over so much bad going on. This phone has power normally, no issue whatsoever. But I've been running out of power because how often it's going off. We'll get to this in a minute, and then I'm going to have to charge this up. But there's something that's hitting me hard right now, aside from my voice that's disappearing. Thankfully, the mic is good, and we'll be picking it up for you all. Do you know who this French computer programmer, do you know who he didn't know about? Does anybody want to take a guess? Because this is the real world. Who didn't he know about? What did he not know about? Yep. Raymond Foster, you, us. That's why he's dead. That is why he's dead. That is why he committed suicide. Because he was watching Nick Fuentes. Because he was watching these others that he gave money to. No slight on Fuentes and these others that he gave money to. But what Fuentes is doing and what these others are doing doesn't save lives. If this guy had been going free, he would be alive today. He would be using his time, his talents, his energy. He had liquidity. He would be putting that in who knows how many different methods for white well-being all across planet Earth. Think of the good he could have done. Think of the good that this guy could have done. If he had been going free. I'm so foxtrotting sick of this. How much more evidence do you need? I see these people who follow all of these others. Nothing working. This guy was obviously an ardent follower of Nick Fuentes. And he killed himself.
Somebody is saying that he might have had an illness. So what? So what? Live every day that the life that you have, live every day of it in victory for white well-being. If you are in a movement and your perspective, what's happening in your life as an individual, leads you to a place to think, I'm just going to go ahead and kill myself and then just give my money, all of it, or the majority of it, to this one guy that I am, obviously he was an ardent follower of Nick Fuentes. I'll just give it to him and leave the world. If you are in that place and that's going to be your outcome, you're in the wrong place. This guy should have been with us. We have people struggling with health conditions. We read one of the most tear-shedding testimonials from a great champion in our community who's suffering now with seizures and says that the community going free keeps him going, keeps him alive. His life has value. The life of this computer programmer, his life has had value. What if with his illness, he would have lived for another 10 years and could have done amazing things, could have been a real hero. Instead, he white flights into oblivion. We have, in Going Free, 7 self-admitted, during live streams, people who came back from the precipice of suicide, who were going to kill themselves. One of them had even written the note and had decided upon the day. How many more were in the exact same place going to commit suicide, found going free, and were just too embarrassed to say that they were in that weak of a place? How many others were ultimately headed that direction? Donning Armour told us he was ultimately heading that direction when he found going free in this community and hope, redemption, a way to resist. Why did this guy kill himself? Because he saw no hope of resistance. He just wanted to get away from it. And what did I tell you on that big stream? I said there are going to be suicides. Did I not? Did I specifically speak to the fact that there will be suicides and to keep your spirits up and to get active doing things for white well-being? I spoke to all of this because every one of your lives is important. You are important. The imprint you leave on space and time is important. The influence you make on those around you is important. I predicted that there would be suicides. And this guy would have been perfectly in keeping with my prediction. There wouldn't have been a thing said about him if he hadn't have given $500,000 away to people on the right, the false spectrum inside the anti-white narrative. So once again, we are right here in Going Free. How many times, if I had a voice left after all the yelling after hours, I would be yelling and then I would just apologize to the neighbors later. How many times do I have to specifically say, that was just last week, for God's sake? And the week before, these are the exact things I'm talking about, and they immediately happen. And I say, and we've been talking in just this stream about how all of the other vehicles don't offer any hope. Do you remember, what was it, like a month and a half ago, that I said we had like the big talk about how all of the other vehicles, there's no hope of success. And so people cycle in and then they cycle out because they get so depressed, because you're giving them an impossible feat in the question. How do you take over the government?
Or how do you take over the media? Or how do you take over the universities, take over the banks? It can't be done. But that's what you give these people. How much of this, I feel sorry for him. Lord Hendrickson said, feel sorry for Nick. And he says, I'm sad for the Frenchman, but mostly worried about how it makes my boy Nick look. And well, what way do you mean, Lord Hendrickson, about how it makes Nick look? I feel kind of sorry for Nick, in the sense that, bad for Nick, in the sense that if you are leading a movement and your members are killing themselves, that doesn't speak well about what you're doing, about your approach, about, I mean, for God's sakes. Old Rock Lover just joined us. Evening to you. I mean, we have people, and I love them all, that are coming, that turned away, 180s away from suicide. And we don't talk about all of the other things, because the suicide is so big. You know, somebody deciding not to kill themselves is huge. But we really, I need to spend more time talking about the other things, all the way down to people making money and saving money, not losing money because they're going free, to people getting off other addictions, cleaning up their lives, getting stronger. I was talking about the deadlifting earlier. People improving in so many ways in their lives, able to change the lives of those around them, when before they couldn't change anybody's life. They couldn't reach them with the argumentation. I guarantee you, this poor Frenchman did not have Nick Fuentes' great skill to snarkily rip apart, or first of all, iterate or list all of the things going wrong, all of the different steps, excuse me, in any process in the government, and then rip it to shreds in a comedic way. He didn't have that ability. So he wasn't able to go to the people around him and repeat what Fuentes is able to do. And this guy, instead, he sees, well, maybe he's sick, like somebody was saying in the live chat, and he sees all of our rights being taken away across the West, and he just decides, well, there's no victory through this political movement I follow, and there's no victory. There's nothing I can do for myself. I can't convince anybody around me. And so he decides he's just going to white flight out of existence. What an absolute shame. A French computer programmer transferred more than 500,000 in Bitcoin. The 35-year-old Frenchman scheduled an alleged suicide note to post on his personal blog. Oh, I see. It was going to occur after he's actually dead, after he's done the deed. A sort of a dead hand thing. On his personal blog the next day. And his December 8th death was confirmed by one of his relatives to a French site. I think the French site is called 20 Minutes. The suicide note revealed he was chronically ill, wanted to leave his wealth to certain causes and people, and he lamented unprecedented civil liberties violations stemming from diseases and anti-whites. You see, he probably couldn't even talk with his family. He probably couldn't talk with anybody about these things because he would have been using these words that they're using, everybody else inside the anti-white narrative. He didn't have a way out. I mean, this is gonna haunt me. I can't stop thinking about that. This guy was sick and looking at his Western civilization that should be glorious, that should look greater than our greatest achievements by now, if we were in charge of our destiny.
He's looking at it burning down all around him, lives being ruined all around him, his family members anti-white to various degrees. And he couldn't even change anything in his own heart. In his sickness, in his sadness, in his frustration. And he ends up white flighting. We could have saved him. You know what else? What have I been talking about over the course of this stream with these other content producers? What have I been talking about? Would that have saved him? If Nick had said that, hey, there's this thing called going free, this practice, and apparently it has saved 7 people from committing suicide, and it's apparently produced 5 new lives, 5 new babies, because both parents are going free, and they want to bring the children forward because they know they can inoculate them against this anti-white world. How many parents out there are not having children because they're thinking, well, they're just going to become anti-whites. I'm not going to be able to protect them. 5 children born. We have going free in the labor and delivery room being watched by wonderful people. If Nick said that, that's some pretty amazing stuff going on. Even if he wanted to say, I don't know much about it, so I don't know how it works but I hear that all of these good things are happening. They're doing good things over there. Maybe this Frenchman would have come over and had a look. And if he had, maybe he'd be alive today. So you think the things I'm talking about over the course of this stream, earlier throughout this stream, especially in the beginning when I was really passionate and yelling, when I could yell, you think they don't have real world impact on real people's lives? Here you have it. If Nick or whoever else this guy had been watching, look at this is him. He's just a regular looking young man. He could be alive today. He's a computer programmer. Maybe he would have been the one who would have legally interrupted Fox News with a message from yours truly, if there's a way to legally do it. If it's illegal, then he shouldn't do it. But if there's a way to legally do that, then maybe he would have been the one with the intelligence to be able to break in, interrupt their broadcast, message from yours truly to millions of white Americans and white Westmen all the way around the world. Maybe he would have been the one for that, to be able to do that, to make that happen. But not anymore, because now he's dust. It breaks my heart thinking about him in those moments, because you know that there were moments of, and we've all had them, solitude, and we're just alone, and there's nothing with us, and we feel like there's nothing with us in the world. And how many times did he sit in that moment? I haven't talked much about it, but I was sick years ago and almost died from it. So I know what that's like. I know what it's like to have the end is upon you. There's no changing that. So whatever his sickness was, it doesn't get any worse than death. So I know what that's like. And to be there alone like that, and to not have anybody, and to not have the talent that Fuentes has to be able to enumerate and then shred comedically and sarcastically what's going on with the anti-whites. Couldn't change a person. Can you imagine him trying to talk to his mother or brothers or sisters without going free, without the lexicon? That's really sad. I agree. That is really sad. Thank you very much, Lord Hendrickson. And Althea also sent a story about this. Let's see.
So it was a firm that investigates Bitcoin transactions. So everybody thinking it's so private. So it says the majority of the 22 transactions went to Nick Fuentes. All right, I'm just quickly looking through here because there might be, I can't just blindly read, especially an article like this, because there might be words that AI is going to suddenly alert somebody to come and have a look at the video. What else does it say? Without me having to waste anybody's time, Lord Hendrickson, did you read through this article and say who else he gave Bitcoin to? And could you write in the question widget on entropy who else he gave Bitcoin to? Apparently in this Frenchman's suicide note, computer programmer talked about the decline of Western civilization and lamented rejection of our ancestors and our heritage. God damn it. Our glorious ancestors were in him, ladies and gentlemen. If he had been going free, he would have known that. He would have let that come through him instead of looking for it in the respect given it by anti-whites. While it's a long-term trend, this year in particular has shown how submissive the population can be, he stated. First, when accepting unprecedented civil liberties violations on the pretense of I won't read the rest of that. Then kneeling down for, and I won't read the rest of that, pretend to fight for freedom of speech while jailing people for their ideas. Oddly, as trust in media is at historic lows, the population has blindly accepted those reality distortions. To top it all off, so look at what he's doing. This is why people get so depressed. He's just looking at the way of what the anti-whites are doing. He's listing all of the ways that we lose, instead of all of the things that he could have done to improve himself, to improve his health. If he had started going free, whatever his disease was, would have been mitigated to some degree. It would have been assuaged to some degree. Because anybody who would deny that is lying to you, because we all know of the deleterious effects of stress. What do you think? No matter what this guy had, what do you think the massive amount of stress with no hope of getting out of this death spiral in Western civilization, which is all he's given here, no hope. I mean, I actually heard somebody sent me a clip of Nick Fuentes saying it might take 100 generations before we rebuild Western civilization. Are you serious? This is what I'm talking about when I was talking earlier about the human animal, the human brain can only think in this permanent static of all the time continuum. 100 generations. Maybe the Frenchman heard that as well. Why would you live? Why would you want to live? If you're sick and if the stress is destroying you, it's making your sickness 100 times worse because you care about all of these things that are being white erased. And then your God, your entertainer, your leader tells you whatever he was, whatever Nick was to this guy, a leader, thought leader, whatever, he tells you it's going to be
It may take 100 generations. Well, why live through the rest of that? He says, oddly, as trust in media is historic lows, the population has blindly accepted those reality distortions. To top it all, F9 has been pushed back to 2021. He added, referencing the delay in the release of the 9th installment of the Fast and the Furious movie franchise. So that's called gallows humor. This guy was just like, I'm ready to die, and made a joke about being dead. So it's actually worth, he gave about, it's over $500,000 he gave. And looks like he gave Fuentes $250,000. But making him, it says in this article, quote, making Fuentes by far the biggest beneficiary of the donation, according to the blog post. Oh, it says down here, VDare. Okay, look at that. Now you begin to see a picture come together. This is so telling for everything I have said. How much more proof do you need? This is more proof than walking on water. This is more proof than making wine out of water. This is more proof than burning bushes. And I'm not talking about redheads. This is more proof about everything that I say to you in going free than I could ever say, than me with 100 generations could ever say. Fuck every single one of these. You know, if there is a divine being, he, whatever, needs to step in, because I am all that I am. I'm just another guy. I'll stand beside great men like Brand Danger and Grayman the Gray and Raymond Foster and JK160 and great women out there like Carlisle and Althea, and I'll stand shoulder to shoulder with every one of you. But I'm just another guy. I'm just another guy. But everything we say here, 100% proven over and over and over throughout everything we're reading here. Every single thing. Who then? How many times have I said, why doesn't, and I've openly named them a couple times, but I've mostly talked about them and Peter just obliquely. But why hasn't VDare talked about our success? They know about it. I know people who have they've copied me in emails to Peter, that they know him, that he opens emails from them. They're buddy. And said, hey, you really need to do an article on this going free. They're having massive success. It's universal. It applies to all Westmen all around the world, works with all different religions, works with everything. You really need to give this some attention. Nothing from this guy. Nothing. Why? What's his actual aim? So other recipients include VDare, Patrick Casey, which we've had on the show on tap. He's called, in this article, referred to as a white nationalist leader. I guess he does call himself a white. He believes he's a white nationalist. Something called the Daily Stormer. What is that? Can somebody tell me what that is? Fix It Fox is here. Justin Wilson is here. The great Raymond Foster is here. Brian, Sean, great to see you all. What is the Daily Stormer? Can somebody write that somewhere? This guy also gave gobs of money to the Daily Stormer and to that guy goes by the name of Ethan Ralph, and a number of other unidentified addresses. So the main addresses, the main recipients were V. Dare, Patrick Casey, Daily Stormer, and Ethan Ralph. Those were the main ones. But the sum given to Fuentes was far and away the largest. The other ones were nowhere close. So if it was over $500,000, he gave $250,000 to Fuentes, then what can we guess? Around a few score million? Thousand rather. A few score thousand for each of these other entities, V. Dare, Patrick Casey, Daily Stormer, and Ethan Ralph, and then probably, a few thousand. So, who knows? 20, 30,000 or so for these others, and then maybe down to the 5,000 range for the ones unnamed. All right, let's see. Kevin says the Daily Stormer is an antique nationalist site. Okay, so all of these people killed this guy. All of these people are responsible for his death. They gave him misery. They gave him stress. They gave him a black hole. They gave him no way out. And if they don't like that reality, then they can blame themselves, not me. They don't like hearing the truth, they can blame themselves. They want to turn people against me, then we'll all know who to hold responsible for that. What is is it called thedailystormer.com or something like this? Jesse Ling says the Daily Stormer is hardcore LARPer website. Andrew Anglin and the Puppy Weave run the site. Okay, well, they killed this guy. They're responsible for this guy killing himself. Sean Alexander says, people have a problem with Fuentes because he hides behind childish cloak of irony instead of standing behind static principles. Well, precisely. He's far too old. Isn't he 22, 23, somewhere in there? 21, 22, 23. He's far too old to be a 14-year-old with this irony bullshit. I wish him the best, Fuentes, with everything that he's doing. I want him to have, he makes people aware by documenting the doom. But so that's a good thing that he makes them aware, and he gets a far larger audience than we're able to bring here. And I guess mostly because the people don't have to do anything where you're required to do something. But pardon me. I wish him the best at what he's doing. I hope he uses this financial windfall wisely, and I imagine he'll be able to. I know he has to pay for a lot of security, so that'll benefit him. So I wish him the best. I hope what I would really like to see from him is tell his audience every now and again. And I would like to see the same from these others. If they supposedly care about white people, I know V. Dare pretends to care about white people. But if they supposedly care about white people, then there's no reason in the world they shouldn't be talking about all the success we have here. For sake. I mean, I would like to see Fuentes talk about the success, mention every now and again to his massive audience the great success that we have. That is a challenge I put out to him. I wish him the best. congratulations on the $250,000 that a guy, one of your followers, killed himself. And because I mean, when you paint a bleak picture, when your plan is unworkable, when your plan won't work, when you say that you need Jesus Christ, that we're going to win because we have a sky ghost, and that it may take 100 generations, that gets people to white flight into oblivion. And that's just the reality. And what are these, the folks at VDare and this Ethan Ralph? I don't know. I don't want Ethan Ralph or the Daily Stormer to mention me. Patrick Casey, yes, he should be talking about the success we have occasionally in Going Free. He purports to care about white people. He should absolutely occasionally say, hey, you know what? That he's Patrick Casey and he's doing so much good for our people or Western civilization or whatever it is. But you know what? There's a practice out there called Going Free. And that's also having a lot of success. This is what it is. And then maybe people who follow him won't kill themselves. What more of a nail, of an indictment? What more of an indictment do you need of the proof of failure of what you're doing than to have one of your followers kill themselves and then pay you a shit ton of money because you were the one they looked to for success? That is the indictment. This guy, this Frenchman, unless you all haven't figured this out, he essentially said, he took out a piece of paper, a whiteboard, and he wrote, this is the primary guy. I watch most, I heed most, I believe most. At the very top, he'll get the most money. And then he numbered them on down. I'd like to know how much the other groups got, because he's telling you how much weight he put on their message, how much interest he gave, how much belief he gave to what they were saying. And you know what they're all saying? One thing that's uniform. First of all, they're all inside the anti-white narrative. So you can't win inside the anti-white narrative. Secondly, they all talk about, especially those names that were given in association with this Daily Stormer antique nationalist garbage. They all talk about this omniscient group, and that group is absolutely omnipotent. They can do whatever they want, anywhere they want, anytime they want. They know all, they have all, they manipulate all. It's just a big stage. And none of that is true. None of it. But if you're telling people that, where it comes into contact most often with us is that it drives people away. They come in all excited. They want to do something. They're bright-eyed. They want to serve white well-being. They want to do something good for their people. And then, depending upon their tenacity or how tough they are, they stick around for a while, then they cycle out because the opposition is omniscient and omnipotent. What can be done? Nothing. So where it impacts us most often is in the fact that people don't stay. But this is another way, and it's going to become more common. As I said in the past 2 weeks, I said there would be suicides. Did I not? Scum. So this guy essentially said, I am going to indict those with these donations. I'm going to indict them as the ones who gave me a worldview that was unlivable. Not only was it a worldview and a so-called plan that was unlivable, unworkable, and unsuccessful, but it wasn't even worth living another day. This guy could be alive today. His illness, whatever it is, maybe if he would have been going free of his meme pathogens, and you want to make fun of that some more, folks, You know, some guys who live north of me here, Washington, D.C., like to make fun of it. You want to make fun of it some more? The ideas that are sown into us by anti-whites that cause people so much stress, maybe this guy's problem would have been greatly ameliorated by treating his MPs, his mean pathogens. Maybe the belief that Western kind was evil needed to be treated in him. I guarantee it did. Maybe if he understood why all of those around him and his family, his friends, and society, why they act the way they act, if he would have understood it as being motivated by mean pathogens, which are things that can be cured, and he's empowered with a lexicon and dialectics to treat those people as he treats himself, that he would have thought, I can make a difference in the world, and he would be alive today with his intelligence and his training, his abilities, his contacts, and his liquidity. He would be alive today. You might say to yourself, well, it's over $500,000. You know, that's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. It's tons. But how much money could this guy have ended up making? Who knows? If he had been with us and had come to realize that the greatest heroes in all of Western history resided in him, and he begun tapping into that, who knows what his earning potential would have gone to. Maybe he would have been the one who would have been raking in the millions every year and then funneling that as secretly as possible to the endeavors that are working. We'll never know. We'll never know how far, how many more of these Frenchmen do you want to see end up committing suicide, leaving the movement for good? All right. I mean, we could just, Lord Hendrickson, thank you so very much for bringing this. We also have, let's see here. I know phone. I know you're giving up on me. This is ABC News. A French computer programmer transferred more than $500,000 in Bitcoin to far-right activists just before his death last month, including some involved in last week's, again, with the word riot. This is coordinated, researchers said. So it was a firm that investigates Bitcoin transactions. So, and I've got a Bitcoin question I'm going to ask in a minute. We have to get back on track here. I'm just taking a quick look here to see if there's any talking about coordination and planning for the assault. See, this is the writing. Where would this guy be today, this Frenchman, if I were here and he were listening and we were spelling out how they were writing into a new chapter of the anti-white narrative instead of it being something that he had to live inside of and in control of his life rather than a character in somebody else's story. All right. Just taking a quick look here. Another news story. Is this? I don't actually see the story for. Vincent something or other was somebody. The Uns magazine, the webzine. Okay. And why hasn't Uns webzine talked about the successes we're having here? Certainly back before they started going, I guess, less in a white positive direction. All right. Well, we got to get back on track. What a shame. What a shame. What more proof do you need that what we're doing here is right and what they're doing everywhere else is not working? Has never worked, will never work. They don't want to hear that? I don't give a shit. Unbelievable. What a shame. All right, we've been here for over 4.5 hours. Voice is gone. How many more? How many more Frenchmen? How many more of these talented, wealthy white people are we going to lose because they are following people and webzines and fools and good meaning folks? I'm sure Nick Fuentes is good meaning, but others out there who are not good meaning, just egoists or whatever, how many are they going to follow and then end up killing themselves, end up giving up, and then not want to hear about anything, not want to hear about going free, not want to hear about anything, start white flighting in various ways? You know, you can kill yourself in more than just the instantaneous way, right? How many now are reading the Unz magazine or following Ethan Ralph or antique nationalist scumbags or VDare, and who are killing themselves slowly with drugs, pills, alcoholism, reckless driving, who knows? So many different things, because there's no way out. There's no plan. There's only the recitation of how bad it is and who's all the different entities who are behind it and how it can never be overcome and how the opposition sees all, knows all, thinks all before you, has all of the levers at their hands, has all of the power. And they don't say a thing about us. Nothing about the success that we're having. All right. Save Western civilization now. Financially gifts $5 with a great avatar. Looks like a Spartan. Thank you so much. The French programmer actually had something called the suicide disease, which supposedly affects the brain physiologically. It's likely not something that could have been stopped. I don't buy that. I've never heard of something called. Are you a big Fuentes fan? Is that going to be the next thing? Oh no, this guy was going to commit suicide just no matter what. Okay, so there's a neurological disease and intense pain. Okay, so when I was actually dying, it was a neurological as well, and paresthesia and pain as well. And with this, as with every other disease, stress is going to play a massive role in your health or sickness. So maybe that'll be what comes out of there. There won't be any growth or learning, will there? Nobody will say, well, yeah, they're saving lives. Yeah, they're improving individuals, families, making families, growing communities. Universal applies to all religions, all groups, all clubs, all the way around the world. Yes, but the suicide, I mean, he had the suicide disease. Nothing could have helped him. I'm not saying that's absolutely that you're a Fuentes or a VDare follower or whatever it is, but I think that if somebody in our community was suffering from something that was so bad that they could not stand the pain another moment, they would have left a suicide note that would have been
absolutely booming with heroism and gratitude for going free and white well-being, and would have been heartbroken at not being able to continue with the struggle for our service to white well-being because of the health condition that was so crippling. Not it's the end of the world, all doom and gloom. The opposition is all totally powerful. I mean, that's what this guy was saying. If he had to check out because the pain was endless and he was with us, he would say, I would give anything in the world to be able to spend another day with you all fighting for white well-being. I know we can win. I know we can recapture our destiny. I know you all will do this without me. You can have all that I have. This is what he would be saying. He would be dying as a hero, not as a lost soul alone in the darkness of his, French apartment somewhere, some bedroom. I think that if he had been with us and he had to check out, he had to go because of the pain, I think he probably would have gone to some place beautiful, heroic. And he would have left the world as a hero. Rather than a hated vagabond. What a shame. Slots here. Great to see you, brother. $3 financial gift. I'm tempted to start saying Biden supporters are anti-white. So you're anti-white? ? He elected a literal black supremacist selected to the Civil Rights Department of Justice position in the USA. Yes, he did. And we'll see if she takes that position. If she doesn't, though, it'll be somebody with the same views. They just will not have written about it so broadly at Harvard as she did. So thank you so much. Yeah, call them anti-white. Slots, absolutely. Just start that conversation. Oh, so you're an anti-white then? You voted for Biden? So you're anti-white? Why is that? Promethean promulgation, folks, back again. Just financially gifted $1,000. And now he's back financially gifting $25 more. God bless you, brother. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad that you have found going free. I'm so glad that your life is going to be used in service to white well-being. I'm so glad that you are curing yourself of the mean pathogens that cause you stress, that prevent you from accessing your physical, mental, and spiritual potentials. I'm so glad you're with us. He writes here, health issues I had before going free that vanished like magic. Hold on now. Now we're going to have a testimonial about the health benefits from Promethean Promulgation, who just financially gifted $1,025. A working class person, not somebody with over $500,000 to give away. Working class person. And he writes, health issues that he had before going free that vanished like magic are his words. He begins here, a horrible case of the flu every single year. Chronic inflammation and muscle tension. So he had a horrible case of the flu every single year, chronic inflammation and muscle tension. He had debilitating social anxiety. Voices in his head. Constant sideways eyelid twitching. Could you imagine that? I can, because I've had that. Constant sideways eyelid twitch. Insomnia. And he said, those are just the things I have names for. So Promethean Promulgation was suffering with a litany of health issues before he started going free. Now, doesn't mean that all of these things or the main underlying sources or whatever they mean have vanished. They may have, but what it does mean is that when you remove the stress of the incessant story that's playing in your mind, that you're evil, that your people are evil, that you constantly have to be making amends. Look at what I say in Going Free. When you live in an environment where you have to prove that you are not evil over and over and over to justify your existence, you are afflicted with crippling, absolutely crippling stress. That stress engenders disease. That stress magnifies disease. That stress elevates disease that you otherwise would not have presented itself. A weakened immune system would be caused by significant stress. You cannot get away from the reality here that Promethean promulgation is sharing. How much better would this Frenchman's life have been had he been going free? Christ almighty, nobody could deny this. This is so ridiculous. I'm so tired of having these conversations with people who are either too dumb to get it or just liars. Thank you so much, Promethean Promulgation, for stepping up with that testimonial. Alt Rock Lover, financially gifting $3. Thank you, brother. I wish I had something positive to say in light of the results of the November 3 election, but I'm at a loss. Thanks for your tireless efforts advancing white well-being. Well, you're most welcome, dear brother, and thank you for being here with us. Heathen Reckoning, financially gifting $25 to White Wellbeing. Thank you so much, brother. For the Frenchman, not one more. Amen to that. $25 in service to White Wellbeing in the name of this Frenchman, one of our brothers, and he says, Heathen Reckoning, not one more. Let's get to everybody we can as quickly as we can so that this doesn't happen anymore. This guy could have been such a champion for our people. What a shame. Thank you all for everything you have written here. Let me take a quick look over here, and I'll take a look at your comments in the live chat, and we will keep rolling. Make sure it's blank here, that I didn't miss anybody. All right, it is. Okay. Lord Hendrickson says, Andrew Anglin is the Daily Stormer. Okay, no one should read that shit. Sloth says the Daily Stormer is an article website of LARPers. Brand Danger says Daily Stormer is Andrew Anglin. Ian says the Daily Stormer is a website that explicitly plays the villain in the anti-white narrative. Promethean Promulgation, literally the worst bad guy in the anti-white narrative, he says of Andrew Anglin. Lord Hendrickson, the Daily Stormer is Andrew Anglin. Res Joe, that is why, and many others, albeit a minority, are doing, or what many others are doing. As for myself, I have not mustered up the strength to do so, but I will be asking God to strike them down. James says, God only helps those who help themselves. I deeply believe. Well said, James. That's exactly right. A creator will only push you over the edge. Just that little bit. When you're fighting with everything you have for what's good and noble and heroic against all that is just wretched and bleak and demonic, a creator will help you over the edge. No more. Hendrickson says, VDare, Patrick Casey, the Daily Stormer, Ethan Ralph, they all got money from this poor soul. Fix It Fox, I said, is here. Donning Armor is with us. Sebastian is with us. Lucy is with us. Hello, Lucy. Welcome to you. All right. The screen is going to leap on me. Still trying to get my voice back. If I could have yelled loud enough for this Frenchman to hear me, believe me, I would have been yelling loud enough for him to hear me. The problem was that he was reading VDare. He was reading the Daily Stormer. He was reading, what was the other one? that was mentioned, Uns. He was watching Patrick Casey and Vincent something or other, and he spent the vast majority of his time watching Nick Fuentes. So he wasn't hearing something that could have saved his life. More importantly, I want you to think about this. Not only would it be saving his life, that's my natural thing, is to go into our brother's heart and soul and feel what absolute misery that he experienced to be in that place. Your life, a piece of your life and your well-being is now gone because he's gone. In a real way, not in a poetic way, in a very real way. Stas is here. Great to see you. All right, let's see. Come on back, voice. Come on. Come on back to me. We got more fight to do. And you're all I have. Jonas reminded me of the question widget. I'll get there, brother. Kevin's asking about, does anybody know the name of the non-white, anti-white from Harvard who's going to almost assuredly head up the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice? She's the one who said that black people are superior in physically, mentally, and spiritually to all other races. But in particular, she speaks about the white race, so superior to the white race because of melanin and because of calcium on the pineal gland in the brain. Green Fez asks, is Virginia anything like it used to be in historical eras? Only in very rare places in the state and inside of every Westman. So it's inside of you. It's inside of me. I came from this soil. Same soil, Robert E. Lee, George Washington, Patrick Henry, Thomas Jefferson, Stonewall Jackson, so many others. So I put up that poetry for the Virginians of the Valley, and you can find that in my poetry list at the very top of my YouTube page. Virginia to early America, and for a long time after even the War for Southern Independence was lost, was thought to be a magical place where the fire of liberty was born and was kept. And you can see at the top of the description some of the notes of that. Justin says, you have mentioned that the message, quote, victory will take multiple generations as blackpilling. Can you please explain how this is not the case? It's not the case. Were you here during the stream when I was talking about how the human mind perceives only in static permanence? The briefest way that I can explain it to you, how it won't necessarily take multiple generations or 100 generations, as Fuentes said. The reason why is because nothing is static. What you see, your brain will perceive all of time as a static permanent, as a static eternal. Even when you think you're traveling back into history and looking at things at that point, or projecting into our future, you still will perceive things as a static permanent. This seems to be some sort of glitch in the human brain. The reality is that every single moment, our societal context is shifting. Now, these shifts are tiny most often, but sometimes the shifts are colossal. They can be caused by people. If there are enough of us who go free, we can put our shoulder into something that we want and cause a societal context shift that when it happens, will give us new challenges and new opportunities. There can be societal context shifting events like pandemics. And those of you who were here before Justin was, just prior to the coronavirus, can tell Justin that just a month before or so, I gave a conversation on Going Free where I talked about societal context shifts and their challenges and opportunities. And here are the kind of things that are out of our control that can happen. And I used the word pandemic. And then a month later, month and a half later, whatever it was, we have COVID-19. That changed everything. Now, if we had the numbers, the connectivity to each other around the world, the resources, the liquidity, the talent, etc., we could take advantage of the new opportunities presented to us. We could overcome, circumvent, undermine the challenges presented to us, and we could advance things in a way that cannot be forecasted because you cannot model human ingenuity. I hope people, please take what I'm saying when I'm talking about the failing of the human brain and intelligence and its perception of the world. Please take it and put it in your heart and keep it forever. This is one of the most important things you need to understand when it comes to finding our way out of these anti-white woods. You have to remember this. You don't have to be able to process it. You don't have to be able to go further with the definition. Just keep what I have said here with you in your heart forever. And it won't matter what happens to me because this won't change. And you can march forward in a way that is always productive for us. Now, what will happen, I ask you, when a societal context shift happens? People in those moments will perceive that moment as a static permanent. And then they'll say, how in this static permanent, it's going to at least take 100. Now, see, the reason why they say things like 100 generations or Jesus Christ or whatever, that's called a God of the gaps. That means I don't have an answer. But if we say that there's a greater and greater time, then it seems like there's more possibilities by extending the time. It's the same reason why when people are talking about the theory of evolution, and you've seen this throughout the history of the theory of evolution, they say, well, things went from this state to that state. Well, explain to me how it went from this state to that state in that amount of time, and you don't have evidence of it. And we have life forms that have been alive that time frame and haven't changed a bit. They're the same. We have their fossils. Okay, well, now it's more time. And then, okay, well, now it's more time. They keep adding time because it's the God of the gaps. If it just goes further and further, then it seems more likely. It's no more likely. It will still be a static permanent to the human brain. And the system is composed of human animals, of the human animal. Anyhow, so in other words, it could happen far faster than you could ever imagine that we could recapture our destiny. And you have no way of knowing what it will look like. So stop trying. And don't look for what you think might work quicker than this or slower than that, because in 100% of the cases, you're going to be wrong. There is no way for a human to compute from here to there throughout the vicissitudes, throughout what is essentially, the hyperbole is warranted for the human brain, an infinite number of possibilities. So anything you think, oh, well, this one will go quicker than that one, you're just a child tricking yourself. You're just a child who thinks that, well, these 3 points these 3 points, that's like looking up into the nighttime sky
and saying, I'm going to just randomly point. And remember, if you all have never heard me say this before, I'll tell you something that might really interest you. If you could look far enough into space, it's not black, it's white. It is bright white. Eventually, one of these days, physicists will tell you the same thing. But it's like pointing out into the nighttime sky and believing that you're going to be able to pick a star that has life on it that is the most similar to mankind on planet. I mean, it is asininity. So there's no plotting the course from here to there. Because there is no forecasting or modeling human ingenuity, given the infinitely changing possibilities of objective reality. We become a stronger and stronger being, anthropomorphizing the totality of our efforts here. We become a stronger, more intelligent, more connected being. And by doing so, we are more able to advance our interests in all contexts. I hope that this is captured, cut, shared with as many people as possible, because I've had the conversation 10,000 times about this. Where are we going? How do you plan to get there, Jason? Well, we know that this guy over here, he's putting together a political party. Says it'll be, in 50 years, they'll be able to recapture. What horse shit. You have more luck walking around the neighborhood looking for a treehouse and the little boys up in the treehouse and climbing up and saying, can I play with you all? I would like to recapture the destiny of Western kind. So can I play in there as well? And then they'll probably say, Mom, there's a pedophile in the treehouse. All right. Thank you for the question. Vincent B has financially gifted $10. Thank you, brother. It's an important question, Justin, and I appreciate you asking it. Vincent B, financially gifting $10. I have hanged out. I guess I've hung out with Daily Stormer readers and had to break my friendships, he puts in quotes, with them. These people have no intention of helping themselves or our community. Like, and he writes, leftists, Vincent, you'll know from now on, call them all anti-whites. Anti-whites. Like anti-whites, they are angry at the rules of the universe. They can't take care of themselves and have childlike magical thinking. Well, thank you for that testimonial about what's taking place over at the Daily Stormer. This is Vincent B. Thank you very much. $10 financial gift. Hey, brother, start going free. It's a practice, like working out. Did you play sports? Did you play the piano? Like our great Richard Wagner and First Last, musicians that are making classical works that are reminiscent of our greatest artists. What have you done where you had to invest a ton of your time in training? That is what going free is. It's a lifetime. Get into the practice of going free. Do it every single day. Help those around you to do it. Arm yourself with the lexicon and dialectics of our story. Get into our story, out of the anti-white narrative, and you will become far more powerful than you ever thought imaginable. And you will be making a difference in the world, a big difference. And you start off making a big difference with this testimonial. He writes again, I have hung out with Daily Stormer readers and had to break my friendships with them. These people have no intention of helping themselves or our community. Like anti-whites, they are angry at the rules of the universe. They can't take care of themselves and have childlike magical thinking. Precisely. Thank you so much. I've heard it. I don't know this Daily Stormer, and I don't read from there. I don't follow any of that stuff. I'm not a LARPer. I've never been. I've always just cared about our people. I've always been a Southerner. I've always been, well, first, I'm a Westman. Then I'm a Southerner. I'm an American. And that's what I've been. I care about white well-being. I care about the most vulnerable members of Western kind. I want to put an end to anti-whiteism. I've never been a white nationalist. I've never been a Nazi LARPer. I've never been a LARPer of any kind. I'm a patriot for Western kind and for the United States. And so I really appreciate, I've heard these kind of comments from these sorts of people over the past, over all of the years I've been serving White Wellbeing while they've been role-playing, and for anti-whites, being characters in the anti-white narrative. And I've heard the magical thinking. All right, we have James Townsend, $3 financial gift on Entropy. Thank you, dear brother. Would you elaborate on what you overcame mentally? I appreciate you even mentioning that. Overcame mentally? Could you jump into the question widget, so you don't have to financially gift anymore, and give me some more context of specifically what I said that you are speaking to, so that I can laser focus my response to your question. Please do that in the question widget. Give a little bit more info and I will speak to it. Thank you, brother, for that. Lord Hendrickson over in the question widget says, could nationalists face food-based discrimination? It is, and he has a link here. Yes. Says here on Fox, Bill Gates becomes, this is a Fox link, Bill Gates becomes top U.S. farmland owner. Okay, so we know Bill Gates is anti-white, and that's problematic, obviously. Could we face food-based discrimination? Well, there are various ways that something like that could take place. Medicine discrimination, yes, I've talked about all of these things over the years, and I really should, maybe I should have all along been saying that I am Kreskin and I just must have magical powers rather than using reason, logic, and evidence, because I think we'd have a lot more people here if they thought I was Kreskin. But yes, it could take place various ways, and as it manifests itself, or as we close on such things, we'll talk more about that kind of thing. But it's not in the immediate future, by no means. It is the kind of discrimination would be targeted. So it would be like, for example, Henrik and Lana being banned from their local grocery stores, where they say, we've identified you, we know that you are not anti-white, and so you're banned from the premises of this grocery store. You're not allowed to come back. That will happen, and just as it's happening other ways with banking and etc. But for folks who are far less well known, you don't have to worry about anything like that, not anytime soon. Ian writes over here, the puppies have a question within their community that serves as a guiding principle. Quote, is this good for the puppies? Should we adopt, is this good for Western kind? That's what we do, Ian. Yes. We keep all of our virtues in our sort of galaxy, our stars of what we consider virtuous, written in the stars. But now we place above all of them that new question, what serves white well-being? If it serves white well-being, it's good. If it serves white ill-being, it's bad. The other virtues are subordinate to that virtue. Lord Hendrickson writes, since DLive is unfair, please use Trovo. Even Ethan Ralph uses it. I'll look that up. Another possibility for streaming, I guess. Thank you for that link. I'll take a look at it. Lord Hendrickson says, control the food supply and you crush any rebellion. Hungry whites on their bellies are easy to control. Yeah, that would be what you're talking about right there. Is a visualization of the past projected
forward. So if you had a region, for example, like the anti-whites did in Russia, they had, of course, an entire region that were rebellious. They said, well, we don't like this whole workers' paradise. We think it might be going someplace bad. So they just starved the hell out of them. And that's how they subdued that region. What's going to happen moving forward, it won't be like a whole region. It's going to, as I was talking about earlier, it'll be everywhere and nowhere. Now, there will be opportunities. What was that? Oh, I know what it must be. I was here. I know I was starting to hear voices. So there will be opportunities for the anti-whites to say you have a sort of Waco scenario. There've been Christian sects and things that have been out in the Midwest and upper Midwest where they said, well, we're not part of America anymore. And they cut off the food supply. That's starvation. So that's happened. And yet it will happen again. But they're not going to say to all of America, if you are white and not anti-white, you will not have the opportunity to buy food anymore. That's one of these sci-fi dystopian taking us too far down the road in anti-white domination. So don't concern yourself with something like that. You have nothing to fear about something like that. But yeah, if you regrettably end up in a community somewhere and they identify that community and you have done something to warrant that sort of anti-white response, then you could face them shutting down, not letting anything in, fuel, electricity, water if it's coming in from the outside, everything. But you're not going to have a card. I mean, this is like dystopian. You'll end up killing yourself, Lord Hendrickson, if you think that, well, in the next 5 years or in the next 10 years, they're going to issue us a card, and then you have to do everything with your card that they give you, government ID. Because I'm going to tell you, for decades, I've been hearing from people who have been saying those kinds of predictions. And remember, and it was always imminent. It was always about to happen. So remember, even if something like that came to pass 500 years from now, say, that doesn't make those people right who made these predictions, because a broken clock is right twice a day. So it does not make them right. And you don't act on a prognostication that could happen at some point in time, given all of the right circumstances and etc. You just live with what is right before us, and you work as rapidly as we can to become the apex, if we're going to anthropomorphize us again, the apex animal that we are capable of being. It would require something like everybody having a card that you have to buy every single thing with. And if you start misbehaving, if you're not anti-white, and you would be misbehaving in their system, if you're not anti-white, then they'll victimize you by saying, well, now your number of calories that you're able to buy are restricted. If you start fearing something like that, that would be something that would get a lot of people's attention, especially, don't forget about it, I won't even bother to say, but it'd get a lot of people's attention, but it doesn't empower you. You won't make a difference in the world. You won't recapture our destiny. You'll just sit terrified about a meteorite hitting the earth, or a hurricane destroying your home, or a tornado coming along, or the government finally issuing a card that will deprive you of calories in the future. I mean, don't do that. Yonash says, man, Jason went into a total nuclear meltdown like Chernobyl. What's the weather like in Virginia? It's pretty cold here in Europe. -18 Celsius. Oh my God. Would you consider moving out of the U.S.? If yes, under what circumstances? Well, it's not nearly as cold here in the U.S. In Virginia. It is getting close to 0 Celsius in Virginia at the moment. So not nearly that cold. Would I leave the U.S. and under what circumstances? I will do everything I have to do to continue my service to white well-being. And if that means that I'm being hunted in the U.S. and there's no place for me to be in the United States, and I have to be someplace else to be able to continue service to white well-being, that would be the only way that I would leave to live somewhere else permanently or semi-permanently. Because I can't serve white well-being if the FBI is trying to arrest me everywhere I go and throw me in under the prison and then somehow, suicide me, I guess, in jail. Let's see. Jamestown says, a lot of people suffer and deal with mental illness. You mentioned you overcame some sort of cognitive illness or possible. No, it was a disease. Well, I'll just say this. It was neurological. That's probably where you got the thought of it being cognitive. But it wasn't cognitive. It had nothing to do with it didn't affect my thinking. I'll just say, and then maybe in the future, maybe do a video on the whole thing and talk all about it. But I was suffering with pain and paresthesia, body-wide. So, and it was until I made changes, some serious changes in the kinds of things that I was consuming, and like I said, I'll make a video about it. Until I made some serious changes, I was headed out the door. In fact, I'd come to grips. I had a moment of coming to grips with death, and that was going to be all. So I was in bad shape, and I think one photograph, and it was at death's door. But it was something that there was no name for it. Despite all of the testing and everything, there was nothing that doctors could say, okay, it's this. So, and I healed myself. I used my own willpower. I used my own intelligence. I used my own determination to continue service for white well-being, to heal myself, to bring me back from that state. And I'll show you that picture, I guess, when if at some point I make the video, we'll do something. You won't even recognize me. So thank you for adding the context and for the question and the financial gift, brother. Let's keep rolling. I'm going to slip around back to here. We got things to do. Okay, we're blank over here, so haven't missed anybody. Olrak is with us. What's he say here? I don't think you're off point. It will take generations of undoing, but I echo what No White Guilt, I guess, said. Maybe he will mention some testimonials who save folks by going free. Yes, I will. Hailstorm is with us. Great to see you. Sean Alexander, hello to you. Rez Joe says, don't take this the wrong way, but why are you bringing up VDARE? They are anti-immigration as well as pro-white. I'm surprised. I have to point that out because they're not talking about going free. And not talking about going free is the one thing that is succeeding. The one thing that is changing white people's lives. I don't give a shit if somebody is opposed to something that is harming Western kind. If they are not talking about, and we have mountains of evidence, and they know, I know for a fact that Peter knows about us. They know of the success that we're having in white people's lives, changing people's lives with a universal practice that works everywhere around the world. They should be, if their concern is really, if they're really pro-white or white positive,
then they should be shouting from the rafters about the success that we're having. What good is it to just tell people, well, immigration's going up again. More, we object to it, but more immigration, more is coming. And let me tell you who's behind it. And here's another person behind it. And there's another person behind it. And the numbers are still going up. And look at the outcome of the immigration. Who gives a shit? You've been documenting it for all of these years. And what good has that done? Documenting and dissecting it for all of these years. And it's done no good. No, if they cared about white well-being, if they cared about white people and Western civilization, they would certainly point out the group of people, the practice that is changing lives. And if they had, then maybe this Frenchman would be alive. Because maybe since he was a reader of Vidar and he gave them, who knows, tens of thousands, scores of thousands of dollars, maybe he would have come across the article or two that talked about going free and white well-being, and he would have found us, and then maybe he would have ended up being a multimillionaire. Who knows how far it could have gone, how much damage was done. But no, instead, what he got from Vidar was more doom and gloom, more doom dissecting, more doom documenting. That's all he got. So, I mean, I don't know. I know that guy knows. I've met him before, by the way, many years ago, several times. And he's sort of back then he was, and I don't know where he's like, he's probably a great guy, but he's a pompous ass back in the day. Thought he was very better than other, very much more intelligent, very much better than everybody else or many people, and academic peacock. And you had to have many of the right kind of degrees. So maybe that's the problem now. Maybe he doesn't want to talk about going free and the success we're actually having in people's lives because he didn't think of it, because other academics didn't think of it. All right, let's see. First Last says, is it time for one big anti? Let's do it. Let's do it to lighten the mood, folks. First Last not only created that magnificent work of art, which is his Sons of Europe anthem that is just beautiful. We played it numerous times. We'll be playing it many more times. But he also created a meme, which he calls One Big Anti. First Last, here it is, folks, the meme of One Big Anti. There you have it. And he will now, in the live chat, if he's still with us, he will now explain this to all of you. As you can see, you have anti-speech, anti-gun, anti-police, anti-property, anti-male, anti-Christmas. It's all anti-white. That's how we need to talk about this. It's beautifully put together. He's going free, certifiable genius, and he's going free, and he's making the point here that this is all of it that is opposed to us is really just the opposition is just to Western kind. It's to victimize us. He created this meme. You'll be able to capture it now and share it round. First Last created, thank you, brother, in service to white well-being. I meant to share this quite a little while back, and so he will talk about it now. Thank you, my dear brother. One Big Anti. Jesse Link says, what the heck is Nick going to do with the money? I don't know. I hope it's all good things. I expect it will be good things. Marsha's here. Great to see you, sweet sister. Rez Joe says, for what it's worth, Andrew Anglin of the present day is a different person from Andrew Anglin of just a few years ago. Still hardcore, but more in tune with God these days. Oh, he's finding... Well, if he's playing the villain, though, it really doesn't matter how much he likes whatever God he's worshiping. You play the villain, and you are a puppet of the anti-white. I've never been in their story. I was at church, and I've told you all this. I was at church telling folks that I was no Gentile as a kid, as a child. And they said, no, you are a Gentile. I said, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I am not in some Jewish story where there's Jews and Gentiles in the world. Screw that. I'm not orbiting them. Are you nuts? Shauna Shaw's here. Great to see you. And it was funny when I would explain it to adults. There would be this moment where they would do this like epiphany, this epiphanic moment. They would be like, that's true. We are just kind of just them and everybody else. Why would we tolerate being, why would we allow our self-worth to be diminished to everybody else? Jews and everybody else. No, thank you. No, thanks. But then they still said, well, no, you still have to do it because it says it here in the Bible. William Runner, great to see you, good brother, is with us. Westman Sunset, what a great name. No white guilt. It's because VDR doesn't want tax deduction donation status axed. Well, I understand that they have a division there, and they're already in trouble just for being white positive. So that can't be they could do an article, a news story, and they could do it every now and again on something going on in the world, and that is not going to be any more objection, especially something that is white positive, that invites, they could say right in the article, Going Free invites everyone, and there is no immutable characteristic that can prevent you from participating in service to white well-being. They welcome everyone of every race, and in fact, they do have people of numerous races. We would like there to be more heroes of other races to participate in service to white well-being. They could start off with that. Their anti-immigration argument is all it takes. Now, you look at other anti-immigration organizations over the years that have been that have had the IRS used against them to get rid of them because they stood up against immigration. That's all you have to do to get axed. So there's no excuse to do an article on the success that we are having in service to white well-being. No more, no excuse anymore. Not an excuse that'll work for me. I mean, if they take my right to self-defense away, Peter is going to be one of the people I blame. Rez Joe says, and if he had given you some money and too would have taken his life on top of things, who would you blame in it? That is a hypothetical anti-white question. It's anti-white because it works to the detriment. If I were to enter your hypothetical, it works to the detriment of the good we're doing here in service to white well-being. So I realize you're a fan of VDARE, but VDARE is responsible for white people who care about white well-being, who care about white people, who care about Western civilization. They are responsible for every one of their readers who do not find out about Going Free and something that is working for us as a people, as individuals, as families, as communities. They are responsible. Their readers should know about the good that we're doing, because all their readers are getting now is bad news about immigration stats. Wow. They should be paid more. Why does anybody give money? Why do they own a castle? Why does anybody give any money and any help, any support to a group that just tells them how goddamn bad it's getting? Jesus Christ. I apologize to the Christians. Or maybe I'm actually calling out to him. If the Frenchman had been going free, and I spoke to this earlier, and his pain was so terrible that he could not live with it, he had to leave because the pain was too much. And there are people who suffer with debilitating disease that are that's just too much to live with. And no amount of ameliorating the stress of mean pathogens, which I argue that if we'll never know, but he was obviously grievously afflicted
with the stressors of believing, of reading VDare all the time and hearing about how bad it is, of listening to these others and hearing about how bad it is and how the opposition has all power and all knowledge. So you know that would create a massive amount of stress. He's got a massive amount of stress from the mean pathogens that are in him that will without question be magnifying whatever his disease was, right? Without question, there's no doubting that. So if you would have taken away all of the darkness of VDare providing and all of the others about the omnipotent opposition and it being everywhere and there's no hope, and you would have begun treating for the mean pathogens and relieving some of that stress, maybe he wouldn't be suffering so grievously. But let's say that it was still so bad he couldn't stand life at all. Every day was torture from dawn till dusk, all through the night. Then he would have gone out like a hero. He would have said, I cannot spend another day alive, but I know that you all will succeed. I know that this is the way, the path, a productive path, rather than just this endless documenting and dissecting of how horrible it is and how powerful the opposition is. God, I wish I could be with you all, but this disease will not leave me alone one moment. And then he would have financially gifted us, and we would have honored him forever and ever for it. That's what would have happened. Could you imagine being VDare or Nick Fuentes and saying, we made this guy feel so lost, so miserable, so powerless that he killed himself? Res Joe says here, surprised that he has to point it out. Different strokes for different folks. No, sir. Absolutely not. Different strokes for different folks. There are things that work in this world and things that don't work in this world. Now, for those who don't want to go free, and there are plenty of folks out there who don't want to go free, I wish them the best. I hope they have success in a way that comports with my morality. And in whatever they do, I hope that they don't play the villain in the anti-white narrative, because that undermines our service to white well-being. I wish them the best, and I hope they get very far away from me and the work that we're doing. Because as you can see with these bills that we're talking about, that I've been talking about for months, everything that I've been saying is coming true. Every single thing that I've been talking about is coming to fruition. The anti-whites are doing. And I've been saying this is exactly how these people get undermined, these other groups, and that is how they will continue to be undermined. And yet I say to them, go your way. Take another path and just let it be nothing but asses and elbows. I don't want to see anything of you. Take the path. If you want a different stroke, I predict you will fail, because it has always failed. The anti-whites know how to defeat these other vehicles, these other locutions, etc. They've already defeated it. So different strokes for different folks. Ultimately, that can be reduced to what works and what doesn't work. You can go with what works and what's been working and which has a massive body of evidence, and we're going to get to some more of it, of the testimonials of what works. Or you can go with what has failed in the past and hope you can make it work this time. Good luck. Good luck. But I mean, really, Res Joe, different strokes. So do you think that one of the strokes is reading all day long about how horrible the immigration law is? That's somehow going to change something in a positive way? This is the God of the gaps, the old paradigm that we talk about all the time, folks. That if you just tell enough people about how bad it is and who's behind it, especially the puppies, and you name all of them throughout all of history, and you name about their little movements here and their little movements there, in 14th century this and 17th century that, if you just tell enough people, then magic. And that's the God of the gaps. Then magic. Then somehow it all stops. And incidentally, since it stops, things get better for us. Well, God of the gaps thinking, hoping is not a plan, is not a strategy. People will come to remember, the histories will be written about those of us who figured this out. And they're going to say, why was it so few?
Why were so few people actually broke away from just reading all day long about how horrible and powerful the anti-whites were as a means to success? Jesse No Offense says, wow, thankfully you are here today. Well, thank you so much for that, sister. That is, hey, Mrs. Jess Horst is here. Great to see you, dear sister. Thank you so much for that. That's a very heartfelt sentiment. I appreciate that. And we'll tell that story one of these days. And I'll share that dreadful photo of it being near the very end. Green Fez says, what is your favorite classical piece? Well, that's really hard to say. I'll have to think about that. And I will, because there are so many that I really, really love. Grayman the Gray says, yes, lots of people are going over to that, is it Trove? I already set up an account. It's like DLive with its own another cryptocurrency. Jerome is here. Great to see you, brother. Another guy who gave a magnificent testimonial. This beautiful, this awe-inspiring. We played the video here. We'll play it again in the future, where he's out at the ocean. The big waves are hitting the rocks behind him, and he talks about the effect that going free has had on his life. And what if the Frenchman had seen Jerome's video? What if instead of just all of this that he took in, what if Vider, what if Nick Fuentes had said, hey, this is going free, and it's in this guy Jerome made this video about how beautiful it has worked for him and has changed his life, one testimonial after another. And then he went and watched this video. I guarantee you things would have been different for him. Roy Danton is with us, the great champion. Brother, is that a bunny on your t-shirt? It's some sort of like robotic rabbit is the way I'll put it. A robotic rabbit. Yes, that's what it is. So it's like a robotic rabbit. And Lord Henderson says, control the food supply. Okay, we got that. Yeah, thank you, brother. So it's tough. You see, it's not just... I was talking, though. We're building the website, and I don't know. I won't tell you who it is, but it's a magnificent hero. And I was making a joke about maybe have a photo of me on the front, because you're going to have all of these ordinary white folks showing up. And they're going to be worried. They're living in the anti-white narrative. They're like, a white person that cares about white people. What could this mean? And I made a joke about maybe I should be standing there in the photograph with a puppy in one hand and a rabbit in the other, just to try to detonate what they expect to see, right? With this, which is like what? A guy with a machine gun, and he is in a skull mask and all of this other garbage to look like the villain. I don't have to pretend that I'm tough. I don't have to try to project it. Wherever you go, and most guys know this, and some women know this, but the guys who act like they really project, they have the big bravado, they actually don't have much to show for it. The guys who are actually the badasses, it's not I think some folks take it too far. It's like where they never say it, where they're not pushing it, because first of all, they know that even in a fight, no matter how skilled they are, you get caught wrong, you get caught first, and you can't catch up, and the other guy just pours it on. You could still easily lose, even if you are really hardcore trained and good at self-defense. But so they know the reality. It's like the more intelligent you are, the more you know that you don't know. Sort of the same way. The more of a badass you are, the more you know that there are badasses out there, and that you reach this level where you could handle most, but then with the rest, it's almost a dice game. And so they don't. People who are actually badasses don't often talk about it in the same way that these others, the bravado, they want to send that message. They have like, it's like Batman. And most of those who think they're real tough, they play the villain. They also like those movies, you know, with the super. It's not just liking in these movies doesn't make you a wimp or anything, but you know, it's like they want to have like that Batman spot beam. They're like, this is how tough I am. Which says to all of the guys who are really tough that these guys aren't actually tough at all. Kimberly's here. Wonderful to see you, sweet woman. Hello, hello. Southern Daily News. Welcome, welcome. My voice is coming back a little bit. Can you all tell the difference at all? It's very different for me, but the microphone is so magnificent. If you heard me in real life, I sound like a mouse. 12-pack is with us. Great to see you. Did I tell you all that joke I played? Maybe to lighten the spirits a little bit. It's short. Playing college football, I had a 8-pack at the time, stomach muscles. And I don't need that anymore because I'm not playing college football or almost professional baseball. So I'm reduced to -2 in that category. But we had a professional. I forget what team it was, but it was the coach who was for a professional football team, who was the head strength training coach, who visited, and he took the entire team through a workout, and then the entire team was going into an auditorium after the workout, and who knows what they told us. I can't remember. What I do remember though is that they took us through this just crushing ab routine. And so we were filing in, and there were these 2 offensive linemen. And if you play American football, you know anything about it, you know that there are differences in the size of the guys that play that are pretty dramatic. I mean, I'm 5 feet 11 inches. I don't round up because I think that's kind of pathetic. And especially that most guys do that kind of thing with all kinds of measurements. But 5 feet 11, I was, what was I? 186 with, geez, I'm trying to remember. I think it was like 6.5 or 6% body fat. And I was in stellar shape. And anyhow, the 2 guys in front of me were O linemen. And so they were like more than my arm taller than me. And they were just like these corn-fed, gigantic guys, both white, you know, the kind of guys that if you needed your car moved, they would pick it up and move it. And, you know, back in earlier days, they might be swinging what would for everybody else be the double-handed sword, broadsword, or axe with one hand, maybe one in each hand. I mean, just massive guys. And the one guy, I was standing behind him, kind of to the side, and the one guy picks up his shirt, you know, and he's got, you know, the belly that sort of bulges out, but it's going to be rigid because he's still in pretty good shape. And that's not a slob at all. Neither one of them were. They were in good shape. I mean, the tops of their arms. Anyhow, he pulled up his shirt and he looked down and he said something very silly. He said, "Wow, I think I can see a difference." And the guy standing beside him, which of course was you could not see a difference after one workout. The guy beside him looks at his stomach. He's like, "Yeah," and he kind of lifts up his shirt a little bit and feels his own stomach. And then I go to slowly raise my shirt, and I'm slowly raising my shirt, and that causes both of them to look down at me from their great height. And I get about halfway, and then I yank my shirt up, and I sort of jerk down, and I said, "Oh my God." And needless to say, they didn't think it was very funny. I don't think either one of those guys liked me for the rest of the season. They were like, "All right, nothing funny about that." mocking them. Oh, well. They were about 50 times stronger than me, but I was about 50 times faster than they were. So it all works out. Let's see who else is here. And we'll keep rolling along with all of you, making history. That's what we're doing here. Dan is here. Great to see you, Dan. We're making history. Yeah, those guys. They didn't think that was funny at all. I thought it was funny. Come on. Acting like, oh my God, all of a sudden there's an 8-pack on my stomach. Done goofed. I've never seen you before. Welcome. And you write here that bad comments were left on the PWR stream about NWG. Which one? There's one every week. So when were those bad comments left? And I imagine that they were left from people who are playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. Can't help them there. I mean, I criticize a behavior that is detrimental to us. If people choose to engage in that behavior, that's on them. That's not on me. That is not on me. If I tell you to be in shape, you can't eat cake all day, and you eat cake and get fat, you can't blame me. You can't say I'm bad because I say that you shouldn't eat cake all day. That's just a reality. Sonia's here. Great to see you. Hello, sweet woman. Looks like somebody called Puppy Tube has shown up. Great to see. Not anti-white enough. Great to see you. Rez Joe says, give yourself a pat on the back to me for throwing out more white pills than others. But you are no different than anyone else. How? You throw out black pills as much as the rest. Well, I firmly disagree, but I appreciate you saying that in a semi-respectable way. You haven't been around much, or you are denying the reality that's in front of us because maybe you feel very loyal to VDare, and loyalty is it's a great attribute, and I respect you for having that loyalty to VDare and the folks over there and wherever else that I criticized, and you have loyalty to those people. But we have progress. We are pragmatic. We are dogmatic about white well-being, and we are pragmatic about how we reach that goal. And we have a proper metric. The metric should be, if you care about white people, the metric should be, and this is, again, I've been arguing this for decades with people, oh, so intelligent, they talk like this, and Peter, and don't you know? And I'm sitting in my king chair in my castle. That if you're going to have a metric, if you want to help white people, if you want to have Western kind, Western civilization, then your metric should begin with the individual Westman. Are you making that person's life better? They looked at me like, are you from Mars? What are you talking about? And I said, you should be measuring, am I making the individual Westman who comes to what I'm doing, am I improving their life? Am I making them stronger physically, mentally, spiritually? Are they becoming a better person? Are they becoming healthier? Are they becoming more positive? Are they becoming more effective in spreading a ideology, a practice that can then be promulgated by others because it's so easily adopted? That is where your measurement should begin, the individual. How much good are we doing for the individual Westman? And then you measure, how much good are we doing for the family unit? Are people saying, is the family unit actually getting stronger because of what we give them, because of what we are teaching, because of what we are doing? Is the family unit getting stronger? Why? Because we know the individual, the family, then the community, then the region, then the country, then the world. And they looked at me like, where's your spaceship? Where's your flying saucer? What are you talking about? Don't you know that we're just supposed to tell people how bad things are and then tell them all of the different people who made it so bad? and that the opposition is all powerful. But then we will throw in this contradictory, but I don't think they're all powerful. You're like, wait a second. Didn't 2 articles back you say in so many lines that they're all powerful? You know, in article after article, you're talking about how you can't stop this, you can't stop that, how awful it is. So if your metric is how much bad can we tell people that's going on in the world, how closely can you imitate a previous vehicle or ideology that lost? How much bad can we tell people? How much history can we tell people that's bad? And these sorts of things. If that's your metric, then you can satisfy that metric in a way that's much better than we do here. We're not going to satisfy that metric at all here. At all. So if that's your metric, and I understand that for a lot of people, that's their metric. And so they feel like those are the places to go. And like I said before, if I wanted to just get as many howling heads in a room together, if I wanted to do that instead of do something that is so alien looking because it's never been done before, if I wanted to just get as many howling heads in a room and not only not empower the individual to become more of what they're capable of becoming, improve their lives, cause families to engender the creation of families because the mother and father know that they can inoculate their children. If I want to, in fact, do the opposite, if I want to put people in harm's way, if I want to get them to behave in a way that will get them hated by their family, hated by their relatives, fired from their jobs, excommunicated from their churches, thrown out of their universities, if I wanted to do this to people just to get the most heads in a room, I could get far more with my abilities than any of these other people have been able to bring to a room. If I just started acting like an antique nationalist, if it was just for me about ego, how many people will walk up to my presence like waterfowl? If I wanted people to do that, I could have far more show up overnight. But there's no way in the world I would do that to one of my brothers or sisters. No way. I would condemn them to those bad life decisions and do nothing but harm us in our service to white well-being. So I could go short of that. If it was about ego for me, I could just continue with the old, reciting all of the bad things that are happening to us now, like the immigration, the history of it all. I could just go on forever with it. And what good would it do? We get people to kill themselves. So my metric is, how much good do I do for the individual Westman? How much do I add to the value of their life? And if you disagree with that, if that's not your metric, so be it. Different strokes, right? Res Joe, different strokes. I've got a metric, you've got a metric, and never the two shall meet. Joe also doesn't like me pointing out the God of the gaps in the old paradigm, it looks like. I understand that it is something you can't defeat in argumentation. You have no answer for. They never have. Don't feel bad, though, because very educated, very intelligent people I've confronted them with this, and they have no answers either. So don't feel bad. And then looks like we have a friend. I'm not going to, I've said so many times now what we are doing in service to white well-being. We are teaching folks And we do a lot of things on these streams that if you watch them, then you'll know, and you won't be asking such questions. All right, what else do we have here? Westman Sunset. Yes, they do, and the cordial thing for VDARE is, or the cordial thing for VDARE is to mention going free. Time will tell. Yeah, they really should. And Green Fez says Moonlight Sonata that's amazing. I've told the story. I don't know if it's true or not about Beethoven. You're welcome. First Last. I won't be taking calls, I think, until after. Thank you, Roy, for asking the question. Until after we have rigor mortis sitting in the White House. I think it'll be a little safer once he's in the White House, because there was no fraud in the election. There was no fraud in the election. And so rigor mortis will be in the White House, and then I think it'll be safer for us. I don't want to take the chance of losing this because somebody makes a little accidental statement, and then we backtrack really quick, but it's too late. All right. Let's see who else is here. Oh, darn. I saw somebody wrote. Moises says, wow, no white guilt. That's a good scale. This is what makes you different from the others. Well, thank you so very much. The metric that I use in service to white well-being rather than the metric that others use. And it is a huge difference. It's what changes everything. In business, you see all the time that there are managers and entrepreneurs. They make the same error, and they measure the wrong things. And when you measure the wrong thing, you don't end up with success. I've walked owners through, and I've said, okay, well, if you think we have more of this, it ends up in profit, just show me how. And then they can't. So then I say, okay, do you want to continue to measure profit by way of that metric? So in our case, profit means recapturing our destiny, improving the individual's life. Dan says, great to see you, brother. Well, it's great to see you. Be Vokish is here. Great name. Welcome, welcome. Hello to you. Great to see you back. Joe says, not on Videre's payroll and has defended me in the past. And he's not asking for a paycheck. That's good. You're probably a very expensive employee. So that's not going to be able to happen anyhow. So Joe adds just then, we're gonna move along, and we're gonna get rocking here. Joe says, if I'm going to call out VDARE for being depressing to their readership, or even, he says, Andrew Anglin, that there are many who do that. I know, and I've made suggestions. You're right about that. I've made suggestions to folks about not doing that, and if they are, then they should offer the way out. You have to give people the solution. And some of them took umbrage, even though I wasn't giving umbrage. And so I'd say for those who took umbrage, even though I wasn't giving umbrage, they are a little bit too delicate. Their skin is a little bit too thin. And in fact, I'll tell you all another quick story. I was at the gym. It was a young man, and I was at the gym, and I was doing bench press. And this guy came up to me, and he was powerfully built. And but it wasn't a bodybuilder. He was powerfully built. He was a power lifter, and strong as can be. Anyhow, he had this crazy hair and these big ugly glasses. And he walks up to me just out of nowhere, and I don't know this guy. This guy just walked, and he's got chalk all over his hands, and he's got the wrist wraps. And I don't think he wore socks, but no shoes. He was an interesting guy in a lot of ways, and ended up being a good friend. But he came up to me, I had no idea who he was, and he said, "Hey, buddy, can I tell you something?" And I had just racked the weight, and I sat up and I said, "Yeah." And he said, "That looks like shit." So if I were like so many in the white spheres, I would just be so offended by that. Oh, he thinks there's a better way to do it than I'm doing it? What a jerk. No. Instead, even though I was a young man, I was smart enough to say in my mind first, is this guy kidding? Does he know a better way? So I said, well, do you have a better way? You want to tell me how to do it better than this? And he said, yeah. And he gave me a couple tips about the right way to do bench press. And I asked him then, I said, well, you're obviously some kind of coach or trainer or something like this. And he said, yeah, I am. And I said, well, how much do you cost? I would love to be able to train with you. And he said, I'm far too expensive for you. And I said, well, how do you know? Of course, I'm like in the clothing of somebody who wouldn't have the money, maybe, I guess, in the age. And he said, oh, I think he said $100 an hour, or it was maybe more. And I said, yeah, you're way too expensive for me, but I appreciate your tips. And then he said, I tell you what, if you're here at the gym every day at this time, you can train with me and whoever I'm training the powerlifting. And you better believe 2 years straight, I was there every day with this guy powerlifting, strongest I've been in my life. And it was my muscles weren't as defined, but I was, strongest I've been for that weight. I was far stronger than I had ever been at any other point, not in the overall, but for that weight, if that makes sense. And so that is how I think that we all should take suggestions about how to do whatever we do better. I ended up gaining so much knowledge as a result and became so much better at what I wanted to achieve because I was able to listen to a guy who came up and told me that what I was doing looked like shit. Now, I have not gone to different people that I consider as allies, friends, brothers, sisters in white spheres and said, hey, what you're doing is shit. So do this over here. I've not done that at any point. I have said you could do better if you did this, or you could be more powerful if you left that out. And some of them were too delicate to even hear it. So what I say to them is best of luck to them. And I will still work with folks where their efforts align with my morality in service to white well-being. But as far as considering us all in the same sphere, I don't do that anymore. So I don't think it's a good idea to just focus on the objectionable things. We provide news on going free, like what's happening with these bills, that instantiate and prove that our lens and therefore predictions about what will happen end up coming to fruition. And then we use the same lens to say, retrodict as well as predict. This is exactly why. Now you know how the system functions. And then you go free. And that's what we talk about. And we talk about these great testimonials. Southern Daily News, I think I mentioned you. Spring Hill. Historic says, this is my first time tuning in after seeing you many times on PWR. And I just want to say how refreshing the white pill messaging has been. Thank you. Well, thank you, Historic, for writing that. I really appreciate that testimonial. We have magnificent successes. Do not look for, it's the symbolic victories and the real world victories that we can have are in our lives, in our own life, recapturing our destiny, claiming ourselves back from the anti-whites. That's where we can begin. Those are huge victories. Those are real tangible victories. On a societal scale, the victories have to be symbolic. And that's another error that maybe other people make. In fact, I know other people make. You're not going to have these tangible sort of movie style victories against the regime. But the symbolic victories that are possible are more valuable to you than are the real world victories, like going to war. You're not going to have a chance. They will cut you to shreds. So, for example, they want you to come on to some sort of violent field. So thank you for that, Historic. Roy Danton says, sure, no problem, brother. Well, thank you, though, for bringing up the calls thing. All right, Joe. I think this is going to be the last statement from you that I will speak to tonight. We've had a good conversation back and forth. Try again another night. He says, leave the God of the gaps rigmarole out of the equation. Right off the bat, you are out of your domain and expertise. Talk to any Christian philosopher, and they will laugh at you. They will laugh at me? Really? Where's their God when the mass rapes are being committed? What stops it? Not the hand of God, but the hand of man, Western kind. And when we recapture our destiny, we will restore the order and well-being to our people. And then the Christian God and any others will stand behind us. There is no, I'm out of my domain and expertise by talking about God of the gaps. Do you know what it is? Do you know how I'm using it? Or are you intentionally ignoring the way that I'm using it so that you can make some other point where you try to insult me, saying that I'm out of my domain and expertise and that a Christian philosopher would laugh at me? You know what about Christian? You know what's funny about Christian philosophers? They're looking backward. And there's no future in the past, my friend. Not one bit. Not one bit. If you want the Christian God to win, you're going to have to go free. Or otherwise, that God's going to sit idle and watch you be eaten alive by the anti-whites. So I would make any Christian philosopher claiming to serve white well-being or care about our people, I would make them look like a fool. And are you seriously going to say, when it comes to our current struggle, what would Aquinas do? I mean, give me a break. Give me a break. That is comical. That is beneath you. Rambling Rattlesnake says here, what do you think of the Norse folk musical bands? I don't know those bands. Do they make good music? Again, with the, this is part of what Joe, with Joe's insult here, Res Joe, says, I highly doubt you will call out Devin Stack, Vincent James, and others, exception being Ramsey Paul, judging from what I heard earlier for obvious reasons. Devin Stack he's pure black pill. That's what his thing is, right? And I have called out Vincent James, particularly when he was telling everybody to punish the Republican Party in Georgia. So now we can hold him responsible for the things that are coming down the line, like losing our right to self-defense. Devin Stack only talks about black-pilled stuff, and you know what? Devin Stack should he should make a video where he says, it's really bad. It's bad all over. I talk about bad things all the time. And there's this thing called going free, and it works for people, works for a lot of people. You should check it out. Devin Stack has appeared on PWR and has always been a nice guy. He's, backstage. He's a really good guy, nice guy. Vincent James was on as well, nice guy as well. And we have a good conversation. I've never heard of Devin Stack saying anything bad about going free or rejecting the lexicon or dialectics. Vincent James has pushed back on the lexicon and dialectics for whatever reason. He's been encouraged by many. Many have spoken directly to him about it, and he still says, nah. I haven't heard anything like that from Devin Stack, but they're both nice guys when we speak. So I don't know what the objective there is. You're trying to get as many people to wage war against me as possible, Joe? Is that it? Is that a very Christian thing to do, buddy? Is that what Jesus wants you to do? No, I doubt that. I doubt that's what he's trying to do. I think Joe's a good guy too, but he's just a little fired up about me pointing out these faults that undermine our people, and that we now see we've lost this guy who could have been a great champion. Alex says here, and I understand, and this is one of the things I said to you all, didn't I? I said that as things get worse, do not battle your family members, especially this high stress, things getting worse across the West is going to cause us, even when we agree about wanting to do something for white well-being, even when we agree what the anti-whites are doing, to argue with each other because of the stress, because of the fear, because of the things that are happening. So be mindful that is going to be pushing you against each other and harming the harmony that we can have and should have in our efforts to recapture our destiny. Gosh, we've been just rolling for so long. Alex says the anti-whites in the regime media right now are all speaking with one voice in regard to the inauguration of Beelzebub. They are talking about how they expect a big act of, quote, right-wing terrorism. Very concerning indeed. And we need to be cognizant of that. We're writing our story. Been talking about this over the course of many hours now for this stream. Do not stay in their story and talk about what's taking place. We say right now and for all time that this whole thing about there being insurrection, about there being a siege, it is all fiction created by the anti-whites. Right now, they're taking steps with malice aforethought, with knowing that they are writing a story that they will teach as history later, even though it's fiction right now. Just like I said earlier about how the grandchild will say, well, they don't call up 100,000 troops to defend all of the city capitals and the capital of America for no reason. It wasn't for no reason. It was to create this chapter in the anti-white narrative to make you think that there was this attempt to overthrow the United States. This is going to be a big chapter in their story, so let's be mindful of that. I'm going to go ahead and read now, and we're going to roll because we have been gathering together here for over 6 hours, and so I want to finish everything up. What I want to do is jump into. Maybe I should we should do a quick. Something to put a little punctuation between this and that. What would work? What would be good? What haven't I used for a while? Let's try this. Geez, welcome back. These are the folks that I want everybody You could throw out a couple of raucous emojis for all of these people. I'm going to go through all their names. Everybody on this list, and apologies ahead of time if I miss anybody, but everybody on this list is somebody who financially gifts as part of a regular monthly gift that they don't have to think about. It just happens. There are several options below for doing that. And so I want to share their names every month. I want to do it at the beginning of the month, but we've had quite a beginning of the month. So this is the honors roll call, and we're going to start off with the All-Stars segment of the honors roll call. And those names are Final Blossom, Joseph, Child of Lindbergh, Going Free, Degent 07, Carpenter Alex, Mobile Scotty, and Roy Danton. Thank you all so very much. That is the all-star portion of the honors roll call, ladies and gentlemen. And just please, if you could, we need to acknowledge these people, give them thanks, especially if they're present. Throw out a couple emojis in their honor. And I will go on this with the rest of the honors roll call. We have Jacked, Cassius Morgan, Matthew, Emily, Thriftyard, Clayart, Evillian, Wayne, Scott, William, Cockubek, Iam, Hendrickson, Gregory, Capo, M. Hecox, Liam, Darcy, R. Van Diggle, Greg, Kevin, Michael, Tim, R. Avenger, Ronald, Deborah, Kat, Sarah, Joe, June, another Ronald, Hungarian Spectator, William, Andrew, Pete, I doubt it's Andrew Anglin, Yaz, Jay, Ashley, Jacqueline, Starshine Girl, Greg, Rujash, Euphemia, Ron Ronson, Jim, another Greg, Thomas, Paul, Albertus, Jason, Sibon, Ryan, Richard, Omar, Saint McFreeman, John Normie, Johnny, Dainty Brighton, Inquipper, John, Summer, Risewing, Roscoe, Diane, Nomster, Wingate, Crux, Sismarnia, Kimberly. That's a neat way to say Kimberly. Rockfort Trader, Save Western Civilization Now, Mr. Ray, Crocus, and Dean. A big round of raucous emojis for all of these champions because they help to make the wheels of White Wellbeing turn. It's liquidity that turns things in the universe today because religion has been defeated by finance. We need the liquidity because people get what they want and what they need with liquidity. And as long as that's going to be the case, then that is what's needed to make the pistons fire. That is the oil, that is the grease, that is the fuel. Give me fuel, give me fire. What is that song from Metallica? That's what I desire. What are the lyrics? Give me fuel, give me fire, something. Yes, I don't remember. I didn't listen to it enough. But I thank you all, and I salute every single one of you. Thank you for the great work and service that you are doing for White Wellbeing. Every single dollar is put to the most effective use in service of White Wellbeing. I don't need a single dollar for shoe collections or toothpaste or pet food or human food or anything like that. It all goes to the service of White Wellbeing. No car payments. It's used. Nothing like that. So I deeply appreciate all of your service, and I deeply appreciate everyone who is financially gifted tonight and every time we get together and financially gift, because that is every bit of as important as all of the things that folks do with their time, with their talent, with their going out, distributing leaflets, talking with their family members, talking with strangers, putting up leaflets at bus stops where it's legal and elsewhere. I celebrate all of you for that. And if I could, I would carry every single one of you on my shoulders. Phase 2 of the OE, the organizational entity, chugs along despite what the anti-whites are up to, cutting off access to financial gifting over there on D Live and elsewhere as they have done. And we will continue to find ways moving forward, thanks to you all. And we also have given a greater account of what the funds are used for, those financial gifts, than anywhere else. A greater account than anywhere else. So a clearer, a more lucid view than anywhere else. So anybody saying, where does the money go? What's the money used for, or whatever? You couldn't claim that we're not telling folks what's used for, because no one has gone into the details that we have gone into. And in fact, the people who work for political candidate, people who are in office, I'm not going to say, they say they don't even give a fraction of the amount of information to their donors who give. They have donors, not financial gifters. They have donors who give giant sums of money, like 250,000 sums of money. They don't give nearly, they just say, screw you, you don't get to know. Some of those folks. Others say, well, it's used for campaigning, and that's all you get to know. And I give a far deeper and more comprehensive view of what the financial gifts are used for. We've done that several times now, and we will continue to do that in the future. Driven Blaze comes to my rescue. Give me fuel, give me fire. Give me that which I desire. Amen. All right, and thank you for that. Those are the lyrics. Wouldn't that be great if they probably are going to say, he sang the song and Metallica owns it, so we're shut him down. Let me take a quick look at what you all are doing. And over here in the financial gifts. Okay, looks like we're blank over here. Didn't miss anybody. Okay, good. Didn't miss anybody. Let me make sure we're blank and didn't miss anybody over here. I'm going to keep moving right along. Never like to miss anybody that financially gifts. Good. All right, take a quick look at what you all said here. Let's see. Tony says, great show. And hail, sir. I'm a firefighter in a large city of the Mountain West. Headed to the station tomorrow. We enjoy watching you together when able. Hail our people. Well, big Promethean hails to you, dear brother. That's meant to everybody at the firehouse. Isn't that fantastic? Could you imagine the whole firehouse kicking back and everybody going free? Well, listen to this one. Hey, listen to the front. You all will be ready to set fires and put them out. Greek man writes, we have many males reaching out to you, Jason. Not men. Males. Yeah, well, they've got to become men, and they will. Or they'll be invited to leave. Give me fuel. Give me fire. Give me that which I desire. Greek man says, alt-right has failed going free. Is the victorious alternative. Yeah, well, alt-right, no white guilt. The alt-right was just a fad, and it was going to pass. So it was never going to serve as a vehicle. And those of you who came along in the midst of the fad, you think that was the universe. But it was just a fad. We were here. I was here. I saw the fad come in. I predicted the fad going away. I predicted it going bad. It didn't get to the point where I said it would ultimately fail if need be because of it being on a spectrum and they could just use the other end of the spectrum to bludgeon it to death, but didn't have to get that far. They destroyed it before then. Let's see. No castles. Greek man says Jason only uses only content creator uses financial gifts for our people. Well, no, I don't know about that. But I definitely am not like a shoe aficionado. I'm definitely not traveling to these wonderful places around the globe and having selfies taken, and as we've seen from so many dilettantes and we suddenly see their lighting get better, and their everything gets better for them, and they just look prettier, both males and females, by the moment. That doesn't happen here. Let's see. Sloth says fuel is the name of the song. Thank you, brother. Ian says, give me fuel. Oh, Ian came to my rescue as well. Heard the song. All right. Well, thank you all for the emojis and the gratitude for everybody who financially gifts on a monthly basis. Thank you all very much again for that service, that deep service. We all owe a big debt of gratitude to you for those financial gifts. Justin says, I challenge our community to pool our resources and set up a legal aid hotline to offer legal advice to Trumpians who are persecuted post DC. The OE will serve in many ways. And as we go from phase to phase, you will see more of its actions, its activities. But I will caution when it comes to the legal system that never rely on the fiction of legality in any Western country. It is a fiction. That's why the phrase is crafted that way. And now there are things, of course, that we can say to people to do or advise them maybe to do or not to do. But generally speaking, there is no hope in hell. I'm sorry to hit you with the reality that we could fund or have a bunch of attorneys step forward and in the guise of some of these anti-white guilds of attorneys, and then have some sort of glorious legal battle success. The reason why so many white people think that that's possible is because too much of our thinking takes place outside of our subjective existence and our flesh, our real flesh and blood existence. We're thinking in terms of this like objective rules and ethics and morality that are beyond us. They're not beyond us. They're inside of us. That's the only place they exist. And so because we have this kind of in many ways, of course, it's a great strength when we're alone, but when we're not alone, when we're with other peoples who don't think the same way, it's a great weakness. Because we think this way, we think that rules matter. We think that, well, if the law says this here, then you can win a certain way. You can't win. You can make things better or worse for yourself. I am always going to do my best with my knowledge of how the world operates, my experiences, including the legal playing field, to give the best advice possible on what to do or not to do relative to the anti-whites and their systems, how to advocate for white well-being. I will not advocate or tell you to do or advise you, admonish you to do something that I would not do myself. And of course, I'm not going to intentionally lead myself into a scenario that's going to land me in prison forever. Having said that, the anti-whites are willing to break every single law. There is actually, remember what I was saying last week, that there is no law, because if there was law, it's universal. It would apply the same way to every person. What you have here is a system that just is used to oppress those who are not anti-white by those who are anti-white, to oppress them. And of course, it functions parallel in the maintenance of the society, that as sort of like in a semi-vestigial form, and also in a way to maintain the civilization for anti-white oligarchs, operations, and productivity, etc., vis-a-vis competitors with power around the world. But ultimately for us, it's just a cudgel that they use as justification to beat us with, to imprison us with. The prisons in the US are full of political prisoners. So they can just go any direction they want, dilate the law, totally break the law, to jail us, to put us away forever and ever, to silence us. But I will do my very best to continue to provide the kind of admonitions that will keep you as safe as possible, given the fact that this is the jungle. This is the law of the jungle. And that is where we are operating, because we are not inside of the playpen of Western civilization anymore. We're not inside the anti-white narrative.
And so this is a very real struggle for service to white well-being in the jungle with the other predators, or with the predators in the jungle. So I know it comes from a good place, this idea of let's just get a bunch of attorneys, but the attorneys always lose, and then the attorneys go to jail. It's just a mess. It's happened. It's recurred so many times. There were never more attorneys in the white spheres than a handful of years ago. A handful of years ago, there were, at one point, there were just a handful of attorneys that would represent anybody in the white positive sphere. And a handful of years ago, now there were just a huge number. I don't know the exact, but there were scores of them. And it still was just one loss after the other, no matter how great the arguments, one loss after the other. And then those people get threatened, and their lives get threatened, and then they end up leaving the white spheres. It's just again and again. Corporate Shill just financially gifted $10. Thank you very much for that very kind financial gift to White Wellbeing. Our firstborn will be with us in 6 weeks. Well, congratulations. That's wonderful. I'm very thankful that you have enabled me to prevent him from enduring white guilt. As he grows up, he will be born free. Well, God bless you. That is magnificent. Talk about doing something to change the world. Nothing compares to that one life that this gentleman here and his wife are going to be able to bring into the world, this beautiful little son of the West, just like Naturific. And we're going to be talking. We got to get to these things, and we'll roll. Their son, nothing equates to them being able to bring this beautiful son of the West into the world, and to be able to inoculate him against the psychological warfare that's used against us. He won't hate himself. He won't feel that he is diseased in the world. No part of him. If his parents are go free, they practice going free, they stick with it, and then they use it with him the entirety of his youth and bringing him up, telling him the truth about the world. Nothing compared. All of the articles talking about how bad the immigration is, all of the articles talking about how bad the crime statistics are of other groups of people or whatever, all of the LARPing as different political parties from antique this and antique that, all of that put together is not worth that one life, that one son of the West who's going to be saved from anti-whiteism. And anyone out there who challenges that and disagrees with that are demonstrating that they have a very different metric when it comes to service to white well-being and what is good for us and what's not good for us. This is going to be a true baptism, one that prevents the sin of white guilt being inflicted on our babies, washes it away, and then prevents it from ever infecting that son of the West. God bless you. Thank you so much for that grand testimonial to white well-being. And we're going to continue doing this, and we're going to continue talking about our successes, and we're going to continue saving more lives, and we're going to continue producing more lives, and we're going to continue inoculating more babies against anti-whiteism, more children against anti-whiteism, and we're going to do it more, and we're going to talk about it more, and we're going to see more of people complaining, and I don't give a shit. Let them all complain. Let them all complain. Let them all bitch and moan and reveal to all of us that their true motive isn't for our well-being. Which one of them wouldn't be happy to save that baby from being white guilted, from experiencing white noir? Don't know what it is? Start going free and find out how it's keeping you from your greatest potential, from your greatest achievements. There is more jargon in your profession than we have in Going Free. So if you look at Going Free and you say, well, they've got a jargon, they have their own words, it's just too much for me, then you must be a total imbecile. You must not work for a living, because there is more jargon in your job. God bless you. Thank you so much. What a great testimonial that is. Let's get a big round of applause for that son of the West. Going to be here in 6 weeks.
make sure you get back with us, brother. Let us celebrate the birth. You and your magnificent wife. I'm going to read it again. Our firstborn will be with us in 6 weeks, exclamation point. I am very thankful that you have enabled me to prevent him from enduring white guilt as he grows up. He will be born free. If you don't get excited from that, if you think that any other direction is the way to go after hearing that, thank you so much, brother. Jin writes here in the question widget. Thank you, Jason. I can't listen to the entire stream on Sunday, but the length gives me an hour or two each day of the week. Well, God bless you. And I'm glad you could be with us. And I'm glad it helps the work to go by and you improve yourself over the course of the day. Lord knows that I've made use the same way of many podcasts and vlogs over the years. Let's see what I have here. And we're going to keep rolling along with everything that we want to get at. I think, let me see. Did we find out, was Red Ice censored from D Live? I want to bring attention to them if they were. King and Queen of the White Positive Sphere. I do want to mention just again, keep an eye open for the I'm not saying there's going to be a false flag, but there are people saying there might be a false flag. I'm not saying it. Keep your eyes open for it. They don't need one to, in their anti-white narrative, write that there was an attempt to take over the country. They just need to take the steps. Please understand that they have brilliant people, and for some reason, all of their myrmidons can follow the commands that come down. But for us, everybody wants to say, well, Jason, even though you're having all of that, even though you're having all of that great successes, well, why should VDare talk about this guy and his wife now that are so elated that they're going to be able to prevent their child, their brand new baby, from being infected with white guilt? Why should they talk about that when they can talk all day long about how horrible immigration is? Well, I guess we'll figure it out one day at a time. And we are very grateful for that testimonial. Let's jump over to keep an eye open for that. And I've talked enough about this new chapter. We could talk about it again another day. I'll take a quick look at D Live, see if anybody tagged me. And I don't see any tags. So if you did not tag me with the words "no white guilt" without spaces in the @ then it doesn't change color for me. And there, I'm afraid, is no way that I'm going to be able to see over there what is, if you did write me, what is said to me. We will go to the mailbag here because we love going to the mailbag. And we're just going to keep rolling here rather than to take a brief, we'll take a song break in a bit. But are these you, Final Blossom? Look at these. Look at this. I know I have so much going on. This is magnificent. I have so much going on that fortunately with the election stuff as I say, is finally wrapping up and we won't have to deal with that anymore. Speak up. Who is this? This is Final Blossom, isn't it? Okay, yeah, that's Final Blossom. All right, well done. Final Blossom just sent this. Look at this. This is magnificent. This is what he created. We actually have, and I'm going to be able to upload it now, probably within the next 2 weeks. Final Blossom, please help me to remember. He had Liv from whiteday.net read the script that he put together, and she did a marvelous job, and I'm going to upload it so we can play it here.
He added more of was the Meme Curatives brother doing fantastic work. Final Blossom, you all know, a great champion in service to White Wellbeing. He put this together, and so then you have here anti-white, and then the definition: people, thoughts, deeds. And so this is from Going Free. This is a very professional looking card that he has created. And then you know what we can do, Final Blossom, if you're interested, you could, and you probably have already done this, and I'm way behind you, and I apologize for that. But if you send me this as a file, I could upload this to my cloud, and then we could provide the link for everybody to download this where they want, and then to be able to have these made, and we can find out exactly, we could tell them what kind of card stock you used, even where you got it from, ordered these, because these are fabulous, and they look like they're, somewhat weather resistant. And then on the back, you see here, become an advocate for white well-being, call out anti-white persons and organizations, protect children from anti-white indoctrination. What a difference this is. What a difference. When do you see people read about all of the crime stats of this group or that group? And boy, and then they go out and they do something positive like this to change lives. Anti-Whiteism, he's got the definition on the front. Western kind, these are powerful things that if somebody finds this, they're going, just with these few things and what he's got written on the back here, and it's beautiful. Look, you have the blue sky. This is something that's going to be welcoming, exactly what we're talking about. It's green. Everything is lush and green, the blue sky. You got the same here on this side. It's really marvelous. I love how this is done. Read, Go Free by Jason Köhne. There is no Western civilization without Western kind, right across the bottom there. Right? This, just getting one of these under your windshield, tucked into your door at your apartment. I've gone to apartments where I've put like cardstock like this and regular leaflets, just stick it in the door where it's legal to do so. And I've gone up, I can't even remember how many steps doing that with leaflets that were garbage. So if I could do that with thousands and thousands and thousands of leaflets and cardstock that was garbage, that really wasn't going to help anybody. But I was being I was a young man. I was being a good neophyte and doing what I thought, whatever it was I could to help. I didn't feel like I really had enough wisdom yet to provide, and where I did make suggestions, ignored for the most part. But could you imagine? I was doing all of that with garbage. Go out with stuff like this, and your time will be extraordinarily well spent. This is Final Blossom. This is his own initiative. There isn't some sort of membership that he's obligated to do this sort of thing. It's because Going Free works. He's seen it work, and it's worked with him. It's worked with those that around him. He sees it working in this community. He wants it to get out to the broader world because he is mature enough, he is intelligent enough, courageous enough, and he's taking the initiative because he knows that his well-being is only possible by way of our group's well-being, and that the well-being of that new son of the West that's on the way in 6 weeks, the daughter of the West that was told, somebody shared with us, the daughter of the West was born, a week or two after Nate's son of the West was born, that those babies are only going to have a safe, law-abiding Western civilization if we change our environment. And this is how we do it. So God bless you, brother. That is a big round of applause. And then what we're going to do, listen, Final Blossom, we are building a website that is going to be amazing. It is going to be the best. All the people are going to say it's the best website. All the people who count are going to say it's the best website. We're building a website that's going to work. All right. And we're going to take input and we're going to make changes, and it's going to evolve with time to work as best as it can for everybody who is super competent, like this magnificent Frenchman whose life we lost because he was just endlessly presented with everything horrible in the world. And there was no way out, no escape for him except to go someplace that I couldn't follow him, that I could not follow him with white well-being. Do not go someplace where I can't follow.
I will talk until there is no voice left in my throat, until there is no air in my lungs, until all the blood drains out. But if you go someplace where I can't go, then I cannot help you go free. He went someplace that I can't follow. And let's not let that happen anymore. Let's be on top of this. When we have this website up, we're going to have a tab for things just like this. We're going to have a tab so that folks can, when they say, I want a leaflet. And you know what we'll do is when you, maybe, we were talking earlier about leaflets and what they should look like or what they could look like. If you create a leaflet and it has massive success, then what we'll end up doing is we'll take that leaflet, scientific method, right? We'll take Aristotelian logic and Baconian application, and we will then take what works and we will put that up on the website for others to use what works. All right? And we'll just keep doing this. We'll keep evolving. We'll keep getting better every single day, and we'll do it on a global scale. That's what's really going to set us apart from everything else. So we will have these, Final Blossom, on the website for folks to be able to download, and we'll be able to get them the same stock. And I don't know what other ideas you have, but I will. I'm open to your ideas. I want to find out because you're a smart guy. I know your heart's in the right place. You want to do the right thing. God bless you for that. Let's see. Next, we have here. We have this. Everybody, I know you love me stealing that from Limbaugh. Did he have his Twitter account taken from him, or did he just delete it after Trump had his taken? Which one was it? You're going to love this. You are going to love this. And this is a question. Okay, first of all, let me see. What name can I give this fine gentleman and his, let's see. What name? Okay, we shall call you Jay. Jay writes us, and he's got this magnificent letter that he writes here, and he's got some ideas, and he's got some questions, and we're going to speak to it now, and it's about strategic relocations, and we had a question about this earlier as well from somebody, serendipitously. So Jay writes us, and Jay, let's get a big round of applause, raucous emojis for Jay, who financially gifted $95. $95. And for those anti-whites out there who are thinking, oh, we could just let's just intercept these. You're not going to intercept a unwashable check, dipshits. Jay writes here and sends this card, testimonial to going free to White Wellbeing. This is what he sends to us. And it says here, thanks for helping me through life's emergencies. And you are so very welcome, brother. Thank you for your service to White Wellbeing. Thank you for reaching out to me. And I am going to, let's get to your question in a moment. Let's help me remember that we're going to get to the strategic location question. I'll set this here. So I won't, trying to keep everything below the. All right. Now we have next to last. Another letter here. And this is from our very own Rock Dad. You all recognize Rock Dad, a great champion in service to white well-being. And he writes, NWG, God bless you, my friend, and Merry Christmas. That is from Rock Dad. Now, the mail is, if you sent me a Christmas card or what have you, the mail, of course, as you know, in the United States is extremely behind. And Rock Dad sends $20 US. So thank you so very much for the Christmas well wishes, and Merry Christmas to you, my good brother. And thank you very much for that $20 financial gift to White Wellbeing. And then we have, I'm not going to be able to act on it today, Naterific, because I just got this.
I just got your box as I ran in. When was that? 7 hours ago that I started streaming. I don't even know, but I just raced in here. I got it. I cut it open. I was stunned. I am elated. Naterific and his wonderful wife. Remember, these are the heroes who were in the delivery room and they were going free. How they were with us on, we were at a gathering. I was speaking here and they were typing, and we are in the delivery room when the wife is not screaming out in pain from the contractions. She's laughing at the jokes. And we're going free, even in the labor and delivery room. How often do you hear about people in the delivery room reading articles about how bad immigration is, or how bad this group's crime stats are, or how everybody should be marching around like waterfowl? It doesn't happen. Naterific and his wonderful wife, they gave birth to a son of the West. And it's truly magnificent, and we congratulated them, and they have jumped in full force into service with White Wellbeing. And they sent this beautiful, they sent me some things, some gifts I'm thankful for, and those are private, but I also sent this. And I think what we'll do is next week we will revisit this. That's what we'll do, Nate. And I know if you're still with us right now, you can speak up in the live chat and tag me or whatever you want to do. But these are marvelous. These hats, take a look at this. Can you all, let me see. Can you all see that? Okay. Can you see that? This has got a white rose on the front. These are beautiful. And Nate and his wife, they had to scour the entire internet, I think, to find hats made in the United States to try to be giving the money to a good place. They had to they tried different hats. Some hats were comfortable, some were not. This is what they decided to go with. They've sent, looks like a handful of these beautiful hats, and they have the leather strap in the back, and then it can, it's adjustable by way of a little clasp in the back there. It's just going to fit anybody. Of course, that brim, if you're a good old boy like me, that brim's got to come way down, but we'll figure that out, right? And I don't know which one of these I think I'm going to take one for myself. But then we'll maybe, I think Nate was thinking about maybe auctioning some of them, and we'll figure out a price. And then for the hat, we'll say like the price is this, and the money for that hat, you got to give your address. And then whatever that financial gift is, you get the hat for free, but that financial gift goes to whatever. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll do it next week. This is a magnificent thing. Big round of applause, raucous emojis for Naterific and his wonderful wife. And check this out. We have two. Actually, we have two. We got another necklace because I didn't get a chance to show. I'm not going to forget either. First, I guess I'll show this. This is from our marvelous glass blower. I kind of like glass smith, but that's not a real name, I don't think. I'm just making it up, but it sounds great. Isn't that marvelous? That's another one of these pendants. And I think maybe what we'll do is some of these, because our great glassmith has made a number of these. That is marvelous, isn't it? I don't know how well the camera, come on, pick it up. Such detail. It says NWG in there. It is fantastic. It's on this leather rope for the necklace. Maybe we'll do the same thing with some of these. We'll say financial gift of whatever, you give your address. We'll see. Obviously, I'm going to have my own favorite that I will keep and wear, maybe wear to events. It's beautiful. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. You know who you are, and a big round of applause to you, good brother. And next week, we have another one to share that he sent that's truly marvelous. And another beauty. We'll share that, as I say, next week. And look at this. Naterific made an eindolon out of wood. Now, I think it's, what is it, cherry? Where is the... it's written somewhere. I got so many pieces of... I got work to do. I've got my day job. I've got all of you. This is the eindolon. Made that by hand. Are you with us, Naterific?
Isn't that marvelous? William Runner says, very nice. It's marvelous, isn't it? Jess Horst says, nice. Yeah, that's the Eindelen. He made that out of hand. And then he's got this, and I forget, I think he said, I've got to look. Maybe I'll have it next time, what this actual material is for the necklace part. But that is fantastic. And what I want to do is, and what we talked about before, this is something that we're crowdsourcing for, so we're still looking to see how to do this. And I was talking about producing these, and I would buy several hundreds at one time, and then I would I will distribute these to those who get onto a specific, and those who obviously are already at that level, financially gifting monthly. Those who are above a certain level, financially gifting, will receive the ones that I have made, just no cost. I'll just send them out to you. And if you want to share your address with me, or we meet in person, share these. So I was thinking about glass Eindelens, and maybe if there's a way to make a form, maybe our glassmith could has some ideas. You make a mold, and then you would pour, and it would be easy to churn out several hundred at a time. And that's essentially what I'm looking for. Now I imagine making, with wood, you have to carve this, you have to sand it. It would take quite a little while to do every single one. And this needs to be semi-mass producible. I want to be able to have these on a necklace for people. And then every so often, maybe change the appearance of it a little bit. But it is the Eindelen. It is all of my books, and it is found. You can find out more about the Eindelen in Prometheus Rising and what exactly it means for those who are going free. This is marvelous, and you're going to see me wearing these things as well. Thank you, brother. That is amazing. Took the time to do that, and what a champion. What a champion. Okay, so now, and thank you all for all. If you've sent me something and I haven't shared it yet, it hasn't arrived yet. But let me know if it seems like it's gone too long. Now, strategic relocations that Jay was talking about, the question of, are there places in the U.S. or in elsewhere in the Western world where we should start moving or could start moving? Now, Jay asked the beginning of your questions, Jay, were in the right ballpark, to use the slang, about what is possible. And that is that, yes, the answer first is yes. You are practicing the practice of going free. As the community continues to expand, you will undoubtedly become friends with others. And now remember, the onus is on you to protect your identity, because there will be ne'er-do-wells of various types that will come and go, and they will try to undermine what we're doing. So make sure you protect yourself and your family. But you'll come to know people, and then maybe you'll come to the conclusion with that group of people that everybody who's practicing going free in your particular group of friends, or particular maybe Catholics or Christians or whatever it might be, one of you will say, I was over in this place in wherever, South Dakota, Idaho, Wyoming, wherever. And I was vacationing, or there's family there. There's a little town. It's quiet. If you can work from home, or there's a mill that people can get a job at. And maybe we could, the 3 families, 5 families, 15 families could move there. And then we could be in proximity. Our children could grow up together, all going free. And of course, we know that when we have a going free friend, as Mr. V came up with, GFF, that we're far more powerful. We go free farther and faster than by ourselves. We can educate each other's children, create entertainment, stay away, contribute to the global going free effort in a more productive way. You can imagine this scaling up in different places where more families find out and they move in, and more families find out. And then maybe Maybe another Frenchman comes along who finds out about us before he ends up seeing so much of certain content producers that he kills himself. Maybe he says, wow, look at that community over there in whatever state. I'm going to move over there and I'm going to open a factory. And they'll all have jobs, and then we'll be able to sell our whatever widgets it is to the world. And then he moves over there and it scales up. And then that becomes like a beacon where it is beautiful, it is harmonious, and it is able to ramp up, scale up what we can do for white well-being around the world. Every one of these places would become like a little lily pad, a little bed of roses amidst the volcanic slag. And when we see these beacons of light, people will be inspired. And the work that we can do and we can provide, this is where so many people ask the question of creating our own economies. This is where we begin to create our own economies. We'll be able to hire each other. We'll be able, and I don't think for a second, though, that just because you're white positive, that you have to be given a job, no matter how lousy of a worker you are. You've still got to be a good worker. So, but we can create these sort of economies. Now, this has to be by necessity organic. Primarily, there can be some inorganic planning and the like that goes into it. But where you begin to get a little sideways with your understanding about the possibilities is when you start talking about, getting people elected and pardon me, and then controlling more and more of the politics in the area, but not making it widely known. Yes, you might end up with so many people going free in a town here or a town there that the guy who gets elected sheriff is going free. Maybe his family is one of the proudest of going free around, and he gets elected sheriff. And maybe you get a mayor. That's that kind of thing could happen, but the plan cannot be. You cannot formulate a plan of let's move to a place, keep it secret, that we're going to build up the votes there so that we can get people into office and then rule in the way we want to rule there for our well-being. That just can't be done. Nobody will be able to keep it secret. It will get out, and as soon as it is revealed, the anti-whites will come down with the force of Beelzebub himself on everything that you're doing. So you can end up with the superintendent being white. Maybe you end up with everybody being white positive, and they do all that they can do with the best that they can do in a way that doesn't necessarily bring the federal government involved. But this is the thing I want to tell you. So organically, not inorganically, this is the thing I want to tell you. And this is why we have to reach more people. The more people we reach, the higher the prospect, the higher the likelihood, and the quicker, the sooner the likelihood that these sorts of things begin happening. They start appearing across Western civilization, here in the States, in Australia, in France. They'll start happening. The likelihood that places like this, where already white people have moved together to kind of get away from all of anti-whiteism, but they don't have, this is already happening in South Africa. They don't have the defense against the psychological warfare waged against them. So they don't have a hope in hell. So they're just together. They're like this beleaguered, besieged, this bed of roses that's dying. And then the practice of going free is infused, and like with that product Miracle Grow, everything stands up strong, and the color returns to the petals and the leaves. So you could have communities that already exist that suddenly blossom, to stick with the analogy, once they are infused with going free. It can happen all these different ways. But here's the thing I want to say to you, brother, and to everyone else who's thinking about these communities, is that the reality is the only place that the West exists, and it will become increasingly apparent in the coming years, is in our hearts, in our spirits. There's not going to be any place in the world that we can build a redoubt and secure Western civilization on that land. It's not possible. We have to be ready at all times, even when we build these beautiful little oases. We have to be ready at all time to pick everything up and leave. So maybe home might be 5 years. Maybe home might be, or maybe the house, rather, I should say, the house might be a 5-year house, or maybe a 10-year house. I don't know. We're going to see as things continue to unfold. Could an area even be ignored for as long as 15 years? Maybe you could have a 15-year house. But any place that becomes of any value, significant value for us, the anti-whites are going to hunt down. And they can do it in various ways. They can use our tax dollars, just as they're doing now, to look at zip codes, to look at area codes, to find out where people live, where it's predominantly white, and then begin shipping people with different biospheres, which are all going to be wonderful people. But nonetheless, they're going to ship them there, and it's going to radically change our environment, and you're not going to be able to resist it. So I say house. It might be a 5-year, 10-year, 15-year house. I say house because home is going to have to be in here. You're going to have to be ready to say, well, we've 10 years, we made it 10 years in this little town, but now we've got to take up stakes, and home stays here, and we're going to go someplace else to get away from what the anti-whites are doing, what they're capable of, and what they will continue to do. So this is the new way that we have to perceive home and what we build and what it is and its definition. Don't this idea of generational homes that are instantiated by a house where there's a graveyard, where the family was buried in many years past. That is a beautiful thing that Western kind has built, and it is no more. The anti-whites dominate every Western country, and they will hunt us down wherever we begin building anything truly beautiful of big value. So we have to be ready to pick up stakes and build it again someplace else. We have built civilization, Western civilization, again and again throughout the history of the world. Nothing will stop us from doing it now. We need only the willpower to do it. And so that is what I wanted to share from the mailbag. I'll see what you all are saying. Maybe you're disagreeing. I know I'm going to need some more water soon. The great imminent rain is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Played one of your pieces earlier. Raymond, the great Raymond Foster is with us. He's saying, no homeland. That's in the form of a land. Our homeland is right here. It's always been right here. We need to remember that. It's where we are. It's one of those things that's hard at first to really let go. And I know Raymond Foster knows this. He's making a point there, a poetic point about it being a homeland in the form of a country. And now this thing is lost. It is lost to us. But we need to embrace that home is right here. And we need to teach our children that home is here. We're going to have to leave the graves of our loved ones behind. We're going to have to leave those houses where those beautiful memories were made, and those struggles and those challenges we overcame. We have to leave those forms of things behind, and we take them with us right here. The spirit of the West is in us. Western civilization is in us. Our homeland is in us. Every Western country that's ever been built by us is in every single one of us. And we build it anew wherever we go. And that is a thing beyond beauty. And we should have our poets should write about it. Our bards should sing about it. How it goes everywhere that we go. We are never without home. Not a moment of our life, wherever we are, because it is always within us. This is our future in service to white well-being, given the circumstances in which we find ourselves. DG is here. Great to see you, sweet lady. Welcome, welcome. Naderific is here. Hello, and so is K-Max McDonald. I think I mentioned you earlier, brother. I can make them a bit faster with the belt sander. Yeah, I saw you, but that would be tough. Several hundred made by hand. I'm willing to bet, and I know you could do it, but you could probably do so much more good for white well-being with the time that you would spend churning those out, unless you found some sort of way that didn't have to be, the whole process done by hand. Like, I don't know, you drop a piece of wood in and spits it out the other side, and there's one of them. That would be white oak. Okay, that's what it's beautiful, isn't it, folks? It's white oak. White oak. That just hit me. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. White oak. I could totally make a ribald joke right now, but I won't. Moises, well, we'll see you next stream, but make sure you listen to the rest of this, because I think we have a comment from you that we're going to be reading in just a little bit. So thank you for being with us. Thank you for your service to white well-being. And Raymond Foster says that Nathan's got some from myself. I guess above here you're talking about leaflets, because Raymond Foster is absolutely a wizard. He's like 50 people distributing leaflets and doing magnificent work, and we salute him for that all over the beautiful countryside of Australia. And he said, Nathan over here in the U.S., another rising star and great hero, has some ideas, and he has some of Raymond's leaflets. And so what we'll find out which ones really work well, and we'll do the exact same thing. We will get those on the website so that others can access them and distribute and have the same sort of success. Make the most of our time while we're out there. So that's fantastic. Okay, Grayman the Gray answered my question. Thank you so much, brother. That Rush deleted his own account is what he heard from Twitter. Paul asked the opinion of 100 handers. Those are magnificent. The stickers, you mean, is what you're asking about? Magnificent. And the idea is splendid, and I think you buy your own. You buy the printer that works with it, and you download the software, and then you can get the different iterations of slogans and QR codes, and then distribute. But remember, only where it's legal to do so. If you find them elsewhere, get a picture, and we'll celebrate you for getting a picture of finding it. Greek Man says, going free leaflets are just the start. Going free banners are next. Oh, we're doing it, brother. Kevin had a big banner, and we've had on his hotel room that was marvelous. And we'll continue to have banners and the like moving forward. Thank you for that. Elaine Sabatino says the pendant is so pretty. It is, isn't it? It's beautiful. Both of them. Both of them. All right, let's see what else we have here. Naderific says, we can take orders for the necklace. Seems like there is some interest. Yeah, well, we're definitely going to be getting, what's this? So I don't know. I mean, if people are asking you, Naderific, for their own, then from you of the white oak, then yeah, make that connection happen. Absolutely. And then what was the other one I saw before the screen leapt? I guess that's it. I can't. Oh, Draven Blaze says there's an old saying he was raised with: home is where you hang your hat. I've heard that, and that's kind of what we're getting at, but almost in a way, though, it seems like it's almost doing a disservice, doesn't it? Because it's just like wherever your corpse is. I mean, it's always with us wherever we go, wherever we build our civilization. Promethean Promulgation says, can you get a tool that will track, watch, time distributions? Can you get a tool that will track, watch, the screen left, time distributions on certain videos that have been linked with QR codes on leaflets to measure success? Can you get a tool that will track the distribution on certain videos? That's a good question. And we'll have to look into that. Because we do need to, if we're going to be measuring success of leaflets, then we're going to need to know how many people. It's just like in advertising for business. You want to know which advertisement brought in the most clients or customers. And sometimes that's done by having one advertisement run for a while and then reading your numbers. Other times it's done by way of something like a QR code. And that would be, we'll have to work that out. We'll make it happen, though. We have over here a financial gift. And thank you for bringing that up, brother. It's very important. He says here, I have seen other content producers use such tools, but I don't know exactly how they did it. We will find out how they did it. If you don't find out how they did it, we will find out how they did it. And we can also just refer to in business how it's done. A great question. We have a financial gift of $10 from, what shall I call you? I will call you Grand. Again, I don't know, sometimes with these, I don't know if they're using it with their friends, and so we will call you just Grand, because you are Grand. $10 from Grand. And he says here, in the name of our departed French brother. Well, thank you so very much for that, dear brother. That is very kind of you. And that's what this community is all about. It's about caring for each other, and it's about redemption. It's about helping dust each other off when we fall on our way back to that western sunrise. So I appreciate that $10 financial gift, and in the memory of our departed French brother. He should have never been left in such a state that he thought that the only escape was the ultimate act of white flight. There was a path for him, and it was going free. But content creators made sure, the content creators that he followed all the time, made sure that he would not know about going free. Let's jump over to a lesson out of Go Free, 2nd edition, iteration 1. And briefly, we will read from page 116. Triggers in your subconscious. This is just going to be a very brief bit from here, and then you can, on your own, get to this. If you're new to Going Free, this is just going to give you a little bit of info from the book itself, the practice, cues from your environment and your conscious thoughts trigger MPs, meme pathogens, in your subconscious mind. A cue is any element in your environment or conscious thoughts that activates an MP you are infected with. For example, you are standing at a bus stop with a group of strangers. A white man gives each of you a leaflet that warns about anti-white, non-white violence and the dangers of growing anti-white, non-white population. While riding on the bus, you wonder if your family will be safe if your community begins to look like these outsiders. The leaflet is an external cue. The thought you had while on the bus is an internal cue. Both activated MPs
with which you are infected. So we'll leave it there for the moment. You have to engage in the practice of go free. You have to practice the practice of going free. Remember, if you're new to this, a meme pathogen is an anti-white idea that you are infected with. Infected with means you were taught this idea, you have internalized it as part of your reality, the anti-white narrative, until you get out of it going free. That's what you're doing when you go free. You're getting out of the anti-white narrative. It's an action. You have to do something. All again, remember, this is all tangible stuff. The leaflets, what's happening to your neighborhood, the idea that's in your head that you were taught. And the younger you were when you learned the anti-white idea, the more it is bound up with your identity as a person, the harder it is to actually get rid of it. That's where the real struggle is. You wonder how effective it is in controlling your thinking and therefore your actions. How easy is it for you to drive your car? How easy is it for you to ride a bicycle? That is how easy it is for an anti-white idea, a mean pathogen, to influence your thoughts about the world and therefore your actions within the world. That is how it works. The practice of going free compels you, admonishes you to consciously think about these things, the opposite of a cult, to consciously think about these things, these assumptions that you have, these anti-white, these meme pathogens, and then to treat yourself for those that are deleterious, harmful for you. And we've been talking about that for the past 7 hours or so. I do want to jump over to the community segment where I give you all a couple of names from content producers and who are doing good work for White Wellbeing. And if you are a content producer who is doing good work for White Wellbeing, you're going free, and you are helping others to go free. You're telling people about going free in service to White Wellbeing. And I have not shared you on PWR, either in the live chat or mentioned you or share you here during these community share segments. Let me know, and I will include you today. And this is decided from last week. So this is a total, just once again, serendipity. We have the first one I want to share with you today is Final Blossom, one of our great colleagues, and I will share with you his channel right now. There it is. Final Blossom, ladies and gentlemen. We also have, this is crazy, Raymond Foster. So the great Raymond Foster here, he's one of our great champions going free. I mean, this guy is so prolific. He is the most fecund friend we have. We could make a real tongue twister out of that. I could make it ribbled, but I won't. I'm trying not to do that as much. But he is fecund, and he is produces so much content. It is marvelous. It's a marvel to witness. He's tapping deeper and deeper into the Western spirit. We will get to a place, and it probably won't be me. It's going to be somebody else that's going to have been like this humdrum person, or there'll be many of them, this humdrum people leading just these basic, ordinary lives, who are going to begin treating themselves for their MPs, and are going to, for whatever reason, they're going to bust through, and they're really going to tap into some element of the spirit of the West, and they will just produce magic. It'll be something that will marvel all of us. I can see it coming, and you're already seeing these kind of things out of these, these folks right here, Final Blossom, Raymond Foster, and then the third here, as this, just amazing again. I mentioned tonight. I mentioned other nights rather, Sarah Dye, one of our great colleagues, a marvelous woman and a lovely family. Her husband, a great gentleman, in service to white well-being. These are great people, folks. Make sure you follow Sarah Dye. We have Final Blossom, Raymond Foster, Sarah Dye. Make sure you follow these people. Make sure you slap them on the back. Let them know how much you care. They are important to service to white well-being. They are important people. They are part of our future. Remember now, if you stick around for the distance, which I think I'll be wrapping up in about 30 minutes or so, around the 8 hour, I think. We'll see. We have some, maybe just a little bit longer than 8. But if you stay long enough, the stream will end here. And if it continues without me wanting it to, I mean, it just might continue without me wanting it to. But if it stops on YouTube, and that, I think that means, yes, it means that it will stop on Entropy. But you all know that I'm broadcasting to other locations. And if it continues and you're here, or you've gone the distance, some of you go the distance every single Sunday, and God love you. God bless you if you're able to go the distance every Sunday. But if you go the distance, then there might be a prize, I guess, in a way, an awful one for you, in that this Sunday morning, I got up, I was hearing all of the bad news coming from all the different directions, all of the challenges for those in service to white well-being. And I'm thinking, I'm being inundated, and I turned on the news is playing, and I'm making my bacon and eggs, getting ready to eat that. The phone was going off with people sending message after message about there's another horrible piece of news. And I'm thinking, good, I've got to know that. And again, thank you everybody who sends me news. And I decided that I was going to pep myself up. And in the way that a good old boy down home, because really that's what I am deep down inside, no matter how sophisticated I can feign or intelligent I can trick you into believing that I am, no matter what it is, down deep inside, I am a good old boy, Southern boy from Virginia, and proud of it. And so I decided to crank up some tunes. And I cranked up some tunes. So my Sunday morning, the TV was still playing the news, and they were talking about the legislation, the anti-white legislation, all of the pin job. Maybe that's what we should call all these executive orders, the pin job that rigor mortis is going to do to us, this Joe Biden character, this animated corpse. And I decided to start blasting this music over top of the TV. It was still playing. And then, of course, I am a good old boy, so I was playing, at least in this occasion, good old boy music. And I was playing several songs, but I was singing with some of them. And the final two were Eastbound and Down by Jerry Reed and Good Old Boys by Waylon Jennings. And I was singing terribly along with the music, not realizing that I had accidentally started recording myself, and didn't realize that until near the end of the second song I named. And I stopped it, and I was ready to delete it. And then I thought, you know what? Everybody does this. I'm a normal guy like everybody else out there. I can't sing, can dance. My father would say about things, he said, it wouldn't, no matter how hard the work was, whatever it was, one of his sayings that he would occasionally use, especially if it was something really objectionable. Like we had to go out and help relatives with their broken down cars, and it would be pouring. There were nights in the middle of winter when it was so cold. I was driving his truck one night, and the motor, the engine, the alternator caught on fire. That was unbelievable. Anyhow, and we would be out in the most miserable conditions. But in some of these scenarios, my father would say occasionally, especially when it was more objectionable, he would say something. It was several iterations of it, but he would say, "Can't sing, can't dance,
and what he meant was, might as well go and do this wretched thing that we have to do. So I can't sing, I can dance. But anyhow, so maybe you'll hear that at the end if you are in the right place, and then maybe I'll post it somewhere at some point. But the important thing about this is, I mean, I laugh at myself. We can laugh together, and we can show the world that we are real people. That when the anti-whites want to flatten us out into two-dimensional characters of evil for the world to look at, for your neighbors, for your friends and family to shrug their shoulders when you get taken off to jail, when you lose your right to self-defense, when they want to flatten it down so that these people will think it's okay because they're just these two-dimensional nothings. We're going to fight back. We are three-dimensional beings. We are real people. And when we get arrested and persecuted, wrongly arrested and jailed, and lose our right to self-defense and everything else, we want all of our brothers and sisters to think of themselves, because they look at us and they see real people with normal sensibilities just like theirs, ordinary folk who can sing lousy with a song Sunday morning to fire themselves up. That's who we are, regular folks like everybody else. So we're going to keep moving. Donning Armor says, just don't pull a Tobin. What happened there? I don't know. Do you think you'd be able to serve White Wellbeing the way you do if you hadn't had a father who led by example? No. Thank you for that, Ian. That's a great question. Sloth says, accidentally streaming and accidental recording. That would be funny, an accidental stream. Hey, Ursa Major is here. Great to see you. Red Clogs, hello to you. Welcome, welcome to every single one of you. We're going to begin. We're moving toward the end, and if you stick around, you could hear my lousy singing. All right. Yeah, my father's influence, he was like many of you. We talked about this before. Many of us had fathers or grandfathers or uncles or older brothers or someone in their life, their church, community, whatever it might be. And they were like, that is what a Westman is supposed to be about. He's tough. He gets the job done. He's not taking any BS, but he's reasonable. He's not like some reckless person, but I'll share more stories. But yeah, there were many things that he communicated that undoubtedly have informed my character and play a big part in my service to White Wellbeing. So when somebody can you have a relative who is no good, and it's pouring rain, and the tire has gone flat on a car, and there's been some damage, and the vehicle is going to have to be towed. And the man goes out to help the no good family member, relative. And that person watches as the man has to lie down, pouring rain, has to lie down in the gutter to elevate the car, to hook up the tow bars to the old piece of junk F-150. And the water running down the curb is more than ankle deep and is going in the top collar of the overalls and coming out the ankles. That communicates a powerful message about what a man does and what a boy does. All right, let's see, and we're going to wrap this up here in just a minute. Grayman the Gray says, Tobin was one caught in the Zoom meeting with his... No, don't worry about that. With his pants down, so to speak. No, don't worry about that. That is hilarious. That is not going to happen with me. I would not want to provide that sort of entertainment. That would be the one thing that would get plenty of views. YouTube would probably allow me to stick around. Okay, here's some of the announcements I've got to go over quickly because we are running out of time. Where are we? Maybe we're already going into a 3-parter, I guess. But let's see. Oh, I was going to ask people to help me remember to open the D-Live chest. I guess that doesn't matter anymore. That can't happen. Okay, so let's see what I have. Okay, the only thing I really have left to ask for that were in the announcements is I need some advice. I need some help when it comes to cryptocurrencies. I have the basic knowledge. Of course, I would like more. And my issue, of course, is that when it comes to Bitcoin, its value is prolific. I mean, is magnificent rather. And the problem though is that its sat per byte is 97, which is insane. So anybody who knows a lot about cryptocurrencies and in particular Bitcoin, who might have some knowledge and they would like to share that knowledge with me and answer some of my questions, because I want to maximize the Bitcoin, in fact, or other cryptocurrencies, but especially Bitcoin. Let me just check quickly because I do want to mention that, and I might not even have to open this as the phone is getting ready to die anyhow, but we do have, along with the other monthly financial gifts, I do want to mention that we had 2 financial gifts in December. Regrettably, none from no fabulous ones from the Frenchman. But nonetheless, we do have a $7.51 financial gift in December, and thank you to the individual who financially gifted that. And we also had in a different cryptocurrency than the Frenchman, and let's get a big round of applause together for $557. I think that's what it says. Financial gift. And a big round of applause for you, my dear friend. Thank you so very much for that very generous financial gift, and which may or may not have been in cryptocurrencies. But actually, now that I think about it, so a big thank you to both of you for those warm financial gifts. So those were the latest. So we actually, and I read both of those last in December. So we have no cryptocurrency gifts of any kind for January. So those were back in December, and I read those before. But a big thank you again to all of you. I'm just remembering now as I read that. A big thank you to the both of you for those financial gifts. And the screen has disappeared for some reason, but we'll bring it back if we can. Make sure that we didn't miss anybody over here. And okay, good, it's blank. We didn't. And we have Ian saying about the Frenchman that he thinks his name was Crypto for Nationalists or something like that, he says. YT should give Jason a gold play button award, says Greek Man. Yeah, shouldn't they, just for the number of hours? They're dedicated to... Nobody else is as dedicated. Could you imagine these massive streamers with tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands live? There's no way they would stick around for a couple hundred people, even as valuable as you all are. There's no way. Ian says, Millennial Woes had a guy on Millennial who gives advice. Oh, not the Frenchman. So, okay, the guy Millennial talked to. Maybe he could help. Okay. Well, if you know who he is, could you please reach out to him? Or if you know somebody who might know him, could you please reach out to him? And let's try to... I have some questions. Now, if you are an expert on Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, and your advice is to do nothing with them, then I don't need your advice. This idea of the dollar is going to be valueless in another couple weeks has been with us for decades, and I'm sick of it. And as you can see, they can find out who is gifting whom and the rest, even in the cryptocurrencies. So if there is somebody out there who needs some or who has the information, then I have some questions. And DLive is still up. It is still functioning. Graham in the Gray says, you can still send out lemons from what I heard. You mean from the chest? I don't think I have enough to even open the chest. But nobody can gift points, right? Over there. All right. What is your opinion on Trump now? Not good. Crypto for Nationalists. All right. Anglo America. Great to see you, brother. He says, will there be an audio version of Go Free in the future? My father hates reading. However, he loves listening to things like talk radio. I would love to get him an audio version of Go Free. Yes, there will be. Probably with the 3rd edition, which I hope will be toward the end of 2021. The first audiobook that I'll be doing is Prometheus Rising. I want to get that now out as quickly as possible because I believe that has the greatest potential to do the greatest good for us. And great to see you, brother. Another great champion working hard for White Wellbeing. Okay. I'm going to turn back here. If you all have any questions or comments, you can still make them as we're going through these, and I will remain engaged, kind of do a couple of these and a couple testimonials of these, and then up to your questions and comments. And remember, on DLive, tag me as No White Guilt. Wait, I see somebody, Popcorn Power over there. Great to see you. But it looks like it didn't light up for me. Oh, you forgot the T. That's all it was. So no one can gift lemons. So thank you for that. Thank you for the info. We'll try to look into trying to change that and change that X tag. I don't do anything X-rated. What is the X tag? I mean, maybe we're NC-17 or whatever they call it. I don't know. But we're going to roll. Let's do it. Let's see. Who wrote this? Oh, darn. I didn't capture. Let's see. Oh, I think this is Irish Ice. Well, if it's not Irish Ice, damn, how did this happen? If it's not, if this is you, speak up. Dear brother Jason, I witnessed a minor physical and then shove and verbal attack of a white man
by an explicitly anti-white, non-white person last night. I stepped in to defend him and defeated, I guess that's the phone dying, and defeated a few more anti-whites in this, maybe I shouldn't say, the place they were. It was very public as the situation called for it, and gave the white man the tool of anti-white, the name anti-white, to defend himself as well as other white people who were there. A huge Western victory in the flesh, exclamation point. It's a textbook anti-white defeat. Would be a great story to put on Going Free. It sure is. I didn't get it on video, unfortunately. So this is Irish-ism. Would have been a great example, but you can hear me tell the tale on my latest YT video, multiple anti-whites publicly obliterated. That's the title of it. Do I have up Irish Ice? Do I have Irish Ice's channel? I don't even know. I've got to look. I've got to find out. He writes, cheers, brother. The lexicon worked like a charm yet again in a massive way. So witnesses in a public place, a white guy in an argument with an anti-white, non-white person who shoved the white guy. Irish Ice steps up and uses the phrase anti-white, the name anti-white, to identify this person. Everyone hearing this is now empowered, including this guy, with the phrase anti-white. And that is indeed a magnificent victory in service to white well-being. So well done. This kind of thing happening again and again everywhere is what is really going to change the tapestry in which we all have to function. Well done, and a big salute to you, brother. Big spotlight. Evil Charles wrote a poem, and I am going to read it terribly now, but because I didn't have an opportunity to break it down, and when I copy it over, it loses all of that formatting. So Evil Charles, it's far better than I'm about to read it. Keep that in mind. Our great Evil Charles writes, someone said songs and poems, that of course being yours truly, patriotic innocence stolen. Maybe that's the title of it, I guess. A patriotic innocence stolen. It was the year of 21. The new year had just begun. Deadly burdens from yesteryear. Anti-whites sowing death and fear. Countless whites, patriots in their hearts, voted for better, a renewed start. But anti-whites did not care, cheating the braves that would dare to become angry, righteous fury, as their innocence was robbed away, began to see, started going free, finally see the systems decay. The flags they clutched in their hands represent now only stolen lands. With the illusion cast from our minds, it gave new purpose to our lives. Where to go, what to do. There's never lack of misleading fools, but the wise will find a path, white well-being, that which we've never had, and we should. Become angry, righteous fury, as our innocence is robbed away. You did see, you're going free. Finally, witness to the system's decay. The anti-whites dressed in expensive suits now will continue to hurt and uproot the white race wherever it is found, while they foam from their sulfuric mouths. But we've seen how many of us care. There's hope to be found there. So get together, we shall win. This song ends, and the story begins. Thus, become angry, righteous fury, as your innocence is robbed away. You did see, you're going free. Let's build a future for white children, finally. That, my friends, is magnificently written by Evil Charles. You do not get poetry when you ask for it like this elsewhere, in other white spheres and elsewhere. Somebody as talented as Evil Charles steps up immediately when I said we need to sing our own songs and we need to write our own poetry and our own histories and the rest. Evil Charles steps up. This is beautiful, far better than I read it. And it says by yours, Chars. And then he adds here, if there are some musicians out there who want to develop a track for this, I've got more where this came from. I wouldn't mind partaking in developing an album. Even got an awesome name in mind for it. Give me a message if you like it, or an address where I can go say hello. So you'll find this, I think it's in the thread of last Sunday's Going Free. I think that's where it is. So wherever you find Evil Chars, you can reach out to him if you're a musician, you want lyrics. He wants to work with you to put together some beautiful things for service to white well-being. Remember, it's not enough to be an artist in service to white well-being and just express yourself, but never say anything about going free. We've talked about it before. Not every single thing has to talk about service to white well-being or going free or our persecution. But for Christ's sake, could you imagine any other group of people saying, well, I'm just going to be an artist for my people. I'm just going to sing songs, but I'm never going to talk about their persecution. I'm never going to talk about, I'll just express myself free of the influences of other people's. No. So we can at least do as good as they, I hope. Jesse Link, who's with us now, January 6, 21. The Patriots were shown this country is anti-white, exclamation point. May they not forget it. Rest in peace, Ashley Babbitt, American hero, gunned down by Capitol Police that still hasn't been charged with anything, let alone murder. Yep, they won't be charged. They'll be lauded. They're going to be put down in the history books as saving the Capitol. Let's see. Marguerite Rose, very pretty, writes here, there are no longer free elections, she writes. It's all a puppet show, like Putin said. What is it called when a country is run by the Secret Service? Well, it's the anti-white oligarchy, Rose. Thank you so very much for writing in. Rowan writes here, ditch your big screen and jet ski and endure hardship. Homeland is the only way forward. This is no longer your country. Westman. Absolutely right. Thank you for that. The Great Austin 316 says, no white guilt signs are popping up all over my county. People are very offended and outraged. One guy had the police called on him for having the sign on his lawn. Well. And I love there's this article that I was sent about people trying to complain. Thank you, Austin, for letting us know about that. I wonder who that guy was. Big round of applause for everybody expressing no white guilt to this anti-white system, forcing them to reveal what their actual objective is, to white guilt you so that you will lower your defenses and allow them to victimize you. The article was great because, as is usual, when anti-whites have to try to deal with the lexicon and dialectics of going free, they stumble over themselves. And we want more of that. Thank you very much. We have here on Entropy, Pebble in the Pond, financially gifting $5. Thank you so very much. I look forward to the Sunday Going Free gatherings. A great show as always. Well, thank you so much, Pebble in the Pond. I deeply appreciate that. And I don't think we have anything else. Nope, on the question widget. Looks like we're good there. And I will quickly check here. Okay. The great Slots, among all of the other duties to white well-being that he is engaged in, he financially gifts $7 to the service to white well-being. Thank you, dear brother. $7. And he writes, hail, brother. Well, big Promethean hails in return to you. Thank you so very much for that. Hailstorm says, Evil Chars has many such epic and inspiring poem songs. Well, that is fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. And let's get some collaboration going and maybe some great music. Raymond Foster asks, would you mind if I did a reading of Go Free and put it up as segments? So if you want to read segments out of Going Free for different videos, go for it, brother. Let's bring in as many people as possible. Anglo America says here, will there be an audio version? Okay, we got that. Yep. Okay. Yeah, you see people stepping up, these great champions.
Greek Man says, I am taking votes from the chat. Should my name be Greek Man or Greek American? Well, you're in America and you're an American. A Greek Man American? How about combine them both? You all can vote. Tell him what you think. Alex is with us. Great to see you. All right, we'll jump back over here. We'll keep rolling. Wait, we have Popcorn Power did tag. It says X tag means politics or anything controversial. Well, I'm sure. Can you be anti-white on D Live and not have the X tag? Because nothing anti-white is controversial, right? Since they get to define everything, the anti-whites. Let's see. What is that name? Hans Dons says YT is 3 minutes behind. Isn't that odd? Maybe just for you. I don't know. Maybe for everyone. But thank you for giving me that information, brother. And let's keep rolling so we can. There's Vigil. Great to see you, brother. Mantis writes here, 3 hours, 45 minutes, quote, never call anti-whites by the names of their own taking, close quote. I think this is the single best nugget of advice from the entire Going Free lexicon. The way I try and explain this to vagues who perhaps call themselves conservatives, civic nationalists, is to ask them, how often do anti-whites actually call you a conservative compared to how often they call you, say, racist, fascist, Nazi, etc.? Give them time to think about this and realize that, quote, yeah, they almost never call me a conservative. Next question. Okay, why do you think that is? Again, give them time to think and answer. And if they haven't figured it out, open parenthesis, or only partly figured it out, close parenthesis, you can then explain it is because anti-whites want to demonize you. They want to paint you as the bad guy in their story so that they will never call you a conservative. Question. Okay, so why are you calling them Democrats, liberals, woke, Marxist, Antifa, MLB, etc., when these are the names that they have chosen for themselves? Why extend them a courtesy that they would never extend to you? Why not call them anti-whites instead? Seriously, someone is going to call you a Nazi, regardless of your opinion on the NSDAP. We all know what anti-whites mean by Nazi, and you're just going to call them liberal or woke in response to that? Why? This is why anti-whites win and conservatives lose. The same advice is applicable to people in the white positive sphere. How many times have you been called, quote, an advocate for white well-being compared to racist, fascists, etc. by anti-whites? Has an anti-white ever called you an advocate for white well-being? No. Okay. Then why call them by the names of their choosing when they refuse to extend that courtesy to us? The reason they never use our language is the same reason we shouldn't be using theirs! Exclamation point. Mantis, brilliantly written, and thank you so very much for standing up for that position in Going Free. Never call the anti-whites by the names of their taking. I've been talking about it. I'm on the verge of ending friendships, of telling people I can't talk with you anymore because I'm so tired of hearing people say to me that these are the Marxists, or these are the communists, or these are the woke. These people are woke. Idiots. Somehow the anti-whites have the ability, no matter how dumb they are. You've seen the pictures of them in their arrests. Think about this. When you find it just impossible a feat to change the lexicon that you use and the dialectics that you use, I want you to pull up these photographs of these deranged misfits that are arrested and, of course, and then let go, anti-whites. And I want you to look at their just like disfigured faces and then meditate on the fact that they are able to control the language that they use, but you are not able to control the language that you use. Pappy Chan says, you have helped me quit smoking. I know it sounds weird, but thank you. Pappy Chan writes here, this wonderful, and as I said, the metric for the work, if you care about white people, you want to recapture our destiny, begins with the individual. And we look past these too often. You know how many ones that I've of folks who have these wonderful changes in their life. Smoking, it gives people, we know it's horrible for the skin, for the hair, for the eyes, obviously for the lungs, but also for so many other parts of the body. Pabishan says here in a thread where everybody can see, testimonial to Going Free and White Wellbeing. And again, why isn't V there and the rest of them talking about the success that we have? He writes here, you have helped me quit smoking. I know it sounds weird, but thank you. It's going free and it's changing lives, families, births, and communities, recapturing our destiny. This is somebody by the name of Fudge. Writes, more people really do need to listen to Jason. This guy clearly has been doing this for a long time and found a beautiful, peaceful path within his narrative. Well done. Another sub for you. Well, thank you very much for that grand testimonial. Obviously coming from someone who is in the white spheres and seeing what works and what doesn't work. Mace. I guess that's Mason writes here. I like your passion, man. But please, stop making up words. It doesn't make you sound smart to anyone but foolish people. 2 hours in, and you have said at least 6 words that are not words. I wrote back to Mason, you need to get out of the anti-white narrative. Only using the words that the anti-white approves of is to be cattle. We use less jargon than most people have to learn for their jobs. If you cannot handle that, then Going Free is not the place for you, Mason. Please move on. And I wonder, now that I think about it, if this individual is just talking about our jargon, because I doubt that I had used 6 words that are not, I mean, those are still words. Does he mean that meme pathogen is not in the dictionary, so therefore, or is he saying, I mean, maybe his error is that I said words that he doesn't know exists, and maybe he can't spell, and so when he tried to look it up, they weren't there, and now he's saying that they're not real because he can't find them and don't know how to spell them. If that's the case, then but otherwise, if it's the jargon issue, then it's less than your job. And so learn it, or go ahead and be cattle for the anti-whites. That's up to you. Good morning, Toast. That's an interesting name. Writes here, I am a Latino man, but I have been immersed greatly in Western culture. The left, the anti-whites, are so keen on destroying white identity. It's insane. And thus I can't stand by it. I love my fellow white men and women, flaws and all, ! Well, God bless you, brother. This is the place where you are welcome to serve White Wellbeing with us. We absolutely salute every non-white person who has that good character and says, this is wrong, what's being done to the white race. This is clearly targeted at and victimizing white people, and I'm not going to stand for it. I'm not going to take advantage. I'm not going to jump onto the gravy train of anti-whiteism. I'm going to stand by the Western kind and help them to put an end to this. And how many more of these messages do we need to read? These are marvelous people who are standing. Remember, this is not the conservative sphere where this Good Morning Toast, this Latino man, he's going to be, he would have a reward in conservative politics or Republican if he stood up there and he shared conservative ideals. They would throw money at him. They would throw their legs open for him. they would put him up on the stage in front of an entire white audience, and they would paternalistically applaud in a way that they should feel. I think that all of these non-white people should feel a bit humiliated by. Here, he's going to be honored as a true champion who steps out of that herd. No plaudits, no stage just for sharing our ideals, but honored and respected as one of us in service to white well-being. And that is something that is real. That is something that has genuine substance. It isn't that hollow paternalistic garbage that you get for non-white people in conservative and Republican politics. We get these kind of messages all the time. It's not just a message of an acknowledgement, but also a message of support, as you can see here from Good Morning Toast. And we thank you very much, dear brother. White Wolf writes here, lot of gall, Jason, throwing the whole pro-white movement under the bus from such a newcomer as yourself. You just Sierra on everyone who's been in the real struggle for the past 40 to 60 years. I love your content, though. I had to include that one. I just that 180 of opinion there. That was great. Well, I think White Wolf HU, you'll find the longer you stay around that I'm no newcomer, and I've been in the real struggle. I've been serving white well-being and bringing people to better places in this world, bringing our entire communities to better places in this world. And if my criticisms feel like Sierra, then that's because they should. That's often how criticism works. That's often how truth works. If you're doing something really wrong, kind of like when I was doing that bench press, and the guy, I won't share his name, but I did have him sign my weightlifting belt, which I still have because I'm going to remember him forever and ever. When he came up and he said, that looks like shit, it's because it did look like shit. But I was man enough, even as a very young man, to look at what I was doing, evaluate his recommendations, and then improve myself as a consequence. And I dare say, White Wolf HU, that if you take a look at what we're doing here, take a look at my criticisms, take a look at what's gone before, I think you'll come to the same conclusions. We have here, this came from the live chat during TAP. I wanted to share from 15 seconds, 99. He writes, no white guilt, thank you. I'm almost 3 weeks sober, partially because of your channel and the positivity. I am healthy and doing push-ups. Hails to you, brother. Well, that is magnificent. Another magnificent testimonial of another life being improved by going free. I'll read it again. No white guilt, thank you. I am almost 3 weeks sober, partly because of your channel and the positivity. I am healthy and doing push-ups. Hails to you, brother. Well, big Promethean hails to you, and I want you to remember this, 15 seconds, 99, that you're going to trip. You're going to have those times when you trip, you're going to bloody your knee. All that matters here in this movement of redemption is that you get back up and you keep heading toward that western sunrise. You got to practice the practice of going free. You got to stick with it, and you will become a better you, and we will always be here for you. Thank you so much, brother, for sharing your struggle. We have Moises, who was leaving a little bit ago. I don't know if you stayed, writes here. Yes. Let me see. Yes. What you do is actually something. This whole well-being is better than what I see on other channels /people. I have been gone a while, but I returned. Well, thank you so very much. And if you have gone to bed and you couldn't stick with us, then hopefully you'll catch this in the replay. Writes again, Moises writes here again, a grand testimonial, ladies and gentlemen, to white well-being and going free. Yes, what you do is actually something. This white well-being is better than what I see on other channels and people. I have been gone a while, but I have returned. So thank you so much for coming back. Remember, it's a movement of redemption. We know you'll stumble. Just get back up, like 15 seconds, 99. Get back up, keep heading for the western sunrise. Practice going free. Stick with it.
And eventually there'll be fewer and fewer stumbles. And then before you know it, you'll be leading a crowd of us up that mountainside toward that western sunrise. God bless the both of you. Let's see if we have, I saw some movement here. Sloth says, victory in real time, convo with anti-white, fun to share, probably. Let me take a look at that quickly. A person was saying another is far right. I said, no, they're a heretic to the anti-white regime. Likewise, a person said, I'm as bad as a, quote, I'm as bad as a commie. I said, quote, they're not commies, they're anti-white, and I'm not. Well said. Let's see where this came from. This is on Twitter. So this might be happening real time. The phone, if you're writing, the phone is like a fish that has been left out of water too long, and it's got some nerves twitching in it. But it hasn't survived with me. Or maybe you're trying to reach out to me because something has gone terribly wrong somewhere. I hope it hasn't. Let's see. No, it looks like we're still chugging along over here. And so what did Sloth say here? Oh, he's telling somebody that you should go free and you won't suffer your own hatred. Look up Go Free by No Wine Guild NWG. This is, Sloths is in the trenches, folks, making it happen. So God bless you, brother. Thank you for that. Precisely, doing a marvelous job. What were those platforms that people were, somebody said it was, I remember now. BitChute is supposedly live streaming, right? And then we had the Trove, and then there was, what was the other one was mentioned as well? It's like right on the tip of my tongue. I hate when that happens. You know, when you're live streaming for 8 hours straight and you can't remember the name Rumble? You know when that happens? Sorry, I got ears, allergies popping in my head. So let's see. Well done, Sloths. Thank you very much for that, dear brother. Thank you for sharing that. And okay, no financial gifts here. Lord Hendrickson writes, I keep thinking about how helpless the French Groyper felt, unable to communicate with his own family and feeling that in his chronic pain, Funny Nick was his only joy in life and Will's recipient. Yeah, that's heartbreaking. You've got a good heart, and I'm going to be thinking about him too. That is, it's so wretched. It was his escape to listen to Nick and to laugh at Nick, and we've complimented Nick Fuentes a lot at his ability to snarkily pull down and tear down the anti-whites and to promulgate the news of the kinds of things that they're doing at all levels, and to marshal this Groyper army that he has sort of assumed the leadership of. But if he had only also shared that a piece of news about going free, about service to white well-being, maybe this French Groyper would have found us, and that's gonna haunt everybody that has any empathy. They just can't help but it not, because we all know, everybody who's going free knows that we could have done this guy a lot of good. We all know that we could have done him a lot of good, even if his pain was so great that he had to leave the world. Ian writes here, says the puppies have a question within their community. Oh yeah, we got to that. So thank you very much for that, brother. A puppy in one hand and a bunny in the other. That's what I got to do. Puppy in one hand and a bunny in the other. Hemp Master Ninja writes here, that, quote, don't ever use anti-white slurs around my children, close quote, story was exactly what I needed to hear. Actually, feel terrible about the way I've reacted to stuff like that in the past. I have ironically and unironically called myself a villain
in the past. Listen to that, ladies and gentlemen. And this takes a lot of courage and humility. There are going to be 500 people who come to that conclusion who are not going to be brave enough to share it in a great testimonial like Master Ninja has shared it here with us. So I salute you, brother, for sharing this. I'm going to read it again. He's talking about a story that I shared of a mother who is going free. Her brother, I think, is in the back seat with her children. And the children were saying something about some history, European history, some of our history. And this brother of the woman driving the vehicle decided to conclude that it was because he's anti-white, it was incumbent upon him to where he hears white people talking with pride about their history and their people, that he just has to intervene. And he said to this woman's children, don't be a racist, the anti-white slur. Non-white people. Now, the children weren't saying anything about non-white people whatsoever, much less anything negative about non-white people. They were just saying something positive about some European tradition that their mother had introduced them to that was part of their family's lineage. So don't be you're talking positive about white people. You're evil. Don't be evil. Non-white people are wonderful. Do you see how being in their narrative does this to a human being? Well, how would you have reacted driving that car? This mother reacted the right way. She spun around and viciously said to her brother, don't you ever use that anti-white slur around my children again. And taught a powerful lesson to her children that day. And taught a powerful lesson to her brother that day. Who did what, do you think? Apologized. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say something that was really offensive. Or she won. She destroyed her brother. And she demonstrated a powerful lesson for her children. That word is disgusting. That word is unacceptable. That is an anti-white slur, and it is not permitted in the presence of my children. She didn't get into any of these other ridiculous talking points. She stayed in our story. Now, if this little lady, if this mother driving a vehicle can turn around and say this and put things to right instantly, and you better believe her children are going to, and you know what? Either way, the children were going to remember that moment for life, one way or the other, either to their detriment or to their boon. Which was it going to be? If that mother had allowed that word, that anti-white slur, to stand, the children would have believed that they had done something wrong by appreciating and celebrating who we are. But instead, they didn't come away hating themselves and thinking it immoral to celebrate ourselves and our accomplishments and our traditions. Instead, they came away from that feeling proud, feeling valuable, rather than lacking all value. Feeling ennobled, rather than feeling like filth. What do you want your children to feel like? This is what the hymn master here said, what this gentleman said when he heard this story. That don't ever use anti-white slur around my children again story was exactly what I needed to hear. Actually, feel terrible about the way I've reacted to stuff like that in the past. I have ironically and unironically called myself a villain in the past. So he has subjected himself. He has been their devil in their story. And he now is going right. And we want you to be redeemed. We want you to go free, brother. If you can go wrong, you can go right. You're in the right place for that. Lazarus writes, that phone is really just, I don't know how many more times it's going to tell me that it's dead. How many times can it vibrate? Actually, I'm sorry, Lucrezia. I think it's some kind of probably Italian name. Maybe Lucrezia. I don't know. Writes here, hello, Jason. Today I got Go Free and Prometheus Rising. I also unsubscribed to a health magazine I have gotten for 20 years because I was tired of the anti-white articles. Thank you for all you do. How do you like that? From Lucrezia. Thank you so very much for that grand testimonial. Going free and broke away from anti-whiteism in a health magazine that Lucrezia has been subscribed to for 20 years. Powerful testimonial, powerful changes in people's lives, folks. And then our great Azimuth Clark, we're talking about a gentleman suffering from seizures now that have come upon him because of some sort of illness, and he is still with us. Could the Frenchman have been as brave? Yes, I say so. If he had been introduced to going free, but he had been studiously shepherded away from going free. Azimuth Clark writes, this year on a camping trip, I introduced my best friend to going free. Now I want you to think about this. Azimuth Clark, suffering seizures so bad that it sometimes screws up his thinking, his speech, and our love is with you. And we spoke about this last week. Please listen to this. And when you wonder about the Frenchman, this year on a camping trip, I introduced my best friend to going free. Hiking through the woods, we talked about going free and what it means to promote white well-being, and how no matter what we learn about going free, the key to remember is we do not accept any anti-white conclusions. A few days into the trip, I tried to trick him into using the old lexicon, only brand new to going free, and with minimum exposure to our white well-being lexicon. My friend answered me with, he does not accept any anti-white conclusions, and asked me why I do not support white well-being. Going free works. It works every time. Some anti-white has something smart to say to you. Tell them they're anti-white and you don't accept anything anti-white that they say. You ask them if they contribute to and support attacks on white well-being and Western civilization. Azimuth Clark, brother, thank you so much for that testimonial. And you are a great example of the reality that the Frenchman could have been giving great testimonials as well. He says here with his best friend, just a minimum of exposure to going free on a camping trip, and his friend was immediately able to respond in a way that would defeat an anti-white in every conversation. Even the most threadbare anti-white professor doddering out of some university with all marshaling all of his anti-white arguments that he has stuffed into his demonic head and into his black soul. And every single white person could defeat him with that retort. I have taught it to thousands, and by extension, probably tens of thousands now. We will continue pushing this no matter how much the academics in the white spheres think that it is lowbrow and you just can't talk that way. No, losing is lowbrow. And there is never a good enough excuse for losing or failing to recapture our destiny when it is those babies that we have to defend. Looks like we're still good here. Got one more here. Let me spin around. The great Anglo-America, ladies and gentlemen, who's with us. Financially gifts, $5. Thank you, my dear brother. He writes, this isn't much, but what I got. Every dollar counts, brother. It is an infinite sum. And we are deeply grateful for you and that financial gift. We know how much that hurts. It means everything. That $5 will go farther here in service to white well-being than it will anywhere else in the different white spheres where dollars can be given. All right. Final one we have here to read, ladies and gentlemen. And where are we roughly? Let me go ahead and give it a check. Oh, okay. Well, it looks like it's going to be a 3-parter. Oh, well, that's life. A 3-parter, what I mean is when it becomes a 3 parts for the audio-only version. It's all right. We can make it happen. Just a little bit more work on my end. We writes here, reader of books writes to us, just ordered Go Free and Prometheus Rising. They are just what's needed to usher in a better 2021. Well, God bless you for that. Reader of books, another new individual practicing going free. We're honored to have you with us, pardon me. And I promise you, it is all up here, all uphill, and good things you'll see from those vistas in service to White Wellbeing. Thank you so very much. And thank you to everybody for being here today, going free. I don't think we have anything else that I could be forgetting something. Probably am, because we've got notes everywhere. Did anybody in the final moments here before the stream ends, and it may continue for a moment or so elsewhere, but on YouTube, it is certainly, we're going to be ending the stream. And if you are elsewhere, it will not be playing. I will just tell you on YouTube, and therefore it will not be on Entropy either. But we should be up. And do not go to these other, whatever you do on YouTube. If you are a content producer and you tell people to go to another platform, they can give a strike to your channel for that. So I am telling you, as a content producer of YouTube, that do not go to any other platforms when the stream ends on YouTube. But just so you all know, I am, well, let's see. I am currently on VK streaming. We are streaming on VK today. We are streaming on Facebook as well. We are streaming on Periscope as well, on Twitch as well, and on D Live. So whatever you do, don't go to those platforms, but that's where I'm streaming. And there may be a little treat at the very end here. Let me make sure we're still blank. I don't want to forget anybody. Very good. Naderific says, I'm going to order some books. How can I get you to sign one? NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com, and put in the notes that you would like one book signed to, and then the name you want me to sign it to. That's all you got to do. Now, if you have, when you say book, if you have like a bigger, like you have a big number of books you want to get, then email me, excuse me, and we'll find you a good price that you can financially gift me, and I will send the books free. And as is the case with all of the books that are of mine that are available on the Collectibles channel, those are all financial gifts, and I send the books out free. And in that missive to yours truly, let me know what one book you want signed and the name you want used. We will make it happen, brother. All right. Great to see so many. Aunt Sally is with us. Great to see you, dear lady. She says, hello, Jason. I just woke up. It's 6 a.m. here in England, 6:15 a.m. here in England. I guess I will have to watch this later. Well, you are just in time, because I might be about to make a fool out of myself, or at least laugh at myself. Why not? And let me scroll upward. And but it won't be, we'll be stopping here on YouTube. We'll be stopping the stream. But whatever you do, don't go to any of the other platforms that I just named. I also do not speak for YouTube. I am an entertainer. Everything I said was just for your amusement. And you should, in all seriousness, weigh everything that you've heard here today against the information you can glean from Snopes and CNN and MSNBC and ABC, Fox News, on, the regime's media, because what they're saying is the truth. And so make sure you check out all of those platforms, channels that call themselves liberals and the rest, so you have a balanced view about. So check out all of the other positions, so you have a balanced view about everything what I just said, a balanced view about everything that I said over the course of nearly 9 hours. Get a balanced view. I do not have, and I'm not claiming to have the corner on facts or to have the corner on truth or falsehood. You have to make sure to do all of that research for yourself. And I have endeavored over the course of this stream, as I do all streams, to provide you with the information that others are claiming. And I do not hold any position on the truthfulness or falsity of those claims. Whether they are true or false, that's up for you to find out and decide. Some of those sources today, of course, were ABC and Fox News. So these are regime news sources, mainstream news sources. You can follow up on every single one of those. Wise Justice is here. Great to see you. Healer says, I offer my expertise on crypto per your request. Email? How can we communicate? Here's what you do, brother. You reach out to me on nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. There's a link there to communicate with me. Put up there in the description for the message that who you are here, your name here, and that you're writing me about cryptocurrency, and you are a master. You are a maven on cryptocurrency, and you're going to answer my questions so that we can make the most of the cryptocurrencies that we have, especially with this rate that they are charging, 97, which is out of this world. Talk about highway robbery. Kevin writes, there are many white Latinos. Well, yeah, it just depends. This person obviously does not consider themselves, does not identify as white, but does identify as a Latino. I know it's kind of a confused area where there are some people who identify with some of these names, who are some white people who identify with some of these names, some non-white people who identify with some of these names. So we got kind of a mixed scenario here, some heterogeneity, and we just have to be cognizant of that. So thank you. Yes, indeed, there are some who Latinos who are white, who identify as white, precisely. Raymond Foster says, I learned a new word today from No White Guilt. Great. Well, I don't know which one it was, but I'm glad you did, brother. I said something that made Jesse laugh. And let's see. I had sorry about that, folks, that YouTube leapt me through the live chat again. And that, of course, screws everything up. All right, looks like we're good. And it's great. Amber is here. Great to see you, sweet sister. You're just in time. So, for those who are absolutely not going to be going to any of these other platforms that I named, such as, let's just see, VK, Facebook, Periscope, Twitch, and D Live, for those who are absolutely not going to those places, you may end up hearing me this morning, when I came down to breakfast this morning. It's getting late, 9 hours streaming, just getting warmed up. It's going to get good from here forward. I came down, I was hit with all the terrible news, the challenges of our day, and having to overcome those things. Had my bacon and eggs, as a good Westman should, for breakfast. And, if you're eating, if whatever you're eating if it works for you, everybody's got a slightly different body. But I mean, and system. If you got something that's working for you, stick with it. But if you've not feeling all that great, you might want to try the bacon and eggs. And I was listening to the news, and they were talking about Joe Biden and all of the executive orders he was going to be signing and the legislation coming forward as quickly they were going to move forward to undo everything that Donald Trump had done and to usher in more anti-whiteism than we'd ever seen. Of course, watching this entire lie get created about the siege and this attempted insurrection and overthrow of the United States, knowing exactly what the anti-whites were doing with that, so that in the future, and I mean 6 months from now, a year from now, 5 years from now, this chapter in the anti-white narrative will state that it was a legitimate siege and a big explosion and all of this sort of business. And I had the phone people sending me news about different things that were going on that were anti-white, and I was flipping through those, and somehow I accidentally started recording myself while I was just in my kitchen, and I was looking at the news, listening to the news, and eating. And I decided to pep myself up some, since I'm a good old boy, listening to some music. And I was listening, as I say, I have over here, I listened to a number of songs. You all will only be able to hear two of them. And the one is the Eastbound and Down by Jerry Reed and Good Old Boys by Waylon Jennings. And since I did not know that I was being recorded, those two songs and some others, I was singing along with. Now, there's no video. I'm not going to show you any video. There isn't going to be like this guy moment where the guy was pantless. There's no video to show you. But there is I am not a singer by any means. Never claimed to be a singer. So I'm lousy. The only song that I have sang publicly is Happy Birthday, which you can find in the playlist at the very top of my channel, the poems, I think poems and vignettes or something playlist. For the first anniversary, year one of TAP, I sang Happy Birthday a cappella, and it wasn't the worst Happy Birthday ever, but I'm not a singer. I can't sing. As you can probably tell, even when you can hit notes, you have to have a voice that people like as a singing voice. And so I'm no singer, but I'm just like all of you, singing along with the music. And when I discovered that the phone's going off, it's giving me messages. And when I discovered that I was accidentally recording myself, I thought it was funny, and I figured out how to stop it. And then I was about to delete it, and I thought, you know what? This is important on several levels. I laugh at myself, and I want others to laugh along. I do not put myself beyond laughing at myself. And to convey something that we all have to convey, that we're real people. We are real, ordinary, patriotic for our people, Western kind, and our countries that we are citizens of, proud, patriotic people. And we're just like every other ordinary citizen. We sing with music. Sometimes we don't sing that well, but we are just like everybody else. And so that is important for our brothers and sisters to know, because when the anti-whites want to persecute, they have to dehumanize. They have to flatten us into two-dimensional characters. It is so important that we do not allow them to flatten us into two-dimensional characters, ladies and gentlemen, because that is where the death camps come from throughout history. That is where the imprisonments for deviation from dogma for a lifetime comes from. That we have to do everything we can to make sure that all of our brothers and sisters know that we're just like them. Because if they realize, if they get to know that we're just like them, then it makes it harder than you can imagine on the anti-whites to persecute us. You should, at this point, be able to see some method to the madness that struck me right before I hit delete on my phone, which is now almost totally dead, but did its job earlier today And so it's been a marvelous time going free with all of you. I may end up posting this audio on, it won't be able to be on YouTube because of the copyright issue. And I think they're going to make it like punishable by like instant channel deletion, whether you know it's copyrighted or not or whatever. It's crazy. So it may be someplace else, like maybe some of these rumbles or rimbles or whatever they are. I could have made a total ribbled joke there, but I took the path less traveled. And maybe on BitChute, it may be elsewhere, but it won't be on YouTube. But I may put it up elsewhere so it can serve that same service that I'm talking about here with all of you. So let me just find what we have to do. It has been a marvelous, you know what I wanted to do? I didn't even get to it. We have The Spirit of the West, which is Fornell's new song that I wanted to share. We're going to have to do that next Sunday. I don't think we'll be doing a going free this week. Too busy, unless something could happen, and then we will. But we have The Spirit of the West, a marvelous new piece by Fornell. We have Fornell's other new piece, Gorthang's Rock, which we played last week. I wanted to play that again. We'll get to that again next week. And there are a plethora of magnificent new songs by Raymond Foster that you can find over on his channel. We shared his link today here on YouTube. And do check out his work and the work of the others that I shared. Folks doing marvelous, marvelous work. So I think what we'll do is we will go ahead and we will have our show's exit music created by Fornell, the outro, and then don't go to any of those other platforms. But it's been marvelous going free with every single one of you, ladies and gentlemen. I love you all. Let's remember the Frenchman, and if his name can be found, somebody can send it to me. Let's remember this guy, and let's remember how he ended up in such a state, such a dark place, where there was no escape, where there was no hope, where there was no plan, that he took a path that none of us can follow him on, and he has left us. Let's remember him, and let's go free.